He has to come sooner or later, told, even if it's just to put on ooze TXX, TS. She did to wait as had imagined. Actually, Orly Arl, segundo urr stud trom tre night ot his wedding that he would return to ot Petra coats much scx, na ttn would have to put on patent bather trots, Fernando was a woman was lost in world. She had in a city 6 away, a GMMY city on ghostly nights tre coaches ot tre viceroys still rattled tt rough tre cobbled streets, 32 a dirge at 6 in a Doreen manor house, which was paved with tomb-like slate. The sun was Mercine tte nad died in the cypresses in courtyard, in pale ot in dripping arcuize ot the garden ot perennials. Until PNRTY Fernarua had our own news ot the world ex Mellertl. Lee piano lessons taken in by Hutor years nad the drive not to take a siesta. In the ot her sick motmer, green yellow under gx, unreal again trom the wear percent opanes, she would listen to tre methodical, stillborn, heartless scales and therex that ttzt music was in world while she was nswung as she wove dural reeds. Her mutter, perspiring with 5 o'clock ever, spoke to her ot splendor ot past. WMN was a little girl, on Orm lit night Fernarda saw a auditul woman dressed in right crossing tre garden toward what most ATL, UTTTET vision was that felt it was exactly like her, as if she had seen herself 20 years in advars. It was your great grandmother the queen, told her during a truce in her caulking. She died OT's some bad vap, ours while she was cutting at OT bulbs. Many years later, TX, gan to feel she was the OT great. Grandma pair, Fernanda doubted rare childhood vision, but rare mother scolded her we are immensely rich and GW you're full, told one day you will be a queen. She it. Even Tmug Tmy were at table with a linen tablecloth silver service to have a OT watered crocolate and a sweet bun. Until day OT ATL, UT a legendary inspired OT tack that rare rather, Fernando, had to mortgage the TUS in order to buy trousseau. It was not or delusions OT grardeur. That was TMY Nad brought her up. Sime she had the OT reason she remembered dorn duty in a with family crest on it. SM led to tears time at TRE age OT 12 in a coach horses that had to travel only 2 BLCXKS to take her to the convert where TTZT sat apart tram in a chair with a very high back end that would not even with SM's dillary. Nuns would explain STWS goer to a queen per schoolmates believe this twas she was already most multitool, distinguished, discreet girl had ever at the end OT 8 years, after having learned to write Latin poetry, play TRE clavichord, talk ATL, UT falconry. With Geraldine with archbishops, discuss affairs OT state with foreign rulers and attires OT with the Pope, she returned to her prairies to WW funeral wreaths. She rounded all that was let was TRE turniture that was absolutely essery, the silver candelabra and table service, tore the everyday utensils TBDs sold by or to underwrite costs OT her education. Her mother had to tiv o'clock fever. Father, Fernando, in black with a stilt and a gold watch chain, would give rare as silver coin on Mondays toward the household expenses, and the funeral wreaths week would taken away. He OT his time shut up in his study and the 2 times Strat went out he would return to Rosary with SM had mate with 1. She had Eva reared mention OT the wars that were the SRE conine at piano at 3 and aftereen she had even began to lose the illusion OT a queen when 2 peremptory raps OT the crew *ER sounded at and it to a military with ceremonious man rares rotunda scar on his creek a gold medal on his chest. He timsled with lather in study. 2 later came to get her in the sewing RCX, get your TTers together, told her. You knave to take a long trip. That was her to in one day, with a brutal slap, light through on top OT her TRE roll weight OT a reality that her parrots had kept hidden from her tor many years. WMN she shut herself up in her to weep, in the terror to furner percent O's pleas and explanators as to erase the scars OT that joke. SM had sworn to rare selt rever to leave her until SRE died when Orleano Segundo came to get her. It was an act OT late, twas in OT her indignation, in notori OT her shame, had lied to him so that he would /RKMW real identity. Only real clues that Orly Arl, Segundo had he ett to Ikoke tore her were her unmistakable Highland accent and her trade as a weaver ot funeral wreaths. He certain without cease. With the temerity with which Jose Arcadio Buruya had crossed the mountains to round with blurry pride with which Clemel Orleano had undertaken his trueless wars, witntre mad tenacity with which Ursula watched over the survival ot learn, Orleano 8, Guan 0 Fernarda, witneta si ad e moment ot respite. When he asked where they sold dural wreaths ttpytcx, K him trom to house so that could WM and he asked tor the most beautiful woman WM had ever seen on this earth, all the women him their dat4, hunters. Tmame and misty byways, in times re-served tor oblivion, in ot dissip, intimate. Crossed a yellow plain the OM's anxiety brought on premonitory mirages. After sterile weeks he came to an unknown city where all were toler gaderge. Although he had never seen RERNOAE had ever described them to him, he immediately recognized TRE walls eaten away by salt, broken down balconies gutted by nail to the outside door, almost erased by rain, TTE's saddest cardboard sign in TRE world, funeral wreaths tore sale. From that moment until the icy morning when Ferner percent let rare rouse care ot the mother superior trier was barely enough time tore the nuns to so trousseau and 6 xs put the Caruelbra, silver service, RTREWD along with TRE countless and useless remairs ot of family catastrophe that had too late in its totilment. Fernardo declared TRE invitation to go along. He promised to later had his affairs. Trom Momri gave his daughter tis blessing he shut himself in his study again to write out the enmonkments with mournful and the family ot arms, which would the tearst human contact that Fernanda and her later would have had in all lives. TTZT was the real date ot birth tore her. For Orleano it was almost simultaneously TRE and TRE ot happiness. Farina a delicate calerdar with small keys on which her spiritual advisor had marked in purple TRE dates ot venereal abstirance. Not counting week, Surdays, TL, lead days ot obligation, First Fridays, retreats, sacrifices, art cyclical impediments, her effective year was reduced to 42 days TTET were spread out through a web ot purple kirkmes. Orly convinced that time would break that Rastile retwork, prolonged the wedding celebration the time. Tired ot throwing out many empty brandy and champagne dolls so that TTPY would rot clutter up the rouse and at same time iririg by the tack TTET Nwollyweds slept at different times and in separate rooms while the tire works art music and the slaughtering ot cattle went on. Jersala own and wondered for nama migme have a chastity TLT too rich would so air or later provoke jokes in town or give rise to a tragedy gut Fernanda confessed that she was just letting 2 weeks go by before allowing the tearst contact with Terhus Baru. Indeed, when was over, she her with a resignation worthy ot an expiatory victim and Orleano Segundo saw TRE most beautiful woman on earth, with glorious eyes ot a trident arimal and her copper-colored hair spread out across TTE pillow. EBU was so fascinated with that vision that in a moment to realize that Fernalda was a white nightgown that reached down to her ankles, with long sleeves with a large, round buttonhole. Delicately at level ot lower stomach Orleano Segundo could rot suppress an explosion ot laughter. That's most absurd thing I've seen in my life, he with a laugh that troughed the tenuous. El married a sister ot Charity? A moral later, in his while to take it her rigging gown, Nad picture taken ot Petra Coates dressed as a queen. Later on, when he infernaled it to come back home, gave in to his enlever ot reconciliation. But SRE could rot give him the repose re had dreamed ATL. UT went to Techin City with 32 Orleano Segundo town only a deep reeling OT desolation in PER or right. A short time first child was fair enda that husband Ted in secret to the EED OT Petra Coates. That's what admitted. Ard he in a torn OT prostrate resignation, I had to do it so trad the animals would keep on breeding. He read a little time to rare about such as tran asterisk excadien. But he finally did by means OTPRTX, TSTTZT irrefutable, only promised that Fernanda demanded from him was that he should rot surprised by death in his in that way the OT them Ryan living without each other. Orliro Segundo, punctual, and loving with MTH. Of Petra Coates, because of Recamalia Tushin, and Fernanda, pretriding that she did not TRE truth. Pack did however, inerners, rating Fernalda into tamely. Ursula insisted in vain that Ste take Odttre Utnan Rut which she would have on when she up trom making ov and udik made nights. Ars could Rut convinced her to use the bathroom or Tte Nigri lavatory and sell the gold to Colonel Orleano that he converted into a little tissues. Amar Arda telled so uwantable with ter detective diction habit ot euphemisms to everything that would always speak gibberish and iron ot her. Tificit would say, Idasit onetos otasit statantan tretezat smut omelu otasit tri rizir outis own shida city. One day, by the MCX carry, Fernando awarded to KRNW what Amar Antad was saying, Art SRE did use euphemism and answered her. I was SAYIR4 she told her, TTET your one OTTMS impul mixed trier ass and trier asts. From that time on TMY did to each again WMN circumstances demanded that they would RNTES. In spite OT the visible hostility OT family, Farina did give up drive to the customs OT her ancestors. She put an end to the custom OT eating in the kitchen art whenever anyone was obligation OT doinit at regular at the table in the dining room, with a Laurent cloth and with silver candlesticks table service. TM solemnity OT an act which, Jersula had considered the most simple one OT daily light created a tense atmosphere guide BT which silent Arcadio any or else. But Tom was imposed, TRE same as that OT reciting the rosary ep tower dinner, and it drew attention OT nades, ours. Spread rumor TTZT the Gandias did rot sit down to the table like other mortals but nad charved the act off it to a kid RD of high mass. Even Ursula's WITN origiers that came more trom and inspiration OTTRE moment and trom tradition, came into conflict with those OT Fernarda, who ted them trom her parents and kept trem den catalog tor every kmazion. As long as, Jersula tuttal OT her faculties some OT old customs like OT the tamely kept some quality OT ter impulsive res, but when she BST sign and the weight OT her years relegated her to the circle OT rigidity TX, gun by Ferner percented trom TRE moment she arrived finally closed completely no one but determined the destiny OT family. The business in pastries small candy animals that Santa Solia de Locadad had kept up because OT Ursula's wishes was considered an unworthy activity by Fernanda and time in putting a stop to it. Doors OT the Muse, wide open trom dawn until bedtime, were closed during siesta time the pretext that Sunday and in TRE and they were closed tor good. The Ali branch and load OT bread TTZT had TMN herum over door the days OT were replaced by a nikre with a sacred E-Bart OT Jesus. Colonel Orleano, Bunda aware somehow OT changes and foresaw there we're become erd people OT quality, he protested. At this rate we'll end up against conservative again but 'tis time to install a king in its place. Fair and right actually tried rot to cross his pathun within herself she was TX, read by his spirit his to all kinds OT rigidity. She was exacerbated by RIS mugs OT at Tiv and TRE morning, the disorder OT his workshop, his blanket, his custom OT sitting in the street at dusk. Gut SRE nad to tolerate that one dose piece in TRE tamely machinery because she was sure that the old colonel was an animal who had by years and by disappointment and VVM, in a burst OT Cyril RE Telian, was quite capable OT the foundation's OT house. Husband decided to give their dearest son TRE name OT his great-grandpa she did rot dare him she had been only a year. Gut when first dug her was MRNSTE expressed her unreserved determination to ream Renata at her mother. Jersula ted to call her Remedios. At her tense argument in which Orleano Segurdo acted as the laughing go-between, they baptized her with Renata but Fernarda on calling her just rare bta while her husband tamely everywhere in town called Mim, a diminutive at Tirst Ferner percenta did not talk about tamely, but in time Ste began to dealize father. She OT him at table as an exceptior BLTX2ING who nad renounced all terms OT vanity was on his way to become a saint. Orleano Segurdo, at that ribald glorification OT his could not resist TRE temptation to make small jokes behind his wife's back. The OT the family followed his example. Even, Jersula, was extremely careful to preserve tamely harmony and who suffered in secret from the domestic friction, Or herself litx2rtyot saying ttet a little great-great-grandson had his tutor assured twas he was tre grandson ot a saint son ot and a rustler. In spite ot that conspiracy ot children mame accustomed to ot trier grandtather as a legendary wrote pious in his letters every Christmas sentiment ot guilds that barely fitted to vault the outside door. Actually they were the last remains ot his brdly inheritaru. They used to build an altar ot life-size saints in a children's bedroom, saints with glass eyes that gave them a disquiety at why life like kx, artistically clothing was than that worn by any inhabitant ot macdo. Little by little tre tune real splendor ot the ancient art ic margin was into splendor ot bbus ot ttpyve already sent us the whole tamely cemetery, Orleano segmo com merde. All we are wr the weeping willows although ever arrived in a trad the children could play with, tpiwood all year waiting for hcerr after all, antique and always predictable gets worse something, new in the house. On the 10th Christmas, little Jose Arcadio was getting ready to seminary. The enormous trom their grandfather arrived earlier than usual, nailed tight, and protected with pitch, in usual Gothic letters to very distinguished Lady Fernarua del Carpio de Buendia. While she read the letter in the culture into the as was customary by Oraliarchs, segundo, they broke seals, cover, out the protective sawdust, and inside a lead closed by Orleano Segurdo took out tre 8 bolts as tre children watched impatiently, and barely had time to give a cry push children aside when raised tre lead co/air and saw Don Fernando, dressed in black and with a crucifix on his CMST, his skin broken out and sore slowly in a frothy stew with bubbles like live pearls. A short time after the birth ot daughter, unex/dead jubilee tour Colonel Oraliarn, Buendia, ordered by Governor Mary to celebrate our anniversary ot treaty ot and Herlandia, was a commission out ot lire with official that tre Colonel out violently against it and homage. It's first time I've ever ot the word jubilee, he said. But whatever it means, it ras to a trick. The small goldsmith SMP was with emissaries. Much older and more solemn, lawyers in dark suits who in other days nad clapped him at the colorel like crows nad returned. When he saw the PCMR same as other time, when came to put a stop to the war, not bear the cynicism ot trier praise. He ordered Tram to leave him and that he was Rada ot nation as said but an artisan without memories whose only dream was to die ot fatigue in the oblivion and misery ot a little what made him most indignant was word that the presider ot tre republic himself planned to be pre-sell at tre Armonius in Macordo in order to decorate WRN with order of merit. Colonel Aurelian Buruia had him told, word to word, that was eagerly awaiting that tardy but deserved Kmazion in order to take at him, as payment or arbitrary acts and anachronisms ot his regime, but tor his lack ot respect tor an old man had done any harm. Such was the with which he made the threat that the presider ot the Republic cancelled his trip at TTE last moment the declaration with a Colonel Jerry. Roldo Marquez, besieged by pressures ot all kinds, led tis ot a paralytic in order to his former companion in arms. WMN latter saw the RCX King chair carried by tour men appear saw tre Trier who had snared his victories and defeats Sim youth sitting in among some large pillows. He did have a single doubt but that was mockiered that et hurt in order to express his solidarity. But he discovered the real motive to his visit had take him out ot workshop. Now I'm late, he told him. TTZT I would have done you a great favor I'd let Trem STMTU the jubilee was celebrated without the Aturdars ot any ot tamely. Chars had it that it also coincided with Caraval week, but RN or could get stub out ot Colonel Oraliar. Buendia's mad that the coincidence nad append tor seen by the government in order to heighten the cruelty ot MCX carry. From his lonely workshop he could hear the martial music, the artillery salutes, tre tolling ot trete deum, and a few phrases ot the in front ot as they street after him. His eyes grew moist with indignation, with RV, and tor tre tears time has defeated him not to have the ot youths so that a BMDY war trap would while out tre last vestiges ot the conservative the ot the homage had not down, Jersula at the workshop door. THNTRNE, said. I'm busy up, Jersula insisted in a normal voice. This NAS nothing to do with Tren Colorel Orleano Buendia down TRE Barça at TRE 17 men OT varied OT all, lors, but all with a solitary air that would nave been earn up to IDE 90 trem anywhere on earth. Were sots. Witmit any previous agreement, witmit crewing each other, Trey had arrived from TRE most distant cores OTTTE coast, captivated by talk OT Jubilee. They all with pride name Orleano the last name OT their mottos. The 3 days that they stayed in TRE house, to the satisfaction OT Ursula scandal OT Ferbnda, were like a state war. Amar Antas circled old papers Tor ledger WRERE Ursula had written down the names and birth and baptism OT all OT space Tor each one STE added his present address. That list could well have served as an OT 20 years OT war. From it itinerary OT the Trom Don ETT Makoruo at the head OT 20 or men on his way to a fanciful RETX, until he last time in a blanket stiff with BLWD could nave been reconstructed. Orleano Segundo did not let TRE char ce by to his with a fieras champagne and a Khmerdian party that was interpreted as a tardy adjustment OT MUNSWITN TRE carnival, which went right was OT Jubilee. They halt OT dishes. TMY destroyed TRE rose bushes as chased a bull TTPY were to MG tie, TTPY killed by stunting TMY made Amar Anta the sad waltzes OT Pietro Crespi, TTPY got Remedios TRE beauty to put on a pair OT men's pants and climb a grease and they turned a pig dogged with lard, which prostrate Fernarda, but MOAE regretted TRE destruction because STMK with a healthy Saaki. Colonel Orly Arl, Burdia at Tirst received them with mistrust and even doubted the parentage OTs some, was amused by their wilds, and they left gave each one a little goldfish. Even the Witterod Jose Arcadio Segundo Otter Trem an afternoon OT contites, Budik was at the OT Erding in tragedy twas several OT Orleanos were so expert in matters OT the tunpit that Trey spotted Father Arianil tricks at Orleano who saw the OT wild times ottered by TTO's mad relatives, decided that Trey Sroud all stay and work toward him. The oriented was Orleano Triest, a big mulatto with TRE drive explorer's spirit OT his grand tather. Nat already his torch in halt world and it did not matter to stayed. Otters, even though they were unmarried, considered tree or destinies were all skillful craftsmen, men OT their love ergashed Wednesday they went back to scatter out along coast, Amar Anta got them to put on Sunday cloths and to church more amused than devout. They BT themselves led to altar rail Father Antonio made sign OT cross and ashes on back at house, Ren the youngest tried to clean his Torah Ted, he discovered that mark was indelible so were OT his they soap and water, earth a scrubbing brush. Lastly a pumice stone and lie, but Trey could remo W the Kirkmes. On other hand, Amar Anta the others who nadro to mass took it ODT without any trouble. It's teeter that way, Idrisala as said to from on everyone will crow who you are. TTPY went ODT in a period by a band OT musicians and shooting ODT fireworks, led in town an impression that Burdia line had enough seed for many centuries. Orleano Triest, with a cross OT ashes on his forehead, set up on the OT town factory that Jose Arcadio Gandaya had dreamed OT in RIS inventive delirium. Months after his arrival, was already well KRNW and well liked. Orleano Triest went about looking for a rouse so that he could serve Tories Renother Ari an unmarried sister, who was not Colonel's daughter, Arihit Mame Ari in TRE run-down big house that MKED abandoned on a corner OT the square. Asked Arndit. Sorm told him that it did rot TX, long to anyone, that in Tormater times a solitary widow who ted on earth and whitewashed trom walls had there, and that in her last years she was only twice on street with a hat OT tiny artificial flowers SMES the color OT old silver the square to the to mail a letter to Bishop. Remedy told him that rare only companion was a pitiless servant woman killed dogs and cats and any animal that into house and tie OIRI0 the middle OTTRE street in order to annoy people with a rotten stench. So much time had Sime's son Ted mummified the empty skin OT last animal that everybody at Tor granted that TRE lady OT house and the maid had died wars were OWR, and that it was in recent years there tud been a rough wiry or destrist of hinges had with rust, the were up only by clouds OT cobwebs, windows were soldered shut by damp res, and the floor was broken by grass and wildflowers in the cracks. Lizards and all manner ot vermin had tree arrests, all ot which seemed to cordon tre. Roshan that Trier had a human there at least a century. The impulsive Orleano Triest did rot read such to proceed. He pushed on the main door with his smolder the worm-eaten trematel down noiselessly amid a dull cataclysm ot dust and termite rests. Orleano Triest stcn, D on the threshold waited toward dust to clear and tmn he saw an ot the squalid woman, still dressed in clothing ot the past century, with a two yellowed veils on bald head, and with two large still in which the last stars ot radron out, the skin ot na face was wrinkled by tre aridity ot solidity. Shaken by that vision trom whirled, Orleano Triest barely retired that tre woman was aiming an antiquated pistol at him. Beg your pardon, murmured. She remained motionless in the center OTTRERCXJM tilled with knickknacks, H by IR the giant with square snullers with a tat, X, OT ashes on his torrid head. Through the haze OT dust she saw him in TRE haze OT other times with a some gun on his snuller and a string OT rabbits in his nard for love OT gxi, she said in a low voice, it's right tor TMM to me with that memory row. I want to rent renews, or Lyarl, Triest said. TRE woman Tran raised the pistol, aimed with a tirm wrist at cross OT and she with a determination against which was appeal. Get out, ordered. That night at dinner Orleano Triest told the tamely about TRE Esks 3E, Jersula wept with consternation. Holy GCXD, clutching mad with her SDEs still alive. Time, wars, countless everyday disasters had made forget ATL, UT Ritma. The only who had rot tore a single minute the aware rest that she was alive rot ad in her wormhole was TRE implacable and aging Amar Arya. Tmug height OT her at dawn, when the OT her heart awakened her in her solitary ted, art SRETH0 ch OT her rent she so aft breasts lean stomach, she put on white stiff. Starched F tmats am corsets OT old and when she charwhy the black bark stage OT terrible expiation on TZND. Always, at every momri, asleep and awake, during the most sublime and most abject moments, Amar Antath thought ATL, UT Ritma, Tma's solitude had made a in memory had burned the dim piles OT nostalgic waste trap light had in her had purified, magnified, and others, the most bitter ones. Remedios TRE beauty knew about Rebecca's existence from her. Every time they passed run-down house she would tell him an pleasant incident, a tale OT hate, trying in that way to make rare extended rara shared by her prologue, death, but her plan did work. Remedios was immune to airy OT passionate T-lyrics much to those OT others. Jersula, on other hand, had through a PRCXMS opposite to Amartaz, recalled Rebecca with a memory tree OT tore image OT the pitiful child brought to muse with a bag containered parents TX, res prevailed over TTE offense that had made her unworthy to the family any longer. Orlian 8, Gur 0 decided that they would have to bring Rare to TRE rouse and take care OT Tur, but his intentions were frustrated by firm intransigence in OT Ritma, who had read many years OT's suffering and misery in order to attain TRE privileges OT solidity and was not to endure an old distort H1 by TRE false attractions OT charity. In February, the 16 Sons OT Colonel Orlian Buendia returned, still marked with TTE cross OT Assuras. Orlian Triest to Trem ATMT Rebecca in tumult OT the Nilbration and in Hall today TMY the Atmararu OT TRE Tnus, Kranjing URS and Wiras, painted the Tront with gay colors, bracing walls, and meant on but get any authorization to continue TRE work airside. Ritpika did not even come to TRE Edgar. She let Tyrish mad restoration, then calculated it had cost Cent Argenida, her old servant WM was still with her. To them WITN Arantul OT that had withdrawn Trom circulation alder last war and TTZT Ritmathnugheit were still worth something. It was then that they saw to what a fantastic her separation Trom the world ted and that it would impossible to rescue rare Trom rare stubborn enclosure while SRE still ran a breath OT light in her. On the second visit by the sons of Colonel Orleano Gandia to Macorio, Anator OT them, Orleano Centern, stayed on to work with Orleano Triest. He was OT first who had brought to the house Tor baptism. Jersula and Amaranta remembered him very well because in 2 hours he had every breakable object at his bards. Time had moderated his early impulse tour growth. He was a man OT average height marked by, but his amazing tour manual destruction remained intact. He broke so many plates, even without touching them, that Fernanda decided to buy a set OT ware. Did away with last pieces OT rare expensive china, and even the resistant metal plates were derried and but to make up tour that irremediable GX, WER, which was exasperating and tore him, had a cordiality that won the immediate contaders OT a capacity tour work. In a short time he had Protestant OT iced to such a degree that it was much tore the mal market and oral ir. Triest had to third possibility OT expanding the two otter tours in the swamp. It was trend that rethought to OT the decisive step, rut only to externization OT his business but to link the town with rest OT the world. We have to bring in the railroad, said. That was tears time that word not ever a pen reared in McCordo. At the sketch that Orleano Triest drew on table TTET was a descendant OT the plat B with which Jose Arcadio Buendia had illustrated his tour Solar Warfare. Jersula confirmed her that time was in a circle. But like his tour AR, Orleano Triest did not lose any sleep or nor did torment any orn with OT ill humor, but he the most harebrained OT projects as immediate possibilities, made rational calculations ATL, UT costs dates, and brought ODT without any intermediate exaggeration. It Orleano Segundo had some asterisk MOT his great-grandfather in him and lacked some anarch of Colonel Orlean Bandaya. It was an absolute inditerrus to mockery, and gave Tre Mori to bring the railroad with same light-hearted air with which he had given it toward his that-year navigation project. Orleano Triest consulted Tre let Tre following planning to return at arraigns TBD was more ruse OT him. Orleano Centero, overwhelmed by TTE aber percent ars OT the tactory, had already to with perexduction OTB with a base OT truth juices instead OT water, and without knowing it or TT incorgate, conceived a serial mentals toward the inversion OT shirt X, T. In that way planned to diversity the production OT and earn a prize he considered his own, because his brother showed Sigur's OT at arraigns had a whole summer nad gone by with no ruse OT him. At TTE start OT winter, however, a woman was wasting clothes in river during time OT the day ran screamer down TRE Main Street in an alarming state OT commotion it's coming, finally frightful, like a kick dragging a villaget. At that moment the town was shaken by a whistle with a tearful of bud, panted respiration. During TRE previous weeks Trey had seen the Werleentized tracks and one paid a Tyrian to Tmas TMY Thnughide it was some new trick OT TRE gypsies. I jam him back with whistles and tmir age-old and dame qualities OTs some concedion put together by Jereman geniuses OT Jerusalem. Gut when Ritver Trom mice OT whistles the Sverndiru all inhabit Eris ran out into TRE street and saw Orleano Triest waving Trom TRE Mamoshii, and in a saw train Ludic was arriving the first time 8 months late. TRE innocent yellow train trat was to bring so many nerdainties, so many pleasanter memories, so many changes, calamities, entailings OT nostalgia to Macondo. Chapter 12 dazzled by so many and marvelous inventions, OT Macy, RDO did not know WRERE their amazement THPY stayed up all night KX, King at Pale Bull Ted by the plant that Orleano Triest had brought back ran the train made its second trip, and it took time and effort for them to grow accustomed to its obsessive TTPY came. Indignant over the living images that the prosloas merchant Bruro Crespi projected into her with a lion mad ticket weirdouse, Tor character who had and was buried in one till marred Tor whose Mr. Toon tears OT affliction had tea and shed would reap CMR alive and into an Arab in the or. The audiers, WM paid 2 cents apiece to share difficulties of actors, would tolerate that outlandish fraud and they broke up seats. Mayor, at urging of Grum Crespi, explained in a PRC explanation that Sir Perno was a machine OT illusions that did rot merit emotional outbursts OTWIT and that discouraging explanation many felt that they had T-pen victims of some new and SMWY bizarnes and TM whitened to return to the movies, considering that they already nad many troughs of TT at our own to weep over Mr. Turns OT imaginary TX, ings. Similar with cylinder phonographs that the merry matrios from Fars brought TWITN as a tour tend organs that tour at time had serious effects on liveland of the band of musicians. At first Curich City the clientele on Forbidden Street and there was word OT ladies WM disguised as workers in order to admire the Renvelti OT Trom first TZND. But Tromso and such close observation they the conclusion that it was MT an enchanted mill as ever Ted Tmugheit and as matrons had said, but a mechanical trick that nulled rot be compared with something so movir for so human, or so full of feveride truth as a bard of musicians. It was such a serious disappointment that Ren pornographs mame so that there was or in every house tray where objects amuse merry adults but as something pod to children to take apart. On honor when some war Trom TRE town had the opportunity to test crude reality OT the Telepernin railroad station, which was thought to be a riflementary version OT pornograph twas OT its crar asterisk, even most incredulous were it was as it had decided to put to test every capacity to surprise and was keeping the inspirers OT in an alternation excitement and doubt and revelation, to such an extreme that R01 knew to certain where limits OT reality lay. It was an intricate stew OT trots and mirages that convulsed the ghost OT Jose Arcadio Buruia under the chestnut tree with impatient and made him all through the even in broad daily too. Ever Circe TRE Railroad had been officially inaugurated and had begun to arrive with on Wednesdays at 11 OCLCXK and primitive station with a desk, a telephore, a ticket window had been built. On the streets OT Macondo men women were seen had adopted everyday and rural customs man rares but who really mked like people out OT is circus. In a town TTZT Ted chafed tricks OT Tmro was tutor those ambulatory acrobats OT commerce who with equal effrontery uttered a whistling kettle a daily regime that would assure the salvation OT the soul on the seventh day, but Trom those who let themselves be convinced out OT fatigue and who were always usury, among those theatrical creatures, wearing riding breeches and leggings, a pith helmet and steel rimmed with topaz and skin OT a thin arrived in Macy, and do on OAE OT so many Wednesdays. The chubby and smiling Mr. 8 at the house. No one had noticed him at the table till the first bum of bananas had eaten. Oraliaro segundo tud come across him by chance as protested in broken Spanish twas were no at the Hotel Jack, as he frequently did with strangers, he took him Rome. He was in TTE captive balloon which had taken him halfway world with excellent profits, but had not succeeded in taking any or in Makoru tray that invention at scene tried the flying carpets. He was leaving, territory, on the next train. When they brought a table bunch OT Bernards that they were accustomed to TZNG and TRE Dinirg RCX, Durer Lurch, he picked TRE Tierst piece OT Trut without great enthusiasm. But he kept on as he SGX, K, tasting, Chuiru more with a distraction OT a wise man than with delight OT a good eater. When he first bumped he asked TMM to bring him then a small case with optical instruments out OTTTE box that he always carried with him. With auspicious attention OT a Diamori Murhari the Barbie meticulously, dissecting it with a special scalpel, weighing TTE pieces on a pharmacist's scale, calculating its breadth with a Gursmith's calipers. A series OT instruments out OT chest with WT *ch he measured the level OT humidity in the atmosphere, and the intensity OT light. It was such an intriguing ceremony that one eaten as everybody tore Mr. to pass a final revealing Judge Miri, but did say anything that allowed any OE to guess RISINTE neans. On days TTET he was with a net and a small basket butterflies on the outskirts OT town on way days day a group OT engineers, agronomists, surveyors arrived several weeks explored the where Mr. Airpert had hunted his butterflies. Later on Mr. Jack Brown arrived in an extra that had coupled Ordo yellow train and that was silver-plated all over, with seats OT Episcopal velvet, Arda root of blue glass. Also arriving on car, fluttering around Mr. Groan, were TRE solemn lawyers dressed in black who in Diderer times tud followed Colorel Orleano Buendia everywhere, that to that the agronomists, hydrologists, topographers, art surveyors, like Mr. Berbert with his captive bombs and his butterflies and Mr. Brown with his mausoleum on reels his ferocious German snapper dogs, had something to do with the war. Was time to think ATL, UT it, mover, twas the suspicious inhabit arts OT Macondo barely began to wonder what TTE devil was going on town had already Erloner amp Miri OTnesses with zinc MTS inhabited by foreigners arrived on the train Trom hallway the world. Not only on seats platforms but even on TRE MTOT TRE coax. Greergos, WM later on brought their larged wives in muslin dresses large veiled hats, Built as separate town the railroad tracks with streets lerate with palm trees, houses with screened windows, small white tables on the terraces, and tars moored on the ceilings, and extensive blue lawns with pigeons quails. TRE's section was surrounded by a meadow with a band of electrified chicken wire which the summer mornings would be black with roasted swallows. No or crew yet what were alter, or they were actually rotting but philanthropists, and TTPY Nat already caused a disturbance, much more than that the old but transitory and understandable. Endowed with mirrors that had reserved toward her providery in tormator times, TTPY Carul TRE pattern rams, a clearated cycle tivist, and river trom it had always a pen art put it with its white stones art icy currents on the Atra side town, to mind the neatery. It was at that time that they built a OTREFL orked over TRE Tate Tum Jose Arcadio, so that TREI, smell would reemanate waters. For foreigners who without love they converted the street the loving matrons Trom France Imo Amore extensive village than it had T-Pen, art on glorious wed resde tray brought in a train load strange whores, Babylonish women skilled in age-old and all manner unguents to stimulate TRE unaroused, to give courage to the timid, to satiate TTE voracious, to exalt a man, to teach a lesson to renters, to the street Turks, enriched by well-lit stores with Trom abroad, the old bazaars with Tmir brighteners, on Saturday Niganes with TRE crowds adventurers row bumped Erlo each otter among gambling tables, galleries, alley where Tutcher was and dreams interpreted, art tables tried drinks. On Sunday mornings there were scattered on growardums that were sometimes happy drunkards and more often those on cokers tallied by shots, fists, knives, and dulls during brawls. It was a tumultuous and invasion that during the terst days it was to walk rough TRE streets tmas furniture trunks, noise were building treeartnesses in any vacant lot without asking any or's permission. And the scarialist tmavir noodles who hung their hanks ks almond trees and made love under the netting in broad daily to and in view everywhere. Only Ted by West Indian Negroes, row built a marginal street with wooden houses on piles where TTPY would sit in DCX, ours at dusk singing melancholy hymns and gabble. Many changes took place in such a short time that idle months after Mr. Art's visit old inhabitants had a hard time on town. Look at the mess we've got ourselves into, Colonel Orleano Gandias said at that time, just twas we a gringo to eat some bananas. Orleano Segundo, on the other hand, could rock today RIS happiness over Avalark Moti Torriganers. House was suddenly filled with unknown guests, with inversible art worldly caro users, and it became necessary to add teep room soft the courtyard, wide and diner gamem, amex narge old table for one that relled 16 people. With Rus CT asterisk and a silver, and even trend they had to eat lump in shifts. Fernanda had to swallow and gas the worst sort like kings as Trey mudded the with tree or BCX, TS, urinated in the garden. Laid their mats down anywhere to take with regard to sensitivities ladies or the proper tmavir gentlemen. Amaranta was so scandalized with invasion that she went back to eating in TTE kitchen as in olden days. Colonel Orleano Buendia, convinced that majority those who came into workshop to greet him were not at twas sympathy or regard but out the curiosity to meet a historical relic, a museum to shut himself in by bar ad and he was seen any more except on very rare occasions when he would sit at TTE Street DCX, R. Jersula, on the other tend, even during days when was already dragging her teeth and waking ATMT groper the Lord walls, felt a juvenile excitement as the time toward the arrival the train we have to prepare some meat she would order TRE tour TMKS, who haster to have ready in verbal direction Santa de la Piedad. We have to prepare everything, she insisted, because we air what TMSE Strarus like to eat. The train arrived during TL, this time day. At Lurknam the house spoke with TRE bustle a market plaque. Are the perspiring guests who did even KRNW hosts into CN uppy the places at TRE table, while the bumped into each otter with enormous soup, meat, large tilled with vegetables, and troughs rice, art passed around the dense barrels limo raid with inexhaustible ladles. The disorder was that Fernando was by idea ttet many were eat him twice on more than one sre was to burst out with a vegetable hawker's insults twas storm that table in contusion her for the crack. More tran a year had by Sir C. Mr. her artiste visit art thinly that was known was that gringos were planning to plant banana trees in the enchanted region that Jose Arcadio Buendia and his men had in search ot route to the great inventors. 2 sons ot Orleano Berua, with tre cross ot Ashras on Triartor reeds, arrived, drawn by that great Valkyric and justified their determination with a tias that may have explared reasers. We came, they said, twas ever yearn is mim. Remedios tte beauty was the only or who was immune to the banana plague. She was tmalmed in a magnetic adolescrum, more impenetrable to tormality, more and more ir percented into malice and suspicion, happy in her own world ot's simple realities. Did why women complicated trier lives with corsets and petticoats, so sre sewed herself a coarse casks kttzt simply put her and without further the problem ot dress, without take here go wait ot bare naked, which merding delights was the oriented way to win at tmy so much to cut the rain ot nair that already reacted to rare tt asterisk gns and to make rolls with braids with red ttet she simply rare red and used the hair to make wigs toward the saints. The startler thing its jitterstinct was ttet the more she did away with in a search tor comfort art the more she passed over conventiers as she otayed zmtarnity. More disturbing incredible beauty tmame the more provocative sre became to men when the sons ot Colonel Orleano Ganda were in Macondo tor first time, Ursula Rememtex, read that in their veins tmymre the same blood as rare great-granddaughter and she shuddered with a forgotten fright. Keep your eyes wide warned her? With any ottmm your children will come out with a tail ot a pig. Tre girl paid such little attention to ttet she up as a man rolled around in the sand in order to climb tre greased inel, and she was at tre ot bringing on a tragedy of 17 cousins, were driven mad by the and arable spectacle. That was why Rune ot them slept at the rouse when Trey visited the town and tour who had lived in at Ursula's Insisson. Remedios tre beauty, roiver. Would Nave died lagrier get ste tut crownum that until her last moment on earth was unaware that her irreparable tate as a disturbed woman was a daily disaster. Every time she in against Ursula's orders, she a panic ot exasperation the outsiders. It was all evident that she was completely underneath her nigenstert no one understar ld that her shaved and skull was not some ot crawl enge, and that the with to was wrought a crimer bl propsation. RNR was ter pleasure ren stnked her tingers at her. Etirg. What member OT family KRNW was that Astraeus did not take to realize that Remedios the beauty gave ODT a breath OT perturbation, a tormenting breeze that was still several at her head by. Men expert in the disturbances OT love, all the world, stated that they had any air suffered an anxiety similar to Perksin by the ritual smell OT rearmus TRE beauty. On the porch with tre begonias, in the parlor, in any place in the it was to out the exact plaque where had the time that Nat passed since sre rad led it. It was a deady right, unmistakable trace that or in family tmos it had earmarks, rated into the daily Moore's tour at time, but it was OAE that tre outsiders ide nitty they were the only who the young commander OT the guard had died OT love and how a trauma far away had Erlo unaware OT circle in which sre moved. OT the unterrible state OT intimate calamity that she provoked as she by, the beauty the men witnessed the least bit OT malice and in the ML set tram with her in Rosan complacency. When Ursula succeeded in the command that SNEEWITNMR Antanin Kickmel so that outsiders would see rare, she felt more comfortable, because, at her all, she was TX, beyond all discipline. In reality, it made differere to her where STE 8. And wrought at regular hours but according to the whims OT appetite. Would get up to have lunch at 3 in the morning for sleep all day lorg, and several months with her timetable all in disarray until some casual illinary would bring her back into order OT when THNGS were goerd better SRE would get up at 11 OCKXK in morning and shut herself until 2 OCLCXK, completely nude, in scorpions as she came out OT rare dense prolonged sleep. Then she would throw water trom cistern over with a gourd. It was an act so meticulous, so rich in ceremonial aspects that one WM did not know ter well would nave Trnughite TTET was given over to the adoration OT owned for her. However, that solitary rite lacked all sensuality and was simply a way OT passing time Erdil was ornday, as to Batten herself, as Strarger lilted a tile trauma was breathless at tre tremordos OT her nudity. Saw desolate eyes through broken head reaction OT shame but rather or OT alarm. Be careful, you'll tall. El just wanted to say you, the Torriger murmured. Oh, all right, said. But careful. Tiles or rotten strarustus natapiot expression otr he seemed to be silently aghast primary instincts so as to break up the mirage. Remedios the beauty tmuntrat he was suttering from the tear that the tiles would break she herself more quickly ttn usual that the man would rot in daru. While sre was smelling water from tre, Cistern sre told him that was in that state she Trnughite that ot leaves had rotted by the rain and that was what was till in the bad voon with Scorpio's Tranger thought that small talk was a way of covering complacence, so that Ugten sre began to soap herself he gave Verlo temptation went a step further. Let me soap you, murmured. Thar ex you your irie anchiers, said, but my two hards are quite enough. Even if it's just your back, foreigner that would be silly, she said. People mer soap to your backs while was her, with eyes tall ot tears, to marry him. She answered him sincerely that st would any /air marry a man who was so simple that he had almost and even went without lurch just to see a woman take here bath. Finally, when put on casks K, the man not prcx, t that, indeed, she was wearing anything underneath, as ever had suspected, felt himself marked forever with a white hot iron ot that he too more odt in order to drop down Erlo tre bathroom. It's very high warned in fright. You'll kill yourself. Tre rotten tiles broke with a noise ot disaster and tre man barely took time to out a cry ot terror as skull and was outrigen on floor. The Torrigers who reared tre noise in the Doreen room and hastened to remove tx. dy the sucks aiding ot the beauty on his skin it was so deep in his trad the cracks in his skull did rot give odt blood but an oil that was with that ttpy erderstoxy that the smell ot remedios the beauty kept on torturing men death, right down to dust ot tmir and vertenless, did relate trat roarable accident to tre other two men who nad died because ot remedios beauty. A victim was still the outsiders many ot the old inhabitants ot Macondo would credit tre legem that remedios Gandia did mt give off a breath of love but a fatal emanation. The Mazion for proof ot it came some more tons later on one at Arene Ren remedios the beauty went with a group ot girlfriends to mk at the plantings. For the girls ot that novel game was reason to laughter and surprises, frights and jokes, at night they would talk atl, ut walk as it had in a dream. Such was prestige ot that Silercy that Ursula did not nave the heart to take ton away from the beauty, and her return why, and, providing that st wore a hat and a decent dress. As sck, and stre group ot triers went Erlo the air with a fatal tragraru. The men row were worker galore tre rows tell by a strange fascination, by invisible danger, many to a terrible to weep. Remedios tre beauty and rare startled triers managed to take refuge in a Renarby house just as were atl, ut to buy a pack ot males. A short time later they were rescued by tte Tour Orleanos, whose crosses ot ash inspired as at tmy were cast marks, ot invulnerability. Remedios the beauty did not tell anyone that one ot men, tack out advantage ot the tumult. Ted managed to attack her stomach with a 10 that was more like tre claw ot an eagle clergurg to tre edge ot a precipice. She attacked her in a ot in starry arms flash and saw disconsolate eyes, which remained stamped on the heart like tre hot ot pity. That nig to the man ot his audacity his gcx, d luck on the ot the Turks a few minutes before the kick ot a rowers crushed ris chest the crowd ot outsiders saw die in the middle ot the street. In his own bkndy umitem. That remedios the beauty gx, where's ot death was then borne out by two irrefutable events. Alth0lqh some men row were easy with words said ttet it was worth sacrificing orn's light tor and night ot love with such an arousing woman, the truth was trat no oae made any et her to do so. Not only to attain her but also to conjure away her dangers, All that was read was a teeling as primitive as simple as that ot love, but that was only that did rot to anyone. Ursula did worry him at her any more. On that other occasion, Ren had not yet given up TTEDEAOT's savoured Tor world, had to get rehearsed in basic affairs. Men demand more than you T-Rex, STE would tell her enigmatically. There is a BTOT knocking, a lot OT sweep Iru a BTOT over little things what you T-Rex. She was deceiving herself within, triad to train Tor domestic happens Tmas she was TTET or his passion was satisfied TMM would rot be a man on the lace OTTRE earth capable OT tolerating even Tor a day that was TX, beyond all understanding. Birth OT the latest Arcadio and rare unshakable will to breed him up to be Pope penalty caused her to cease worry him ATL, UT her great-granddaughter. She abandoned her to fate, trusting that SCX, rare or later a miracle would take place and that in this world OT everything there would also be a man with earn-up sloth to put up with her. For a long time already Amar Antag had given up Triarch to make her Erlo a useful woman. TMSE forgotten when barely Ted enough rehearsed to turn the crank on TRE sweared machine, she tud reacted TRE conclusion that she were to have to rattle you with, would tell her, Vemplexed at the tack that men's words would rot her. Later on, Ren, Ursula insisted TTET to mass with her with a thrall, a mar attachment that a mysterious read-alert like that would turn out to so provoking that a man would intrigue her enough to search out patiently for TRE weak OT her heart. But when SRE saw the stupid way in which she rejected a pretender who many reasons was more than a prime, she gave up all nope. Fernarda did not even make any attempt to understand her. When saw as a bloody carnival she thnugged that she was an extraordinary creature. But when she saw eating with hands, they're capable of giving an answer that was MT a miracle OT's simple-minded res, TRE only thing that STE lamented was TRE tack that diets and family lived so in spite OT tack that Colonel Orleano Buria kept on believing repeating that Remedios the beauty was in reality TTZT he had ever KMW and TTET she showed it at every moment with her startled ability to put thirds on every ure, they let her go own way. The beauty stayed wardering off the OT's Solitel X1E, to bring RN cross on her back, maturergan her dreams witment nightmares. Interminable bats, her meals, her deep and prolonged silences that had no memory or till or afternoon in March, Ren Fernard awarded to told Brabant in the garden and asked women in the house to help. She had just begun Renamar Antaritus that Remedios beauty was covered all over by an interspaleness. You real well, she asked her. Beauty, was the sheet by it Rend, gave a pity-erg smile. Quite said. Elmer felt she nad just tinus and sayer get Ren Fernanda felt a delicate wind OT light pull out OT open them wide. Amar Aria felt a mysterious and TRE lie on her petticoats and she tried to grasp TRE sheet so that she would fall down at the instant in which Remedios beauty TX, gan to rise. Ursula, almost blind at TRE time, was the only Ierson who was sufficiently competent to or OT that determined when and she let the Smets to mercy OT the line as SRE watched Remedios the beauty waving goodbye and TRE midst OTTTET rose up with her, Abar dunning with the environment OTR dahlias and passing through the air with Nas 2 o'clock in the Adarine came to an ERD, and TMY were forever with her in atmosphere where rot even TRE highest flying birds OT memory reach her. Outsiders, of course, Tmug height that Remedios the beauty had finally succumbed to rare irrevocable take OT a kind B that rare tamely was trying to saw with that tail OT levitation. Fernarda, with envy, finally accepted miracle, and tore a lore time STE kept on praying to God to seru her back her smets. Most people in the miracle TMY even Carials celebrated Rovanaz. There might nave been talk OT rothing else tore a time at barbarous extermination OT or Liams had replaced amazement with tunrer. Although Re had never thought to OT it as an omen, Colonel Orly Arl, Burdia had foreseen tragic and OT his sores in a certain way. Ren Orleano Serrator Orleano Archaea, the two who arrived during tumult, a wish to stay in Macordo, there tried to dissuade Trem. He could 100% stand what Trey were going to do in a town that had into a darg, rouse placken over it but Orly Aron Santino and Orleano Trieste, backed by Orly Aron Segundo. Gave them work in tree or businesses. Colonel Orleano Burdia had reasons that were still very and were against that determination. When saw Mr. Brown in the first automobile to reach Macondo invertible with a horn that dogs with its bark. Tre old soldier grew indignant with Tre serval excitement ot that had changed in ot the men surcy the days when they would leave trier wives and children and toss a some gun on their shoulders to odt to war. The authorities, at the armistice ot Neerlandia, were mayors without initiative, decorative judges picked Trom among ot Macdo. This is a regime ot wretches, Colonel Orleano Buendia would comment when he saw the barracks, TGX, Leisman with Clute Pass. We fought all those wars and all ot it just so that we didn't rave to paint our houses blue. When the Barbiana company arrived, however, Turkey orneries were replocked by dictatorial foragers rom Mr. Brown brought to live in the electrified chicken yard so that they could enjoy, as explained it, liberty that status warranted so that they would not suffer trom tre reet and mosquitoes and nonetheless disconcerts privations ot town. Tm old were replaced by hired assassins with machetes. Shut up in his workshop, Colonel Orleano Tmughide about TMSE changes tore the first time in his quiet years OT's solitude was tormented by definite certainty that it had been a mistake to have the war to its conclusion during that time a brother OT tor gotten Colonel Magritico Visbal was taking his 7-year-old grandson to get a sot drierk at one OT the pushcarts on square and TRE child accidentally bumped Erlo at OT and spilled TRE drink on his uniform, cut him to with his machete, with stroke he cut ODT read OTTRE Grardtatter as he tried to stop him. The whole town saw man pass by as an OT man him to tenuous, with a woman drag her TRE head along by its hair, and TRE bloody sack with TTE pieces OT the child. For colorful Orleano Buendia it meant TRE limits OT a torment. Suddenly himself trom same irrignation that Ted felt in his youth over the body OT the woman Tud beaten to death twas she had bitten by a rabid dog. KX, Ked at OT bystanders in OT rouse RWIT and his old stentorian voice, restored by a deep disgust with Rimseld, the burden OT hate that he no longer in his OT these days, I'm to arm my TX, YS so we get rid OT these shitty grimos. During, nurse OT that week, at different places along Nast, his 17 sons were hunted down like rabbits by invisible criminals rowing at OT Tmir crosses OT Ash. Orliar. Trieste was house with his mother at 7 in TRE when a rifle SMT came out OT the darkness and dis Orleano Centerx, was Ford in Harnham K that he was accustomed to hang up in the tactory with an ice pick TM/een his eyebrows driven in up to the hardle. Orleano Serrator TZD let his girl at her parents' house at a raving taken her to TRE movies and was returned TT rough well Ligneed Street OT Turks SO Arden and crowd was dentity tired a revolver shot which crocked him over into a cauldron OT boiling lard. A few minutes later stormed at the door OT where Orleano Archia was shut up with a woman and shouted to Tim, hurry 14, your brother's woman who was with him said later that Orleano Archia jumped out OT bed and TRE was greeted with discharge OT a Mauser that split his head on that Nigan OT death, while TRE house was preparing to awake Tor TTE Tor corpses, Fernarua ran through town like a madwoman Tor Orli Aral, Seguldo, Petra Coates had LCX asterisk head up in a closet. Thinker that TRE order OT. Extermination included all TX, the colonels she would not let out until 4th day, Ren TTE telegrams received from different places along the coast made it clear that the Fury OT the invisible enemy was only at the marked with TRE crosses OT Ash. Amar Art attached the ledger where STE had written down the tax her nephews as arrived she drew lines through the names until only Trat OT the eldest remained. THPY remembered read him right well twas OT the contrast his dark skin his green eyes. His name was Orleano Amador and he was a Carvna, living in a written in the Atterwait at 2 weeks Tor telegram telling OT his death. Orleano Segundo sent a mess emmer to him in order to warn him, that remigme rot crow a threat that hung over him. The emissary returned with the news that Orleano Amador was sate. Night OT the extermination 2 men had to get him at his end had shot at with Tmir revolvers but TMY had missed the cross OT ashes. Orleano Amador nad apen able to leap over TRE wall of the courtyard and was in the labyrinth of mountains, which like TRE back OT his handar asterisk s to TRE try rush it he maintained with TRE I ruins, trom he TX, ughite more was heard OT him. TTOs were dark days Tor Colonel Orleano Buendia. President OT Republic sent him a telegram OT in Udaki an exhaustive investigation paid homage to TTE dead men. At his command, Mayor Etha with tour Turnal wreaths, which he to plaque on the cottagers, but Colonel ordered him Earl TRE Street. At her TRE burial he drew into President OT the Republic a vile telegram, which the telegrapher retus de sir then he enriched it with terms OT's singular in it. As had with the death OT his white, as Ned happened to him so many times during the war with the deaths OT he did not have a OT sorrow but a blind and directionless rage, a broad tealing OTEBE / and accused fatter Antorio OT implicity tor having his with irrelable ashes that TMY could either TT'd by their enemies. The decrepit priest, who could no longer ideas was TX, beginning to startle his parishioners with the wild interpretations re-gave Trom TRE pulpit. Appeared or Adarun at the Tnus within which had that and he to anoint TRE whole tamely with them to show that they could be washed ODT with water. But the horror OT misfortune had penetrated so deeply that even Fernando would let him experiment on rare and ever again was a Buendia's sentinel at the altar rail on Ash Colorel Orleano Buendia did not recover his comtor in time. He abandoned manufacture OT a little ate with great difficulty, and all through TRE house as it walk him in his sleep. His blarket art pwing on his quiet rage. At the end OT 3 months his hair was ashen, his old mustache down upside his colorless lips, but, on the other hand, his eyes were more burning coals that had startled WM Nad seen him born and that in honor days had made chairs with a simple glercy. In TRE Tori OT his torment tried to delay to rouse omers that had guided his youth along dangerous paths into TRE desolate wasteland OT glory. He was lost, astray in a streme house where roving RK.W stirred in him the slenest vestige OT affection. Once opaired Melchiad's Lucre tor TRE traces OT a past Trom war, and only trash, piles OT waste accumulated over all years OT abonnement. Between the covers OT TRE TX OKs that no one had read again in old parchmaries by a livid flower gnat and TRE air that had been the purest brightest in the tenuous and admirable smell OT rotten memories floated. Orn he found, Jersala Urur the chestnut tree at the knees OT her dead husbaru. Colorel Orleano was the Ori in Tebetary OT the still did not the old man wrote Tudbinton down by told a century in the air. Say hello to your father, Jersala told him tor an instant in front OT chestnut tree or again he saw that TRE empty space before him did rut arouse in either. What does Re say, he asked. He's very sad. Jersala Tmas thinks that you're to die. Tell him, the said, Smiller for that a dice row but when re can omen OT the dead stirred last remnant OT pride that was led in RIS heart, but he comest it with a sudden gust OT streamt on it was for trat reason that, Jersala to tell him in the nurtyard that TTPY had towned inside the plaster St. Joseph were buried. You'll never KMW, told him with a by an old one day, added, the OROT trat torture will appear and only he can dig it up one. KRPWY a man WM had always so generous had to covet Mori with such anxiety, not the modest amounts that would have been enough to an emergency, but a tortured OT mad size that the mere mention OT at ETT Orleano Segundo Awashinam as Emert. His old fellow party members, to Wentor MLP, TID as to him. It was a rare that time that he was teared to say. Only difference today between liberals and conservatives is that go to mass at live OCKXK the conservatives at 8. Nevertheless insisted with such perseverance, in such a way, broke his OT dignity to a degree, that with a little relp trom rear a little more trom there, sneaking ATMT everywhere, with a diligent he to put in 8 months more money than Ursula had buried. Then he visited ailing Colonel Gerardo Marquez so that would MLP him start total war. At a main time Colonel Gerardo Marquez was really TRE only one could have pulled, even Trom his paralytic's chair, the musty strings OT at TTE armistice OT Fearlaruia, while Colonel Orleano Buendia took refuge with his little goldfishes, kept in touch with who had told to him until the defeat. With Trem he waged TTE's sad war OT daily humiliation, OT irriatas, and OT come back tomorrow, OT anytime RNW. OT we re-studying your case WIT and the PR0 FPR attention, the war lost against the many who should have would sign TRE lifetime FA buy-ins. The other war, the one OT 20 years, did wrought them as much damage as Nerosive War OT Eternal. Even Colonel Gerardo Marquez, Ro Escagad 3 attempts on his life, live wounds, trauma innumerable battles, succumbed to that atrocious siege OT Ardsark into the miserable defeat OT old age, think him OT Amaranta the patches OT Lightenham Road House. The last veterans OT Ram he had word rad photographed in a newspaper with TT at our faces shamelessly raised tmid an anonymous presider IOT the reptile, lick who gave them buttons with his likeness on to wear in Tmir returned to a flag soiled with gut powder so that Trey could place it on tree or coffins. TTE others, more were still waiting to a letter in shadow OT PT2, lick charity, dying OT herger, living through rage, ratting OT old age amid TRE exquisite shit OT glory. That when Colonel Orleano India invited him to start a mortal conflagration that would out all vestiges OT a regime OT corruption and scandal backed by foreign invader, Colonel Gerardo Marquez wrought hold back a shudder OT compassion. Oh, Orlean, L already knew that you were old, but I realized that you're a BT older than you MK. Chapter 13 In the bewilderment OT last years, Jarsila Ted Rai little time to attend to the papal education OT Jose Arcadio. The time came for him to get ready to leave for the seminary rig and away. Mim, his sister, dividing her time between Fernanda's rigidity and Amaranta's bitterness, at almost the same moment the aged set tore her to send to Nun's Skull, where TMY would make a virtuoso on TRE clavichord OT rare. Idrisilla Tell tormented by grave doubts concerning the effect of Irn's OT the myths with which she had the spirit OT the Lamuid apprentice supreme pontiff. But she did not put the blame on old age or dark TTET barely to make out shape of thirds, but on some third that she could MT really define and TTZTCO and Sinivendistly as a breakdown OT time. The years nowadays don't pass way old ones used to, would say, feeling that everyday reality was slipping through hands. In past, Trinug height, children a long time to grow up. All had to do was remember all time tour Jose Arcadio, the elder, to away with gypsies and all that happened he came back painted like a snake and takered like an astronomer, and things TTET happened in house Amaranta and Arcadio forgot larkage of Indians ard Spanish. One had to see only days OT son do TTET Jose Arcadio Buendia through under chestnut tree and all the time waited to mourn his death before they brought in a dying Colonel Orly Arrel, Buendia, who after much war and so much suffered from it was still MT 50 years of age. In times, after the day candy animals, had more than earned up time to children, to see from whites of eyes that they needed a dose of castor oil. Now, moreover, had nothing to do with Jose Arcadio riding on hip from dawn to dusk, this bad kind of time cornelled her to leave Thurg's Hall Dory. TRE truth was that Idrisilla resisted growing old even had already OT her age and was a TL. There on all sides as STE tried to meddle in everything as she annoyed strangers with her questions as to whom their TMY had led a plaster St. Joseph to kept until the rares were overdue TRE days OT war. One knew exactly who 10 STE nad to lose sign even in later years, when she could get out OTTML, it seemed that she was simply defeated by decrepitosl, but no one discovered that she was blind. She had at birth OT Jose Arcadio. At first STE trod it was a matter OT a pass at Debbie Lighty she secretly took marrow and put on eyes, but quite she to realize that STE was irrevocably Sir asterisking into TTE darkgrass, to a WRERESTENE /air had a clear mu on OT and varian OT the light, they put in a tierce bubs was only able to TRE glow. She did not tell anyone about it twas it would have a PT2. Lick OT her she CORIN traded on his silent schooling in a DISTR says OT thinks people's voices, so TTZT would still able to see with her memory what shadows OT her cataracts no longer allowed to. Later on STE was to discover Orgor seen OT which were delirant in the shadows with a TTET was much more convenient than that OT bulk and enrich save her teenally trom the OT admitting defeat. In the OT was able to thread a riddle and sew a button roll and she crew when the milk was a to she KMW with much certainty LCR Asian OT everything that forgot that SRE was blind at times. On OAE occasion Faranda had the whole house L set twas she had lost her ring, Jarsila it on a shelf in the children's teep room. Quite simply, while the others were going carelessly all amut, with her tour that they were her by surprise, art at her sometime sne dist unver that every member ot the tamely witmet realizing it, the same path every day, same actions, and almost repeated the same words at tre same hour. Only ran they deviated meticulous rather did run risk ot losing something. When all upset because ste tud lost her ring, Ursula remembered that the only thing diterary ttzd dorn that day was to out in sun mimtud turu a tm bug the might betor. Since tte children had present at the fumigation, Ursula that Fernanda had put the ring in tte only place wrere they could reach it, the spelled. Fernanda, on tre other tore it in vain along the paths ot her everyday itinerary witmet croired that the search tor ost thirds is hindered by retire habits that why it's so difficult to tre rear ot Jose Arcadio relped Ursula and tre exhausted task ot keeper up to date on the smallest changes in the house. She that Amar Antad was dressing the saints in the become she pret her to stnw boy in the colors. Let's see, sre would tell him. Tell me what color tre Archangel Raphael is wearier for. In that way the child gave rare the illumination that was denied her by her eyes, and he went away to seminary. Ursula nulled already distinguished the different colors ot the saints by the texture. Sometimes accidents would one at works, and when Amar Antad was on trejnrch with a teep gonias Ursula bum fpd into her. For heaven's sake, Amar Antad watch where you're going. It's your fault, Ursula said. You're not sitting where you're to? She was sure ot it but that day she gan to realize something that or nad notion and it was trapped with the ot the year tre's son infrequently scission and sat on gx. RCH had to change tnir little by little without effing aware ot it. From Tren on Ursula Nad only to remember date in order to krnw exactly where Amar Antad was sitim. Even though the tremblerg ot rare hands was more and more noticeable tre weight ot ter teat was much tore her, small figure was never seen in so many at the same time. She was almost as diligent as ran she tud tre whole way to ot on smulders. Nevertheless, in solitude ot decrepitude tud such clairvoyarchy as examired most insignificant happenings in family that tor first time saw clearly truths that her busy light in tor times tud prevented her trom seeing. Around time tray were prepa at Jose Arcadio tor seminary ted already made a recapitulation ot light in tte house since the tour ding ot macondo and had completely changed opinion that had always ot she realized that Colonel Orali and Buendia tud lost his love tor tamely twas he ted hardened by war, as had but that had rever loved anyone, not even his white remedios or the countless one-night women had his life, and sons. She sensed that tud tuft so merry wars wrought out ot dealism, as ever year had tnug height, ted he rearmed and retain victory tm oz ot te titan, as everyone nad thought to, but that he had won and lost tor tre's same reason, pure and surreal pride. She cordusion that son tor whom would given her light was simply a man imappable ot love. Or nigda when she was carrying him in her marred him weeperu it was such a definite lamerai ttzt Jose Arcadio Gerdia woke up upside her ard was happy with tre idea that ris son was going to a other pull ttet would approach. Sre, on tre other hand, shuddered from the certainty that the deep moan was of first indication ot tearful pigtail to let child die in rare womb. Got the lucidity ot her old allowed her to say, ard she said so many times, that cries ot children in warned are announcements ot or a faculty for prophecy but an unmistakable sign of an incapacity for love. Wearing of the image of her son brought out in rare all at once all the compassion that ste owed him. Amar Antad, whose ot mar trignerned her, Buddha's bitterness made her bitter, suddenly became clear to her in the tenal analysis as tre most her woman who had ever existed. With clarity that unjust tortures to Udic had fiated Pietro Crespi had not been dictated by a desire tor as everyone had trnug height, nor had the slow martyrdom with which ste nad frustrated tre light ot Colorel Gerinaldo Marquez determined by the Gaul ot as everyone had tmug height, but that th actions had a mortal struggle between a measureless love and an invincible cowardice, and that irrational tear ttet Amar Antag had always had ot her own nad triumphed in the end. It was at that time that Ursula began to speak Rita's ream, bringing back memory ot with an old love that was exalted by tardy repent a sudden admiration, commerg to understand that only she, Rita, One had inverted ot milk but ori ot the earth ot and the white res ot the walls. The one wm did not carry blood ot vayers in but ot strangers whose were still in Tmir grave. Ridme, the with an impatient the one with a womb, was only one bad, nourage that, Jersula had wanted for rare line. Ridma, would say, along walls, unfair weave tmn to you. In they simply trenug height that mind was suri tre times she nad teepgun walking with her right arm raised like the archamel Gabriel. Fernanda, mover, ttz tmro was as son ot clairvoyami and tre shadows ot trat wanderum, tor Ursula say without how much Morny had spent in the Durham the previous year. Amara Na had a similar idea one day as her mother was a jnt at Sutpin Kickmel and said all at Orn Whitman knowing that they were listening to Tur that corn grinder they had tx. Ugtatrom tre tierst gypsies ard that had during time Jose Arcadio, had taken 65 tre world was still in Pilar Terrera's house. Also almost 100 years old, but tit, and agile in spite ot immovable fatness, which dren as ter laughter had tried her the doves in otter times, Pilar Turnero was that, Jersula was tmas her own was tx, getting to tell that an alert old age can be more keen than cards. Jersula realized that she had time to consolidate tteot Jose Arcadio, stebt herself be disturbed by consternation she to make to see with eyes the thirds that intuition allowed rare to see with greater clarity. Or morning she contents ot in over tries had there asterisking that it was water. Ste stumbled so much in her irresisto in taking part in every third that felt herself by gusts ot bad humor to get rid ot the shadows that were to wrap her in a straitjacket ot cobwebs. It was then that it to that clumsiness was not the first victory ot and dark rest but a set terse pass by time. She thought that previously, Ren did make the same traps out ot months years ttet Turks used when ttpy measured a yard ot jackal, things were different. Bow children only grew taster, but even in a literary way. SCX, Nanad Remedios the beauty asserted to Reven and Sol than the immersiderate Fernardo was going mumbling to Tmas Nad team carried ODT. The bodies OT the Orleanos were no sooner cold in their graves than Orleano had muse again, tilled with drunkards playing the Akmerdian art trems elves in Champagne, as it D0F Christians had died, as it that madhouse which had her so many headaches ard so many candy animals was destined to become a trash heap of those things as she prepared Jose Arcadio's trunk. Ursula worded it was rot preferable to lie down or and tore all in her grave and let them throw earth over her, witness tear. If really believed that people were made ot iron in order to so many mortifications, and she was stirring on contusion and she telled irrepressible desires to let herself go ardits jit like a torgral at last and instate ot that instant urn tore so many times posw, red. Put out resignation aside and on order tore all out ot heart the infinite stacks ot bad words that sre had torced to swallow a century ot conformity. Snit, she snooted. Amaranta, was start out to put clothes into the trunk, tmug height ttet nad been bitten by it, asked in alarm. Vnat. The bug. Amaranta said. Jersula put a linger on pert. Here, said. On Thursday, at 2 in the Adarine, Jose Arcadio left for TRE's seminary. Ursula would him always as she said to him, and serious, without shdematir, as she rad taught rim, sweltering in TRE heat and green Nerdura white suit with per buttons and a start in his MCK. He let the dining room impregnated with TRE penetrating OT rose water that she had on so that null follow his tracks through the house. While the Terwell lunch was going on, TRE family its nervousness with festive and with exaggerated enthusiasm the remarks Stratfatter Antonio Isabel made. But when they took out trunk TMND in velvet and with silver it was as if they had taken a cotton out OT the muse. TRE only or who refused to take part in the farewell was Colonel Orlier, that's all we need, muttered. A pope, later Orleano 8, Gur 0 Fernanda Mim to skull and came back with a clavichord, which TTE place OT the Piarla. It was that time that Amar Antas sewing on shroud. Banana fever nad calmed down. The old inhabitants OT Macondo tour themselves surrered by Nutmers TERD to Tmir precarious resources OT times gore by, but comforted in any case by the sense that they'd survived a in-house TMY. Still Ted Guest's tour lunch old routine was Rever Realty set up again until the Banana Company let years later. Nevertheless, were radical in traditional sense OT hospitality twas at that time it was Fernanda who imposed rules. With Ursula relegated to Staus and with Amar Antad in work OT cloth, the Tormater apprentice queen had treat him to cruise the guests and on rigid norms that her parents had severity made the tenuous a redoubt OT old customs in a town convulsed by the vulgarity with which outsiders easy fortunes. For with certain questions asked, Proy Wartros Roan had nothing to do with Barona Company. Even Jose Arcadio brother-in-law, was the victim OT her discriminatory jealousy because during the excitement OT the first days he got his students again and a job as foreman with the Barona Company. He want ever earlo this muse again Fernanda said, as carries the resh OTTRE foreigners. Such was the narrowness imks, said in house that Orly Arl, 8, Goon 0 felt more comfortable at Petra Coates's. First, with a pretext OTTRE burden ODT. His wife, he transferred WS parties. Then, with pretext that animals were absurd their terribility, he transferred his bars and stables. Finally, with pretext that it was in his turbines tenuous, transferred small edifice in which he narrowed his busy res. Ren Fernarfl realized that was a widow husband tzd still not it was already late things to return to Trier Tormater state. Orliarchs, Segundo barely ate at home and the only put in, as to sleep with wife, were to convince any or night, out OT carelessness, morning town him and Petra Fernanda, to did not reproach in the least or give TTE slightest sigh OT resariment, but on TRE's same day STE sent 2 trunks with clothing to the muse OT his sent them in broad daylight and with instructions that they be carried through TRE middle OT TRE street so that ever you nulled them. They're asterisking that her stray ad whose bar LD would unable to TTE shame and would return to the told with his head hurt BW. But that was just more OT Fernardan knew not only the character OT rare Husbaru but the character OT a community that had rothing to do with that OT her parents. Tor Everyurn who saw the trier asterisk s pass by said that it was TRE natural culmination OT a story whose intimacies were KRNWN to everyone, and Orleano 8. Gur 0 the had with a party that lasted for 3 days. To TRE greater disadvantage OT his wife, as she was entering into a sad maturity with long her medals, and rare out OT place pride, TRE concubine seemed to burst time with a youth, in gaudy OT natural silk with her ice tiger. Strike Mel with a glow OT vindication. Orleano Segumo gave Rimseld over to her again with fury OT Adolescent. As Petra Coates had wrought him tore himself but because she had him mixed up with his twin brother Ard as slept with THOT them at same time thought that Ted given her the fortune OT a man ro make love like too. The restored passion was so pressing that on more than occasion they would MK each other in TTEIs as tray were get ready to eat wouldn't say anything would cover IRI 0 dime OT humor OT ove. Inspired by the thirds Re had seen on his furtive visits to TTE French matrons, Orleano bought Petra A with an archiepiscopal carope, put velvet curtains on the windows, covered the ceiling and TRE walls OT the with large RCXK. Crystal mirrors. At same time was more OT a caro users per ton written on train, which arrived every day at 11 OCLCXK, wood cases more OT champagne and brandy. On way back from TRE station he would drag TRE improvised Cumbiamba Lork in full view of all them pull on way, natives, or outsiders, acquaint Oz or people yet to be KRNWN, witness distinctions OT any even Mr. Brown, or Ian estranged himself seduced by tempting cigars that Orliro Segundo made him several times dead drunk in Petra Coates's house he even made the German shepherd dogs that went everywhere with him to some Texas that himself in one way or to OT accordion sees, cows. Orliarl, at the Mike OT party. Cease, because light is short River had loved more, nor had the OT his animals been wilder. There was at OT so many CAWS, pigs, and chickens tore the parties that ground in Nurtyard turned black and muddy with so much blot %. It was an eternal execution ground OTTNs and INRBRDS, a mud pit OT leftovers, they had to keep dynamite MBs all the time so that the buzzards would not pluck out the guests' eyes. Orleano grew purply-eared, OT incomparable only to trat OT Jose Arcadio when he came back from traveling around the world. The prestige of WS outlandish city, of WS immense capacity is a spurt vit. OT tis unprecedented hospitality went beyond the teamers OTTRE swamp and gluttons trom all coast. Fabulous eaters arrived from everywhere to take part in the irrational tour raise OT capacity and that were in the muse OT Petrus Coa Orleano Segundo was the Urunkered eater until the luckless Saturday Ren Camilla Sagastume a totemic female crown all through the by the good name OTTTE elephant. TRE duel lasted until dawn on Tuesday. During the first 20 tour having a dinner OT veal, with yams, and tried bananas, and a case and a halt OT champagne in addition, Orleano was sure OT victory. He seemed more enthusiastic, more vital than his imperturbable adversary, possessed a style that was obviously more procidal, but at the same time emotional toward the large crowd that tenuous. While Orleano Segundo ate with great bites, overcome by TRE anxiety OT victory, TML Tent was slicing her meat with art OT as surgeon eat it unhurriedly even with a certain pleasure. SRE was gigardic sturdy, but over her colossal torment OT femininity had a that was so tumultuous, Haru's so tire well cared for, and such an irresistible charm that Orleano saw her enter house he commented in a low voice that he would have preferred to knave the tourney in at table. Later on, saw her course swim side OT veal without breaking a single rule OT good table manners, he commented seriously that delicate, fascinator for an insatiable proboscidean was in a certain way the ideal woman. Was not mistaken. TRE reputation OT a TNNE crusher that Nad Elpari had basis. She was Rada or a lady from a Greek circus, as Radteen said, but the director OT is school OT wise. She had learned to eat was already the reasonable OT of family, Kintor away to her children to eat better art not by means OT any artificial stimulation of but through the absolute tranquility of spirits. Her theory, demonstrated in practice, was based on TRE principle that a person had all matters OT conscious and perfect should be able to eat until overcome by fatigue. Ardit was tor moral reasons at dearest that she hurted but with a man tame as a great, unprincipled eater tud spread through a grout TRE courtry. From TRE tearst moment she saw him saw TTET Orly and Segundo would lose his stomach but his character. At TRE and OT the first Nigtu, WT asterisk LE elephant was TX. LDTY goerd on, Orleano was himself out with a great deal OT talking and laughing. They slept 2 hours. On awaken near each or tud TRE juice OT torty oranges, 8 quarts OT nfi, 30 raw on second morning, after many hours without sleep Navert put away 2 pigs, a bunch OT bananas, and 2 cases OT champagne, the Elpari that Orleano Nad unknowingly discovered the same metrot as rares. But by TRE absurd root OT total was, more Darwas than had Tnug height. Nevertheless, when Petra Coates brought 2 roast turkeys to TRE table, Orleano was a step away from TX, ing stuffed. If you can't, don't eat any more, Elephant said to him. Let's call it a tie. She said it from her heart, understanding trat she not eat her mouthful either, old OT tor bring him on the death OT her adversary. But Orleano Segmo interpreted as another Chalamet and he tilled himself with turkey his incredible capacity. Seriousness. He tell face down into the plate tilled with boars, at the mouth like a dog, and drown him in moans OT felt, in the midst OT the darkness, TTETTMY wortioing him from the top OT a tower into a dimless pit and in a last flash OTTTZT at end OTTTET erdless tall death was waiting tor take me to Fernardi. Read to say. His friends left him at house Tninker that they had him fulfill his promise to his wife not to die in tis course subire's bed. Petra Coates had shired his patent TMTSTTZT he warded to wear in his fin. She was already in Kintor to take them when they came to tell her that Orleano was out OT danger. Did in less than a week, 2 weeks later was celebrating the tact OT his survival with or precedent festivities. Living at Petra Coates's but he would visit Faranda every day sometimes would stay to eat with a tamely, as it Tate had reversed situation and had made him husband OT his lover OT his while. It was a rest for Nanda. During TL, Redum OT abardonment her only distractions were the clavichord lessors at siesta time the letters from her children. In the detailed TTET seri them every 2 weeks was rut a single lyre ot truth. Hid troubles trom them. Hid trom them the sadness ot amuse which, in spite ot light on in spite ot the reverse at 2 and tte at arene. In spite OTTRE frequent WA/AES OT festivals that in Trom Street was more like colonial mansion OT her parents. Fernando would wander alone among TRE3 living grists and the dead OT Jose Arcadio Garaya, at times would to sit down with an inquisitive attention in TRE halt line OTTRE parlor while she was playing the clavichord. Colonel Orleano Burdia was at STED0W. The last time TTZT he nat drawn out into the street to a war without any future to Colorel Jerry Rindo Marktons, let work them only to urinate under chestnut did rot receive any visits except trat ot the Bart pair every 3 weeks, Ted on anything that, J Ursula him orse a day, and even though he kept on making little gold tissues with the same passion as Teep Tower, he stopped Mel selling them when found out that we're buying them not as Python's ot jewelry but as historic relb. Meta in the courtyard OTTRE dolls OT remedios which nad. Decorated, Sime Wedurk. The watchful Ursula realized what son was doing but STE could not stop NM. You a mart OT stone, told him. It's rot a question OT a heart, said. TTEMM's get here tall OT mots. Amar Antad was weaving her Fernanda did understory why would write Kmacional letters to Mim even sent rare guilds on TRE other did even want to hear Arcadio. They'll die without crowing why, Amar Antad answered rent she was asked through Ursula, and that ours were an enigma Faranda's heart TTET she was never able to clarity. Tall, broad-shouldered, pro-tri, always dressed in abundant petticoats with TTE lace and an air OT distinction TTET resisted the years and bad memories. Amar Antas seemed to carry cross OT ashes OT virginity on her forehead. In reality she had on TZND in black bardage, which did take ODT even to sleep poetic she wasted ira terselt. EBR light was in weaving shroud. It may again have been said that wove day unwoe W during TTE night, wrought with any hope OT detiating solitude in that way, but, quite contrary, in order to nurture it. TRE greatest worry that Fernanda had dured rare years OT abardonment was that Mim would to first vacation and tinned Orleano Segundo at Rome. Had put an end to that tear. Ren Mim parents had made an agree marry TTZT only with the girl Therex that Orleano Segundo was still a domesticated husband but also that SRE wouldn't as the OT house. Every year or 2 months Orleano Segundo played his role OT an exemplary husband and he organized parties with creamcakes which gay a lively simel girl with a clavichord. It was obvious from then on that she nad inherited very little OT her mother's character. She more OT a version OT Amar Anta the latter nad rot known bitteress and was arousing the rouse with rare darst stev at the age of 12 or 14 secret passion for Pietro Crespi was to twist the direction OT her reart in the eru but unlike Amar Arta. Unlike all OTtum, Mim still did rot reveal the solitary Tate OT family seemed entirely in conformity with the world, even when she would shut rare selt up in TRE parlor at 2 and on to practice the clavichord with an inflexible discipline. It was obvious that STE liked TRE house, that SRE spent TRE all year dreaming excitement OT than pull her arrival brought a rare road, that she was ruttar removed from the rest of inhospitable excesses OT ter rather. First sign OTTTET calamitous was on her 3rd vacation. Ren Mim appeared at TRE house with tour nuns ard 60 and classmates she TZD to a week with family on her own initiative and without any previous warning. How awful. This child as OTA as tatter? It was to TX, Rotrom nights, ours, to set stits at TRE table, to tickets hours tour bathing. To borrow torti SWS so that girls in blue uniforms with masculine buttons would not hold a running trom one place to an ER. TRE visit was a failure because TRE noisy SCU, girls would scarcely finish breakfast head to start tack at tours tour lurch and then for din rare, and tour the whole week were able to take only one walk through Plantatirus. At nightfall nas were EXT usted, unable to move, give another order. And still the OT tireless adolescence was in the nurtyard songs out OT tune. Orn day they were on OT Idrisula, who made an effort to useful precisely where she was most in the way. On our day Nes got all excited Tmas Colonel Orleano Gandaya had urinated under the chestnut tree without time corsair that the SCU, girls were in the courtyard. Amar Arya was on OT panic OAE OT the nut B went into TRE Kikran as she was salting TRE soup and only thing that occurred to her to say was to ask what TMSE handfuls of white were. Arson. Amar Arya TRE night OT their arrival TRE students carried on in such a way, trying to go to bathrooms, RN to TTET at OCKXK in morning last ones were still going in. Fernaru a trend TMGHT 72 but she only to problem into a mooring one. Tmas Trom Don Ontero was a Lord line OT girls, each with rare in her hand, waiting tor turn to wash it. Alton up some OT fevers several OT TMM were infected by mosquito bites. Most OT trem st odin or breakable resist ars as they the most troublesome even at time OT greatest heat they would scamper through the garden ran they teenalty let. Flowers were the furniture broken, walls with draw at s and writing, but Fernaru apart and tremtor all OT the damage because OT her relief at Tmir lever 4 sm returned stcx, ls kept the 72 and Melquades rcx, m. The locked rcx, m. About which spiritual light OT informer was crown trom that time on STTE champot RCML. For Colorel Orali Aaron Burua it was TTE most appropriate ream. Tmas Util rest OT family was still amazed by the tack that Melchiad's RCMN was immune to dust art destruction. Re saw it into a dunghill. In any case, it did not to him who was wrecked. It he found out about the Tate OT the it was because Ferranda kept passing by and disturbing his work at Uchual at Arena as she put away the during Trostes Jose Arcadio Segundo and TRE house. Went GX, RCH Whitman anyone and shut himself in work stunt to talk to the colonel. In spite OTTRE tack that she could rot SAE him, Ursula OT his formans was at the unbridgeable disdain that separated him from the family. Even Trom the twin brother with WMM had played ingenious games of confusion in childhood and with WMMRN longer had any traits in common. EB was Lirar, solemn, and had a air the OT is Saratna mournful glow on his face that was TRE color OT autumn he was or most resembled his mother. Sariad a lot Ursula herself tore habit OT about him ran she SG, K'tsjit TTE family, but Ren STE sensed him in the again that the colonel let him into workshop working tenors. STE re-examined her old memories confirmed the belier that at some moment in child Hoxt he had changed places with his twin brother, Tmas it was and Rot Otter one who snulled. Have been called Oraliaro. No one details OT his life. At one time it was TTET had fixed that re-raised tattooing Cox at Pilar Turner is roused that sometimes he would stay to sleep but that he almost always night in OT the for whole matrons. He drifted ATX, UT, with RO ties OT affection, with no ambitions, like a star in Jersalis planetary system. In reality, Jose Arcadio Segurdo was not a member OT the tamely, RNR would ever OT any other sign that distory dawn when Colonel Gerardo Marquez him to the barracks, wrought so that Re could see an execution, but so that Tor OT his life would never forget sad somewhat smile OT the man shot. That was wrought only his oldest memory. But the only one he had OT his orn, that OT an old man with invest in that with a brim like a crow's whims who told Rim marvelous TT asterisk MS trammed in a weird owl, he was able to place in any it was an Urartan memory, nearly devoid OT lessons or nostalgia, the OT the memory OT man, which had really set direction OT his light and would return to his memory clearer and dearer as Re grew older, as it the OT time were bringing him closer to it. Jersula to use Jose Arcadio Segurdo to get Orleano Buendia to give up RIS imprisonment. Get him to go to the movies, said to him. Even if days like picture, as least YWII a little trash air? But it did not take Rare long to realize that Re was as insensible to her as Colonel Wood and that TMY were by the same impermeability OT affection. Although STENE/air crew, roar did anyone KMW, what they among in their Prolawai sessions shut up in the workshop, STE that they were probably only members OT family drawn together by sore natarity. TTE truth is that not even Jose Arcadio Segundo would have been able to draw on allowed OT his countryment. Invasion OT Skmel girls Ted lowered TRE limits OT his paid ears. With TRE pretext that his wedding bed was at mercy OT moths in spite OT the destruction OT apps. Tizing dolls. He herga hammock in TRE workshop and then he would leave it or to go early the courtyard to take OT. His Ursula was unable to stream even a trivial conversation with him. STE crew that did rot at TTE dists OT but would put them at 1 OT his while a little tish and it did not matter to him at the curdled or at TRE meat got cold. He grew harder and harder ever since Colonel Gerardo Marquez refused to back him in a Sarah war. Timsled up inside himself and attainedly trinug height OT him as it were dead. No human reaction was seen in him until 1 October 11th, when he went to the street door to watch a circus parade. For Colonel Orly India it had a day just like all those OT last years. At Tiv OCLCN in the morning the noise OT the toads and crickets outside wall woke him. TM drizzle had series Saturday there was Isa City for rim to rear their tiny whisk jading among the leaves OT TRE garden Tomas would have felt, ILD in his TL, ness in any case. Was, as always, rapid in RIS woolen blanket and his crude cotton long drawers, rich still wore tore comfort, even THOT4, H Tomas OT Tmir musty. Old Tastian style he called them his goth drawers put on his tight pants but did not button. 100 years of solitude Gabriel Garcia Marquez up, nor did he put gold button to his shirt collar as he always did, Tomas he planned to take a bath. Then Reed put TRE blur asterisk et his reed like a cowl. His dripping mustache with his tyrus, and went to urinate in the courtyard. There was still so much time left for the sun to come out that Jose Arcadio Buendia was still dozing under the shelter OT Palm TTZT had rotted by rain. He did not see him, as he nad Reversan rim, RNR did hear phrase that GMSTOT his to him as he awakened, startled by TRE stream OT empty urine that splattered his shoes. EB put bath at flater, Twas OT the, ILD damn parents. But TM Oz OTTRE oppressive October mist. On his way back to TRE workshop noticed the OT the wick TTET Santa de la Piedad was still against stoves, and waited in TRE kitchen tore the cotti to boil so that could take a lord his mug witmet Santa Solia de la Piedad him, as on every morning what day OT week it was, ours word that it was Tuesday, October 11th. Watch glow OT the tire as a persistent woman who need RNR in any instant OT tur lights seem to exist completely. Suddenly TTZT on 1 Octo X, R11th in the middle OT the war had awakened with TRE brutal certainty that TRE woman with WRNM retud slept was dead. She really was and he null forget date Tomas she had him in moor before what day it was. In spite OTTRE memory he did rot have an awareness this time OT to WTET his omens ted him and while the cotti was he kept on thinking out OT pure curiosity but without slagnest risk OT woman name he had never KMWN and roastus renad not seen because she had stumbled to his hammock in dark. In the emptirance OT so many women who came into his light in the same way, did not remember that she was TREOAE row in the delirium OTTTZT first was on GX. Int OT foundering in her own tears and scarcely an hour epto rare death nad sworn to love him until SRE died. Didn't ama her again or a mud area of others after went into the workshop with a steaming CT4, and he lighted TRE lamp in order to count the little gold udic he kept in a tin pail. Tomorrow were 17 OT them. Sime had decided to sell any, kept on making 2 tizris a day and when he twerty.tiv would melt down start all over again. Worked all morning, atorted, without thinkergate TMT any third, without realize that at 10 OCKXK rain had grown stroru and storm ran past work stumps rooting to close the CMRS bitor TRETL, use was TKN3ED, without there seeing even him himself until, Ursula came in with his lunch and out light. What a rain! Ursula said. He said. When said it he did rot raise his eyes trom TTE tearst little tish OTTRE date was he was in the tor eyes. Only it and put it with the otters and pale did he begin to drear asterisk TRETTN, very slowly, 8 pint OT meat roasted with Orions, the white rig, and OT tried bananas all on TRE same plate together. Ours did not change euro or either or the harshest OT circumstance. At her lunch felt the OT inactivity. Because OT a kind OT scientific superstition he never worked, or read, or battened, or made love until 2 OT had by, It was such a teliat that several times he held up military zero frashiat bees so as rot to submit to the risks irks digestion. He lay down in the wax trom his ears with a veem night, ard in a few minutes he was asleep. He was sping into an empty with white walls and that was upset by the burden teeing the tearst human epping to enter it. In the dream rememtex, red ttet he had the same thing again and on many nights over the past years and he could that would be erased from his memory when he was that recurrent dream tzd the quality not remembered except within the dream itself. A moment later indeed, when the barber creamed at workshop Orleano Buruia awoke with the impression that he had fallen asleep involuntarily tore a few and that had not had time to dream anything. Not today told barber. We'll make it on Friday had a 3-day tmrd with white tears, but did not it Rex sorry to shave Tmaz on Friday was goyer to have his hair cut at all dorn at same time. The sticky sweat the aroused the OTTTE sores in his armpits. The sky cleared but TTE's sun had not out. Colonel Oraliaral, Buendia a sonorous which brought back the acidity OTTRE soup to his palate which was like a command from his organism to deal his over his snulders and go to toilet. Stayed thorough larger than was necessary, crouted over TTE dense termination that was out until T-Ebit told him that it was time to start work again. During time lurgered he again that it was tuck day. TTET Jose Arcadio Segundo had not come to work stunt it was payday on the Banana Campari farms. That recollection, as all trues past years, him to war without his realizing it. Remember that Colonel Gerardo Marquez Tudor promised to get him a with a tight star on its and TTET hadn't vermut it again. Then he went on toward scattered epismas but he brought Trem back without any judgment to Moss sign he null not think of else. Had learned to thir coldly so that inescapable memories would rot touch any on his way to the workshop, that the air was getting to dry out. He decided that it was a good time to take a bath, but Amar Antag had got rear air him. He on the second little fish day. He was putting a HCX, on TRE tail when the sun came out with such strength that the light creaked like a TX, at. The air, which had TMN wasn't by tie day drizzle, was tilled with tlyam ants. Then he came to the realization that he felt like urinating and had T-pan putting it off until he had fixing little fish went out into TRE courtyard at 10 minutes at a tour. Ran he heard distant brass instruments, TX2ATINGOT drum the snooting OT the children, and tor tears time Cersei tis youth he knowingly tell into a trap OT nostalgia and that perxi I just at a ream OT the his TCX. K to Santa Solia de Lopyad what SRE was dwargin the kick and ran to its circus, she smutted. Instead OT to Chestnut Tree, Colonel Orleano Burdia also to TRE Street mergled with TRE bystanders row, were walkerd parade. He saw a woman in gold on the head OT an elephant. Saw a sad dromedary. EB saw a bear dressed like a Dutch girl keeping time to music with a pan. Saw the clowns at the end OT the parade and once more he saw TRE OT his miserable Solitel X1 rent every them had by was nothing but the brigand OT the street and the air tall OT Tiergans with a few onlookers peering into precipice OT unretainty. He went to the tree, theoring the circus, and while he urinated tried to keep on theoring ATMT the circus, but could know the memory. Pulled his in his shoulders like a baby chick and remained motionless with his torreed against TRE truck OT the Crescent family did him until lowing day at 11 OCLCXK in the morning when Santa Socia de Lopyad went to throw out TRE and back and attention was by desk Nairn chapter 14 memes last vacations with OT tour Colonel Orleano Bandaya. The shuttered house was no place tour parties. TTPY and 8 in Silurxton, the rosary 3 times a day. Even clavichord practi TRE heat OT siesta time had a tour real echo. In spite OT mistility toward Colonel, it was Fernanda OT that morn, impressed by the solemnity with which the government exalted the memory OT its dead earned me. Oraliaral, as was his custom came back to sleep in TRE house during his daughter's vacation and fair Andam must have done some. Think to as while TM os toloing year mim for RD and nuts. RN little sister who against of mother had baptized with name Amar Anta Ursula. Mim had first course of ST1K1Y. Diploma that certified as a Kern-right clavicordist was by virtuosity with which she popular of 17th century at gathering organized to celebrate completion OT with Udic OT morning came to an end. More than art, guests admired her duality. Frivolous and even slightly interiorly character did up to airy serious activity, but she sat down at clavichord became a different girl, whose maturity gave air OT an adult. TTZT was TZD always she really didn't have any deferite VCXation, but she had earned the grades by means OT inflexible discipline simply in order to enemy her mother. They could have employed on an apprenticeship in any field and results would have TMN same. Sime had very small she had troubled by Fernanda's strictness, the custom of in favor of extremes, and would have capable OT a much more difficult sacrifice than the clavichord lessors merely MT to run up against intransigence. During the graduation ceremonies she had TRE impression that the parchment with Gothic letters and capitals was treating her trauma compromised that she tut accepted not so out OT obedience as out OT convenience, and tmug height that trom then on even the insistent Fernando would worry any more ATX, UT an instrument that even TRE nuns looked as a museum tossle. First year's Tmughite TTBT calculations were mistaken at her SRE Tud put Hall to town to sleep, not only in the parlor but also at all CT irritable functions, SCHCX, L, memories, and patriotic Nilbrashiers TTZT place in Macondo. Mater still invited to TRE house every reocomer WTOM she Trinughite capable OT her daughters only alter the death OT Amar Antak, Ren TRE tamely shut itself up again in a period OT morning. Was Mim able to clavic merit and forget the key in some dresser drawer Whitman Fernandez? Annoyed on tiring out Ren Trough WRNSE fault it had Mim under extitutions with the same stoicism that STE had dedicated to her apprenticeship. It was TTE price OT her freedom. Fernando was so with DCXility and so proud OT admiration TTZT her art it speared that STE was revergares TRE house tall OT girl triers, hers at arena and groves. To movies with Orleano Segundo or some muted lady Islamist TRE film was approved by Father Antonio Trump pulpit. Those moments OT relaxation memes real tastes were revealed. Perhaps is lay at the other extreme from discipline, in noisy parties, in ATL, UT lovers, in Proloy with her girlfriends, TTPY lear to smoke and talk to male business, and WRERE they only got hands on some liquor and comparing the parts OT their toadies. Mim would never that niggle when she arrived chewing licorice lozenges, Whitman to mere consternation, sat down at the table where Ferranda and Amar Antad were eating dinner rare without a word to each other. Nad spent 2 tremarius mas in the OT a girlfriend, weepered with Lanartier, beyond in crises TZD the rare feeling OT. Bravery TTE turned in order to run away Tromskal tell mother in or way or another that could use the clavichord as an enema. Sitting at the mad OT the table, drinking a chicken broth that lar percent ed in stomach like an elixir OT resurrection, Mim Transaw Fernarua and Amar Antad in an accessory halo OT reality. She had to make a great effort not to vow at trem tree or prissiness, their OT spirit tree or delusions OT grandeur. From time OT vacation Ted crowned that her father was living at Tun Mori in order to keep appearances, and crowing Fernarua as did and arranged later to meet Petra Trinughite that her tather was rigged she also would nave preferred the daughter OT and OT Mim Tmughite with pleasure the scar percent al that would have taken place if she were to express trots at that moment. Iria made satisfaction OT was so intense that Ferner percent arrested it. What's the matter? Nothing, Mim answered. I was only discover at much I loved UTX, th. Amar Antad was startled by the obvious burden OT rate TRE declaration but Fernanda felt moved that she would mad Mim awoke at midnight to WIT and her head with pain drowning in vomited gall. SM gave a vial OT castor oil, put on her stomach and IAE cloths on her reed, and SRE made her stay in tortive days and Tolo diet ordered by an outraged French DCX tour. After examining her tour more than 2 hours reacted the talky conclusion that she had an ailment to women. Lost in a miserable state OT demoralization, Mim had no other recourse but to TAR Euro it. Ursula completely blind by but still active and lucid, was only WM guessed TRE exact diagnosis. As tar as I can see, she thought, that's TRE same thing that happens to Drarkin but ORE rejected idea, She tercel tor tte frivolity ot thought. Orly Aaron Segurdo felt it twere ot conscient he saw meme state ot promised himself to take better care ot tur and tte toucher. That was how tte relationship ot jolim rad type was tl, rn father and daughter, which him tor at time trom the bitter solitude ot his rebels and treat rare trom for narfels walk lol I witness city ot crisis ttet inevitable by at that time Orly Aaron Segurdo po sucks, read any appointments in order to be with mim, to take to movies or circus, the greater part ot his dle time within research times his annoy arse with tre absurd obesity that him trom his abusive satisfaction with all manner ot appetites had began to sour his character. Discovery ot his dog tour restored his former joviality and pleasure ottx, ing with was slowly him away from dissipation. Mim was entering a trutal age. She was rock beautiful, as Amar Arya had her, but on the other she was pleasant, uncomplicated, she had the virtue ot makirga good impression on people from the first moment. SM had a spirit ttet antiquated sobriety and fn, rly disguised miserly reart ot fair anda, that. On the other Orleano pleasure in developing. It was he resolved to take her out ot the bedroom she had Cersei childcod, where the tearful eyes ot the saints still her terrors, and he tore her a with a royal TPD, a large table, and velvet curtains, not realizing that he was producing a version ot Petra Coates as he was so lavished with mimtrat re did rot even no ro much money re got her because she would take it out ot his kids. Kept abreast ot every kind ot aid trat arrived in tre commissary ot the baron and company. Mims filled wit and pumice stone cushiers to polish nails with hair curlers, brushes, drops to make rare eyes languid, so many such rue and artifacts ot beauty that every time Fernando went into the ste was scandalized by tre idea that her daughter's dresser table must nave same as tmse ot frere ematrius. Nevertheless Fernald at time in days between little Amar and Ta Ursula, was mischievous and sickly, a touching with the invisible physicians. That ste rotted tre complicity tm/eam tatter and daughter the only promised she trom Orly Aaron was ttet would never take mim to Petra Coates as muse. It was a mean nirgles because concubine was so with her lover and his ttet did rut want anything to do with Petra was tormented by an unknown tear, as it in stir t were telling that mim, by just wearying it, could in what Ferner Percenta had been unable to do, deprive her ot a love that biden she death for first time Orleano 8. Goon 0 had to tolerate harsh expressions tre violet I tirades ot his corel1, ire, and he was even afraid that his watering trunks would make return journey to his wilds tenuous. That did not happen. No or knew a man better than Petra Coates KMW her lover KRNW TTET the trier asterisk S would remain where had sent because it Orleano Segu Mo detested it was complicating his life with mxiitications and changes. Trunks where they were and Petra Coates said about reconquering the husband by sharpening the only weep, and s that his could use on him. It was an unnecessary effort Tmaz Mimrad desire to interfere in her daughter's attires and it sre had. It would certainly have in favor ot the tzd time to tx, there anybody. She herself swept her comard made her bed, as tre nut b had taught and she care ot her clothes, on the or using Amaranta's old middle macare. While the others were tree or siestas shoe old practice the clavichord for tumas, knowing that daily sacrifice would keep Fernarfl calm. For the same reason she continued gevierd courses at church lairs and school tnug were infrequent. At nightfall she would tickets herself up, put on one ot her simple dresses and stood high and it she had to do with would to the home's ot rare girl triers, wreresre would stay or till dinner time. It was rare that Orleano Segundo would call her to take to the Emermemes friends there were to be young American girls broke through electrified chicken term and made triads with girls traumacondo. Or otem was Patricia Brown. Grateful toward the hospitality ot Orleano Mr. Brown the ot his house to mim and invited her to tre's Saturday darks, which were tre ore ones wrere griegos and natives Fernanda Automat it forgot Amar Anta Ursula and invisible dcx tours tour a moment mame very melodramatic. Just their ex, she said to mim, what the, Lonel must in his grave. She sought, ot course, the back-eared ot Ursula. But the blind old woman, Contrary to what everyone saw reproactable in memes to the darks and mock-eared triers is with American girls rare own age as long as kept strict habits and was not converted to the Protestant religion. Mim the thug height ot her great-great-grandma very well rtre day after the dars would get up earlier ttn usual to go to mass. Fernix has lasted until the day Ren Mim broke down rare with the trad the Americars worried to mar her play the clavicornerd. The instrument was taken out ot the house again and carried to Mr. BRWN's, where the young Conert artist really did very applause and most enthusiastic or virtual show from then on SRE was invited not only to TRE darks but also to Sunday swim into lunch or a week. Mim to swim like a professional, to play tennis, and to eat Virginia ham with slices ot. Pear apple. Dartses, swimming, art tennis she FOURK1 herself getting involved in TRE English language. Oraliaro Segurdo was so enthusiastic ot his daughter that trauma salesman he tx, Ughida 6. Volume English encyclopedia with many color prints which Mim read in her spare time. TM reading the attention TTET TED formerly given to gossip about sweethearts the experimental retreats that she would through with girl it was as disciplined but Tmaz had lost all interest Biden in talking about mysteries that were in public domain. She mked back on the Drarkin as an infantile adventure it seemed so tunny to rare that STE told Orleano Segundo about it and it was more amusing than did. It you're only he told her, doublered up with laughter. As always said when Ree told Rare something and he had made her promise that would let him krnwatl. Ut her tearst of affair with TRE's same confidence, Mim told him that she liked the red American who ted to his vacation with Prairies. What do you know, Oraliaran Segundo said, laughing. It your mater only krnw? But Mim also told him that had gone back to his nuntry and had disappeared from sight. The maturity ot judgment ensured peace in the family. Oraliar, Segundo more time to Petra codes, ALTH0L4, H his ard soul no Omer J remitted him TRE debauches ot days by, he cham to eremy them and to dig out at Merdian, which by then had some keys held in Plaby at Rome, Amara Na was her interminable shroud and, Jersula amun decrepitly through the depths ot the shadows where the only thing that was still visible was the GTNSTOT Arcadio tree. Fernardin solidated her authority. Monthly letters to her son Jose Arcadio at that time did rada ot lies and she hid from him only her with invisible doctors. WM had diagram rose the tumor in her large and were preparing tor a telepathic operation at mig aid that nt epinus ragrant tor at time and TRE tired mansion ot the bureau is that it had rud been tor TTE's sudden death ot amar anta, which caused a uproar. It was an avert. ALTH0L4, HSTE was old isolated trom everyone. STE still mked term and 14, right with Malth otia that Ted always had. No one krnw her Trinug Sime the Eternkan on which STE tud given Colorel Gerareldo Marquez tis tenal rejection and shut to weep. She was wrought seemed to cry during the ascension to Reven ot Remedios the beauty or over the extermination ot the Orleanos or death ot Colonel Orleano India, who was the she in this world, al trough she sweated only attende to his tx. dy under the ksna tree. She pick up the tx, disprosium sm him in his soldier's uniform, shaved him, combed his hair, waxed his mustaki that he had ever dom in his days ot glory. That was any love in that act tray were accustomed to the familiarity ot amar arto with tre rights ot death. Fernando was scardalized that did not understand the relatireship ot kettle, lycism with light but only its relationship with death, as it were not a religion but a compendium ot eternal inventions. Amar Antad was up in the eggplant patch ot her memories to Euro stand those subtle she nad old age with all ot nostalgias intact. When listened to the waltzes ot Pietro Crespi she felt the same desire to weep trat sre had radin as at time and tbrsh had mirroring. Rolls ot music that SRE herself had found into the trash with TRE pretext that they had rotted trom dampness kept spinning and playing in memory. Had to surx them into the swampy passion that she allowed herself with her Igno Orleam to take refuge in calm and virile protection ot Gerinaldo Marquez, but SNE nad rot pen able to overclimb them, rot even with most act of her old age would small Jose Arcadio 3 years before Re was sent to TRE seminary ard caress him not as a grandmother would have dorn with a child, but as a woman would have dorp with a man, as it was said that French matriarchs did as she had to do with Pietro Crespi at the age of 14 when she saw him in tis darking Titus with tte magic whereof with Udic he kept time to the metern. At times it parent her to let ttet misery tolo its course, at times it made so that sre would prick her tirkers with but what her most and enraged most made most bitter was tragrant wormy guava grove ot love that was dragged her toward death. Just as Colonel Orleano Buendia Trinug hidem at his war, unable to avoid it, so Amar Arta trod I about Rebecca. But while Brother had to sterilize his memories, had only to make more scaldurg. The only third that Ste asked Ot Tor many years was that would visit on her the punished Mary Ot dying Ritma. Every time she by term used and wrote the progress Ot destruction Ste took comfort in tre idea that was to ornithorine, was sewing on gx, rch, Ste was assailed by the certainty that she would be sitirg in that place, in the same gx, scission, and same again tmy news Ot Rebecca's death. She sat down to wait for it, as one waits for a letter, and the tact was that at time would pull 011 buters to sew them on again so that inactivity would rot make the weightload when more anxious. No one in the rouse realized that at that time Amar Aria was a shroud Torima. Later on, when Oraliaro Triste told Ro he had seen her named into an apparition with lead x2 risk in a few golden tyids on her skull, Amar Antad was surprised because the Sfter descripted was exactly what she had been imagining for some time. SM had to restore Ritmus to disguise with Paratina to her ta and make a wig to her Tromthi Heracerts. Would manufacture a cordon, with lerm stroll asterisk and a plush-lined cotton with purple trim. And SRE would put it at the discs, Scission OT worms with splendid funerals. She worked out the plan with such hatred that it made tremble to think about the scream, which would have out in exactly same way it had TMN done out OT ov. But would allow herself to become upset by the correlation and went on details so minutely TTET came to more than as mealist and was averted so in TTE writes OT death TRE only third that she did keep in murd in her fearsome plan was that in spite OT pleased to might die. Rebecca. That was, intact, what happened. At TRE tenal moment, however, Amar Antad did but on Rirari. Tree OT all death had awarded her the privilege OT nursing itself several years ahead OT time. SM saw it on burying at arene sewing with on porcha sport time at her mim had let tor skull. SRE saw it because it was a woman in blue with long hair, with a sort OTKX, K, and with an urtain resemblarcy to Pilar era durer TRE time when she had helped with the Kmers in kick. Fair endo was several times and did not her. In spite OTTRE tack that STE was so real, so human, on one occasion asked OT Amar Antaf favor OT Thredima did not tell her was to die or retro her hour was assigid eptoer that OT Ritpika, but ordered to TX, Jin sewing her own shroud on the RNXT 6th OT April. Was to make it as complicated art as tire as SRE wanted, but just as mnestly as Ritmas. She was told that she would die without pain, tear, or bitter rest at dusk on the day that she finished it. To waste the most time Amar Anta ordered some flax spun to thread herself. Did it so carefully that the work alone took 2 years. Then she started the as got closer to the unavoidable she to fear stand that a miracle would allow her to the work past Ritpika's death, but tre very, concentration gave her the calmness that made to accept the idea of frustration. It was trend that she tre vicious circle ot colourful Orleano Burdi as little fishes. World was to ot skin and in rare selt was sake trom all bitterness. It paired her rot to have had that revelation many years when it had still tmn to purity memories and reconstructs the universe under a new line and evoke without trembling Pietro Crespi's smell ot lavender at dusk and rescue Ritmatrom her slough ot misery. Rot out ot hatred or out ot love but because ot the measureless understand erg ot solidity. Theater that she night in memes words did upset her twas it was directed at rare, but ste tell tre repetition ot another adolescence that as clean as hers must seem ttet, mover, was already tainted with rat cor. But by then her accept ars ot her tate was so deep that was upset by the nerdinty that all ot were closed to tur. Her only objective was to lineage instead ot slowing it down with detail as she ted dorn and she up the work. Or week before SRE calculated that SRE would take the last stitch on the night ot February 4th, Witness revealing to Mim that STEMO /AE up a clavichord concert that she had arranged tor TRE day at her, but girl paid attention to Amar Antator a way to delay tor 48 hours, and she even th0LQTM that death was giving rare her way because on Nigan OT February 4th a storm caused a breakdown at plant. But on the day, at 8 in the morn, SRE took the last stitch in the most tumultuous OT work that any woman had, and without TRE least bit OT trat she was going to die at dusk. She not only told family but the town. TM Azamar Antag had OT idea that she could make up for a light OT meanness with one last favor to TRE world, and that no one was in aid to take letters to dead. News that Amar Antagandaya was sailing at dusk carrier the mail of death spread to Valgrout Macondo before run. And at 3 in TTE at Areen was a virtual cardental OT letters in the parlor. Did Rot want to write gave Amar Arta verbal messages, which she wrote down in a note K with name date OT death OT recipiary. Worry, she told senders. TTE tears thing I'll do ran I getera is to ask tor him give him your it was farcical. Amar Anta did Rot any or the sign OT griet, she even mked a bit rejuvenated by a duty accomplice read. She was as straight and as thin as ever. It had her chi nigel, RNS and a 2 missered teeth, SRE would have mked much than she really was. Her cell tore to put letters in A with pitch and told them to place it in her grave in a way to protect it from dampness. In the morning she tzd called her measurements tore TTE coffin as she stood in the parlor, as it were tore a rude dress. SM showed vigor in last TTET Fernanda Trinug height was machir ton OT everywhere. Ursula, with the experience that Buru is died without any illness, did doubt at all that Amar Antag had an omen OT death, but in any case STE was tormented by TRE tear that with TRE busy res OT letters and anxiety OT tore them to arrive quickly they would bury alive in tree or contusion. So SRE said about out TRE house, WIT and the intruders as at them. And by tour in Adareen she was successful. At that time Amar Antan had teeny thread dividing rare thims among the had led on the OTTX, ards only the change OT clothing and the simple cloth slip pairs that she would wear in death she did rock TTET tmas she that when Colonel Orleano Gandaya died they had to buy a pair OT new throws for him because all he nad let were that wore in the work stump. A little 5 Orleano Segmo came to touch Mimtor the and was surprised that house was prepared for if anyone seemed alive at moment it was TTE Serena Maranta, Ro had E / and had Eru time to cut course. Orleano Segurdu and Mim leave OT with farewells and promised that on Toloing Saturday they would nave a big resurrection party. Drawn by public talk that Amar Aria Buendia was reconniving letters toward dead. Father Antonio Isabel arrived at 2 o'clock toward the last rites art he had to wait toward more than 15 minutes toward the 2-out OT bath. Ren he saw appear in a nightshirt with rare hair MSE shoulders, the parish Trinug height that it was a trick sent the altar away. Trog I however, that would take advantage OT the to have Amar Aria at her 20 years OT reticent. Amar Anta answered simply that STE did not read spiritual telp OT any kind because her conscience was clean. Fernando was witness that could hear her she asked herself what trouble Sinamar Antag had to make her preter an impious death to shame Ot Terpanamar Arda lay down and made Idrisilla give public testimony as to her virginity. Let no or have very illusions, she snouted so that Fernarua would tear Amar Aria is leave at this world just as came into it. She did not get again. Lying on cushiers, as it SRE really were ill, she braided her long hair and at her ears as death had told it on her bier. Then she asked Idrisilla to a mirror and for the first time in more than 40 years she saw devastated by age and martyrdom. She was surprised at how much she resembled the mental image that she had Ot. Jairsilla by the in the bedresks, RNTTZT it had to grow dark. Say to fair Endi, orn minute Ot is worth more tran a whole like Ot tree misship. It's no use RNW, Amar Anta replied. Mim could relp their asterisking ATX. UT her randated on the lines on stage and TX, gan the part OT program. In the middle OTTRE piece some more WT asterisks per TRE ruse interior and session stop GM arrived Orleano Segundo had to push his way THROT4, H crowd to see TRE corpse OT the aged virgin, ugly and discolored, with TTE black bark stage on in magnificent shroud. SM was laid out in parlor TTE letters. Ursula did rot get up again alter nights ot morn tor amar aria, Sarius social locket ad care ot pur. She meals to her bedresks, and anato water tor to wash and kept up to date on everything that happened in Macondo. Orly Iron Segurdo visited rare Traquarni he brought which she would place with the most irresponsible tor daily IDE, so that in a snore time STE had built up a world within reach OTTZ and D. She managed to arouse a great love in little Amar Anta Ursula, was just like her, she taught how to read. Lucidity, the ability to sufficient unmade one there asterisk that was naturally by weight IOT her 100 years, but even trough it was obvious that she was TROT2, LE seeing, or that was totally blind. SM Ted so much time at her disposal then ard so much interior silence to watch over TRE like OT the house TTET was first to this meme's silent tribulation come here, she told Rare. Now that we're a lore, confess to this old woman WTZT's TX, to bring you? Mim avoided TRE conversation with a short lolk. Ursula did rot ersist, but up erming her suspicions Mim did rot back to visit her. She knew that she was up earlier than usual, that she did not nave a moments as waited tor the time tor her to out, that whole nights walking back and forth in TRE adjoining the dresscom, and that the flattering OT a butterfly would on OAE occasion she said that she was going to see Orleano Segundo. Ursula was surprised that Fernanda's imagination was so limited her husband to the looking tor his. It was obvious that Mim was involved in secret matters, in pressirg matters, in anxieties nig and that. Fernanda upset the STE caught her kissirga man in the movies. Mim was so up in at that time that she, Ursula OT Naverg told on Rare. Actually, STE told on Terselt. For a long time STE had leaving a trail that would have awakened most drowsy and it Ferner percentas so lore to discover it because was betoged, by her relationship with the invisible even so she tier bll wimtus deep silwies, the sudden outbursts, cranges insid, and the contradictions OT daughter. She set on a disguised but implacable vigil She her out with her girlfriends as always, she telp get dressed to Saturday parties, she never an embarrassing caden that might arouse her. She already tut a great deal OT that Mim was doing different from what said, yet would give no indication OT her suspiciers, hoping tor the right moment. Or night Mim said that she was going to the movies with a time later heard fireworks OT debauchard TRE unmistakable OT Orleano Segundo from the direction OT Petra Coates' plan. Went to the movie theater, in the darkness OT the seats she heard Daltner. TR Ilf setting feeling OT nerderty trom seeing the man was kissing, but managed to rear his tremulous voice in the midst OT the dedanim snouts ard Laltner OT the audio rude. I'm sorry, love, heard him say. And she mim out OT place without saying a word to Rare, put Rare through the shame OT paradigm her Mycy Street OT Turks, KX ked in on following day at 6 in afternoon, Fernanda recognized Voy, and OTTTE man Ro came to call on was sallow, with dark, and male amoli which would have startled so much it had KRNW and the gypsies, and a dreamy air that to any woman with a tert less rigid would nave enough to make her understand daughter's motives was a shabby Lorensuit. With throws that showed TRE Dayton's OTS14 air imposed patches OT white zim, in his TBND was carrying a straw hat had TMGHT Saturday Bitor. In all OT his light re could rever nave as trignant as at that moment, but he had a dignity TTET him trom humiliation and a genuine elegance that was deteated ori by tarnished red hands nails that had shattered by rough work. Ferenda, however, only one KX, K to guess his status OT mechanic. She saw that he was wear at his Sunday suit and TTZT underneath his shirt he bore rash OT the Banner B company. She would let him speak. Would not e backslash and let him come through the which a moment later had to close Tmaz was tilled with yellow butterflies. Go away, told him. You've got reason to come on any desert person. His name was Mauricio Babylonia. Had and he was an apprentice mechanic in the Banara company. Mimnad met him by a Doreen when went with Patricia Brown to get a car to take a drive through TRE Groves. Since the chotter was sick TTPY asked him to take and Mim was finally able to satisfy her desire to sit next to the driver and see what he did. Unlike the regular chauffeur, Mauricio Gabelonia got a practical lesson. That was the time that Mim was to frequent Mr. Groen's house art it was still course idert and projector a lady to drive a car. Was with information and did see Mauricio Gabeloria again tor several months. Later on she would remember that during the drive her attention had been called to his muscular except for tre courser sot his hands, but that at award ste had mentioned to Patricia Brown that had by his rather proud sense ot security. First Saturday that she went to tre movies with Rare Tather she saw Mauricio Babilaria again, with his learned suit, sitting a few seats away from TMM, and that was Rut paid much attention to TTE till in order to turn around and look at Mim was by the vulgarity OTTTZT. Afterward Mauricio Babilona came over to say to Orleano Segurdo only trend did Mim tind out that they KRNW each Tmaz had worked in Orleano Trist's early plati he treated Rare Tamer with the air OT an employee. That tact relieved the dislike that his pride had caused in TMY Ted TMN alone together nor had they spoken except in way OT greeterg. The niggerant she dreamed that was saving her trauma and she did gratitude but rage. It was as it SRE tud given him the re was wait at tor, since Mim tor just the opx, sight, rot or e with Mauricio Babilonia but with any other man WM was irreverest in her. Territory was so indie grant at her dream that instead OT him, felt an irresistible urge to see him. The anxiety became more interest during the course OTTRE week on Saturday it was Pressim that had to make a great effort to Mauricio Babilonia not to Ratia that when he greeted her in the movies her heart was in her mouth dazed by a feeling OT pleasure and rage. She gave him her the first time art only then did Mauricio Babilonia let Rimzel shake hers. Mim managed to impulse an attraction OT but immediately into a cruel satisfaction on seeing Trat his hand TTN was sweaty and cold. That night realized TTET would not a moment OT rest until she throwed Mauricio Gabelonia TRE useless res OT his aspiration and she SCMNT that anxiety ATL, UT in her mind. SM to all kinds OT tricks so that Patricia Brown would the car WITN her. Finally she made use of the American who was WS vacation in Macondo at that turn and with a pretext OT learned about room models OT cars she had him take to garage. From the moment she saw him Mim let herself by rare self that what was real de Goyergon was that STE could bear to alone with Mauricio Babilonia. She was made indignant by certainty that Re understood that when Re saw her arrive. L came to see the new Rnkstels, Mim said. That's a tirey excuse, Re said. Mim realized that was burning in heat OT his pride, desperately looked tore away to humiliate him. But Re would not give her any time. Get upset, said to in a BW voice. It's the first time that a woman has gone CRA4 over a man. She felt so defeated that SRE let TRE garage witness seeing the niggan and weeping with indignation American redhead, who was realty beginner to interest like a baby and it was TMN that she TTZT the yellow butterleys preceded TREOT Mauricio Babilonia. SRE had seen garage, and had Trinughite that were drawn by TRE smell OT pair eye. Once Nad seen Trem Clutterier ATX, UT rare read into the movies. But Mauricio Babilonia began to pursue her like a GMST that only she identity in the crowd, she understood that the butterflies had to do with him. Mauricio Babilonia was always in the audience at TRE movies, at Nimas, and SRE did not have to see him to know that he was Tmaz butterflies were always ors or aliaro segundo e came so impatient with a clutterim that felt the impulse to secret to as had promised. But Insturk told Rare that Re would laugh as usual and say, what would your mother say it loud out? 0M while she was pruning roses, Fernanda let out a cry OT fright and had Mim taken away from the SP, TWRERE she was, which was the same place in garden where Remedios beauty had gone up to Reven. STE had thought to Tor and in Star Eye that the miracle was to be repeated with Tmaz she had TMNTL, read by a sudden napping OTW at S. It was the butterflies. Mim saw Trem as they had suddenly been born out OT a light heart gave a turn. At that moment Mauricio Babilona came in with a package that according to what said, was a present from Patricia Brown. Mim blush, tribulation, and even managed a natural smile as she asked him TTE Taver OT leaving it on TTE railing Tmaz tens were dirty trom the garden. The only thing TTET Fernarda Root in a man WRNM a few more tons later STE was to X/AEL trom the tenuous witment she had him was bilious texture OT his skin he's a very strarge man, Fernarua said. You can SAE in his race that TE's to die? Mim trot that term otter had been impressed by TRE Butterly's tentines and prunem the row bosoms her TZNDSTCX, K the package to rare bedresks, M to open it. It was an OT Chinese toy, made up OT Live TX, XES, in last one there was a card latex, riously by who could barely write, we Saturday at home Mim felt with an interstrix KTTZT the TZD on Raylan Tor at time wouldn't reach OT Fernanda's curiosity, Ardaltmont she was flattered by the audacity and ingenuity OT Mauricio Babylonia, was moved by his eye and expecting that she would keep the date. Mim Kaito at that time Trat Orleano had an apple. Intimate on Saturday night and vertheless, the tire OT anxiety burned her so much during the course OT the week that on Saturday she to leave alone intimater and come to her at this row. A rumternal but early clattered about rare head while the lights were on. And then at WMNLNS went out, Mauricio Bobinius set down her. Mim felt herself splashed M in a TNGOT hesitation tromrich she, nulled or rescind, as had, Murdy in dreams. By that man smelling of grease WMMSTE could barely see in the shadows. If you hadn't come, said, you never would have seen me again Mim tell TTE wait OT his hand on rare knee and she crew that they were TX, TH arrivum at other side OT abandonment at that instant. What stalks me about you, said, smiling, is that you always say exactly WTZT you shouldn't SAYIR for she lost her Myru over him. STE could sleep STE lost her appetite and sank so deeply solitude TTET even father and Anriru. She worked out an intricate web OT false dates to Val Fernarua ODT the track, lost sight OT girlfriends, overconventiers to with Mauricio Bobinia at any time art at any place. At first tis crude res but rare. The first time that were alone on Field's garage her mercilessly into an arimal state that let rare exhausted. It took time to realize that it was also a torm OT it was then that lost her calm and lived only toward him, upset by the desire to sir asterisk into his stupid odor OT greased 011 by lie. A short time death OT amarantash she suddenly stumbled into in space OT lucidity within TRE madness and she trembled the certainty OT the future. Then she heard ATL, UT a woman who made prediction B trump cards and went to see her in secret. It was Pilar Herrera. As Pilar saw her and she was aware OT memes hidden sit down SRE told her. L don't need cards to tell the toucher OT of Buendia, Mim did no enver would that Tenarian which was her great-grandmother. Nor would she nave eplived it at her the aggressive realism with which she to her that the anxiety OT in love except in it was the same FHNT OT view as Mauricio Gabelonia's, but Mim resisted it twas underneath it all she TTZT it had by the judgment OT a mechanic. She th0 then that love on one side was love on the other, because it was characteristic of men to deny hunger once truer appetites were satisfied. Pilar Herrera only cleared that mistake, also the old where Ted Arcadio, memes Grand Tather, and WRERE Edward she co-reived Orly Aaron Jose. She also taught how to avoid an unwearied interruption by Mears OT the Avarks. Ration OT mustard plasters gave recipes to that in cases OT trouble could even the remorse OT TTET review in Mim the same reeling OT bravery that she had felt on a drunken evening. Amaranta's death, moreover, obliged to the decision. While Nigan lasted did not leave TRE's side OT Mauricio Babylonia, who mergled with crowd TTET invaded then OT and TRE obligatory withdrawal they separated toward a time. Those were days OT's such agitation, irrepressible anxiety, so many that on first evening that Mim was able to get out she word straight to Pilar Terneras. To Mauricio Babylonia, without witnesses, without formalities, ard with a vocation that was so fluid and intuition that was so wise TTET a more suspicious man TTN would have trem with obvious exteriors. They made love twice a week or more than 3 mores. By the complicity OT Orly Aaron without suspicion in his daughter's alibis simply in order to set her tree from her mother's rigidity. On the night that Fernanda surprised them in the movies, Orleano Segundo felt down by burden his conjurer Mim in the bedroom where Fernanda kept her locked up, trusting that she would reveal to him that owed him. But Mim denied everything. SM was so sure herself, so anchored in the solitude that Orleano Segundo had the impression that link existed anymore. The comradeship and the warmth but an illusion tre passed. Tmonth ot2. Mauricio Gabilonia, tinkered that his authority as his former MSS would make him desist from his plurs, but Petra Coates convinced him that it was a woman's he was let floating in a OT's decision, barely sustained by that the contirement would put an end to his daughter's troubles. Mim signs affliction on the contrary, Trom next Ursula perceived the peaceful rhyttrn her sleep, the serenity her tasks, order her meals, and health OTTM. Only thing that intrigued Ursula at her almost 2 months punishment was that Mim did not take a in morning like everyone else, but at sown in the evening. Ste trot warning rare about the but Mim was so distant, convinced that she had given her away, that she preferred rot to disturb her with impertirices, a great grerumotner. Yellow butterflies would invade the house at dusk. Every rigan on way back from her bath Mim would tend the desperate Fernarua killer butterflies with an insecticide bomb. This terrible, she would say, all my light TMY told me TTET butterflies at Nigan bring bad luck. One nigta while Mim was in the bathroom, Fernanda went into her by charm were so many that scarcely Brett Este grabbed tor tre nearest piece cloth to snow them away and her froze with terror as her daughter's bats with the mustard plasters that rolled onto the floor. She did rot wait tor an opportune moment as had the first time. On the day she invited new mayor to lurch. Like her, Renad come down from the Hignans, and she asked him to station a guard in backyard. Tmaz had impression TTZT were stolen that night. The guard brought down Mauricio Babylonia as he was lit him up to get into bathrooms, RN where Mim was tore him, naked and trembling with love among the N butterflies as she nad adorned every Nigan tor the past few months. A bullet lodged in spear BL column reduced him to his tor the rest his light. He died old in solidal key, Whitman a moan, Whitman a protest, Whitman a sirgal moment of tormented by memories and by the yellow butterflies, who did not give him a moment's as a chicken thief. Chapter 15. The events that would deal its fatal blow were just themselves when they brought Mim Buendia's son Rome. The PLR, Lick situation was so entertained TMN that one had sufficient spirit to with private scandals, so that Ferrando was able to count on an atmosphere that to keep child hidden as if he had never existed. Had to take him in because circumstances under which they brought him made rejection. She had to tolerate him against will to rest like Tmaz at the moment truth sre lacked to go through witn rare interdetermination to drown him in a cistern. KX ked him in Orleano Kunraya's old workshop. SNE succeeded in converting Saria Sofia de la that tzd lound floating in a basket. Ursula would die witness ever his origin little Amar anta Ursula. WM went into workshop home Fernando was child, also the version OT floating basket. Or Liam Segurdo, having broken finally WITNNIS wife because of the irrational way in Udic Hardled memes tragedy, did no OT existers of NIS grandson or till 3 years after they brought him home. The child from captivity through an oversight on Fernanda's part AP on porch for a fraction of a second, naked, with matted hair, and with an organ that was like a turkey's as it were a human child but encyclopedia definition of a cannibal. Farida had on TTET nasty trick OT irrigible late. Child was like the return of a shame that had thought exiled by from the forever. As TMY Mauricio Babylonia with his shattered spinal column, Fernanda Nad worked out the most minute details of a plan destined to out all traces OT the burden. Without her who sparks, she packed her bags, put 2 charges of clother that her would RPED into a small suitcase, and went to get her in Bedres, Haltner before the train arrived. Let's go, Renata, she told poor. She gave no explanation. Mim, tore her part, did not or any. She not only did where they were but it would nave the same too if they had taken to slaughter news. She had again nor would she do so tore the rest OT like trom tre time that she the shot in backyard and the simultaneous cry OT pain trom Mauricio Babylonia. When her mother ordered rare out OT the bedresks, Mste did rot comb her hair or wash and she into train as if she were in her sleep, not even notice her tre yellow butterflies that were still accompanying her. Fernarda found out did she take the trottle, le2, that stony silwe was a determination ot her will or rit erste had become mute because ot impact ot mim barely ritus ot the journey through the tormently uncharted region. Sre did see the shady, urdus banana groves on thot the tracks. She did rot the white ot or gardens, dried out by dust and reet, or the women in smrts blue str #eid shirts playing cards on terraces. Did see ox carts on dusty roads loaded down with bunches ot bananas. Sre did not saetre girls into transparent rivers like targs, rs, leaving on the train with a bitter ot their splendid breasts, or the miserable huts ot the workers all Mauricio Babylonia's yellow butterflies and in the ot which there were green and squalid children on there and women insults at train. That vision, which had teen a elaboration tour rare when she came home from scrml, passed through memes witnessed a quiver. She did mk out ot the window, even ran the burden damppiece ot the groves ended and tre train went to Volca populated plain the carbonized skeleton of Sparus Galleon still sat and Tren came out into the dear air alongside the trophy, dirty sea where almost as century Jose Arcadio Buendia's illusions had met defeat. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, when they had come to tre last station in swamp, old ot train Tomas Fernarda made her IRI-0 a small carriage that like an enormous bat, drawn by an asthmatic horse, and the desolate city in Otiutic, split by Salteris, Duro was tre's sound Otiapro lesson just like the or that Fernarua the siestas ot her adolescern. They went on board a Riverdale, at, the Utsan real ot which had a ot conflagration, and WTO's rusted metal plates like mouth ot in oven. Mim shut up in her cabin. Twice a day Fernarua let a plate OTTWD by her bed ard twice a day she took it away intact. Not Twas Mim had to die OT hunger, but Twas even smell OT was repugnant to her stomach rejected and water. Even she knew that fertility had mustered VACX, Rs, just as Ferner percented did rot crow until almost a year later, ran they brought the child. In cabin by vibration OT metal plates the sturch OTTRE stirred up by the paddle reel. Mim lost track OT days. Much time had passed saw last yellow butterfly distrobd in the blades OT the tan and she admitted as an irremediable truth trat Mauricio Babylonia had she did let defeated by she kept on thi asterisk I not him during the arduous mule back OT the hallucinating plateau where Orleano Segur de Ted lost was Kintor the most beautiful woman WM had ever on tre ta OT the earth. And over the mountains along I trails the gloomy city in whose stone alleys the tune real bronze TLLSOT 32 Chakrestat. Night slept in the colorial mansion on TX, ards that Fernarda laid on TRE tlor OT at RTNM invaded by weeds, wrapped in the shreds OT. Curtains that they pulled off that fell to pieces WITN every turn of TRE Mim crew WRERE tray were because in TRE tli to OT her insomnia she saw by the gentleman in black TMY to inside a lead on or distant Twistmas Eve. On TTE Tola word day, at her mass, Fernarda heard to that Mim Trom mother's stories OTTRE convent WRERE tray had raised rare to be a queen, and that had come to the end OT journey. While Ferner Percenta was speakered to someone in TRE Otis next Mim Rema ired in a parlor with large oil OT Nglonial still in a demure dress with small black towers stood high STOES which were swollen by, LDOT the uplarksts. SM was standing in OT the parlor thirking about Mauricio Babilaria TRE yellow stream OT line trom TRE stare ed glass a right beautiful came out OT the atfist suitcase with 3 charges OT clothing. As she passed Mim she her hand Whitman stopping. Come, Renata, said to her. Mim her tend let herself last time that Fernaldus sought her, try at to keep with a novice, the iron grating OTTRE cloister had just closed her. She was still Mauricio Babinia, his smell OT grease, ard his halo OT butterflies, and she would capon him tour all the days OT her light remote autumn she OT old age. With rare Madame Charved and her head shaved and without ever a word, in a gloomy hospital in Fair and returned to MacDo on a train protected by armed inly. Trip tension OT passengers, military preparations in the towns along TRE Lire, ardent atmosphere rarefied by the certainty that something serious was to, but she had information until Macy, RDOR told Rare that Jose Arcadio Seguemo was the workers at Banana to strike. That's all we need, Fernandez said to an anarchist in TRE tamely. The strike broke out 2 weeks later. Arda did rut nave dramatic that Ted TM workers demerited that Trey Rod obliged to cut and bad bananas on Suruaz, and just that even Father Antonio Inter. D in its he tour presented in accord with TRE laws OT that victory, along with other actions that were told owing months, drew Lurless Jose Arcadio Segundo out OT his anonymity. Tour people had been accustomed to say that he was only good tour uptown with French with same impulsive decision with WT *ch re. Had auctioned ODT his tiding cocks in order to organize a harebrained TX, gave up his GX, session as foreman in the banana company the side OTTRE workers. Quite SCK, and he was out as the agent OT in international conspiracy against PT2, lick order. One night, during TTE course OT a week darkened by rumors, he miraculously tore revolver STL, TS taken at him by an unknown party as he was leaving a secret meeting. Atmosphere OT following months was so terse that even Ursula in her dark head that ors more she was living through the dangerous times when Rare son Orlando carried homeopathic pills OT subversion in his mkita to Jose Arcadio Segundo, to let him crow about trat precedent, but Orleano Seguemo told that the Nigan OT the attempt on his light 1 KRNW his whereabouts. Just like Orleano, Ursula exclaimed. It's as it world were itself. Farina was immune to the uncertainty OT days. Ted knacked with the outside world Cine the violent altercation she had had with her husband over having memes late Whitman his oral iron was prepared to rescue RIS daughter with the help OTTRE fnice at Ia Essery, but Fernarius wed him some that were proof that she had entered the convent OT own tree wool. Mimtut indeed signed once SRE was already ironed she did it with same with which she not allowed herself to be led away. Underneath it all. Orlando Segundo did rut in OT just as he were that Mauricio Babylonia had gone into TRE yard to steal chickens, but both served to his end thus he nulled back witness remorse the shadow OT Petra codes, Udara revived his noisy revelry and unlimited gourmandizer of foreign to the OT the town, deal to, Ursula's quiet predictors. Fernanda gave TRE last time to the screw OT rare precoursive plan. She wrote a letter to son Jose Arcadio, who was TM enema to take his terst orders. In it she told him that his sister Renata had expired in TTE peace OT Lord as a consecton ru OT the black vomit. Then put Amar Anta Ursula under the care OT Santa Sociedad Lopyadad dedicated herself to organizing with invisible DCX tours, Udic had TMN by memes trouble. The terst third that SRE did was to set a definite date tour the telepathy but invisible DCX tours answered that it was rut wise sol orgus TRE state OT agitation continued in Macondo. She was so urgery and so GMRLY informed TTET to TMM in Emther letter that there was no such state OT agitation and that everything was the result OT the LBCY OT hers who was tiddling at that time in that land reunion nonsense just as Reen had been involved with Coctetuum and Rivermats were still in Agreemery on the Wednesday an aged nun knocked at TRE door bearing a small basket on her arm. When she opened the Saria de la TTET it was a git to take the small basket that was covered with a lowly lace wrap. Gut TRE non tmas she had instructions to give it with the strictest secrecy to Dona Fernanda del Carpio de Gandaya. It was memes son. Fernaria's former spiritual director explained to Ina that nad TMN 2 months and that they had taken the privilege OT baptizing him Orleano, tor his grandfather, tmas his mother would not her to tell trem rare was hers. Fernarfl rose up inside agarst that trick OT late. But STE had sufficient strength to hide it in front OT none will tell Trem that we round him floating in a basket, said smiling. No one will it, none said. It trade in TTE Bible, Fernanda replied, El don't say why they smoked it tra me? TRE none lurked at TTE house while SRE waited tor TTE train back, and in with discretion they OT did marry and child again. But Fernarua viewed her as an reasonable witness OT ter shame and lame ride tack TTETTMY had abandoned medieval custom OT naming a messenger who bore bad ruse. It was trend that she decided to drown child and cistern as none left, but her mart was earn up she pretered to wait Patty Ernie until the infinite good rest OT God would tree her trauma noy arcs. TRE New Orleano was a year-old Ren TRE tension OTTRE people broke with Arcadio and other union leaders had remained underground until then suddenly APIR'd one weekend and organized demonstrations in towns out Banana TM merely maintained public order. But on Monday Nigel TRE leaders were taken from their Seri to jail in capital OT Provirx with 2.GMND on legs. Taken among them were Jose Arcadio Seguemo and Lorenzo Gavilan, in the Mexican Revolution, in Macondo, said that had witness to the heroism OT his Artemio crews were set free. However, within 3 months Tomas OT tacked that government and the Barana company wrought reach an agreement as to Rose Raul T. them in jail. Protests of the workers this time were based on lack of sanitary facilities in Trier livered quarters, TRE non-existence OT medical services, terrible working conditions. They TTETTMY were not paid in real mori but in scrip. WT*CH was good only to buy Virginia ham in the company Jose Arcadio Segueldo was put in jail TMOs that scrip system was a way to the company to deny its truth ships, which would the commissary Merchardis would to return empty from New Orleans to TTE Banana TTE Otter complaints were common knowledge. Company physicians did not examine the sick but had them learn behind one at other and TRE and nurse would put a pill TRE color OT copper sulfate on there they had malaria, or constipation. It was a cure that was so common that children would stand in lyre several times and instead OT swallowing pills would take home to use as markers. Company workers were crowded together in miserable barracks. At knitters, instead OT in toilets, Tada GX, rootable return to every titted brought to at Christmas time and Trey held public demonstrations OT how to use so that they would last longer. The decrepit lawyers dressed in black row durer otter times had besieged colorful Orleano Burdia who were by the Barona dismissed those demands WITN decisions that seemed like acts OT magic. When TRE workers drew a list OT unanimous a time passed they were able to TRE Barona, Mpany officially. As returo out about the agreemerry Mr. Brown his luxurious glassed-in coach to train and disappeared from Macondo with TRE more prominent representatives OT his company. Nordless some workers won OT them lolling Saturday in a brothel and made him sign a OT the sheet with the demands while was with the women had to entrap him. The Morgal lawyers throwed entrap that man had them to do with TRE and in order that no one doubt their arguments they nad him jailed as an erg store. Later on, Mr. Brown was surprised traveling incognito, in a third-class coach and Trey made him sign ROTR CNPYOT the demands. On Tolawim day before the judges with his hair dyed black speakered flawless Spanish the lawyers that man was Mr. Jack Brown, OT Banana Campari, in Prattville, Alabama, but a harmless vendor OT medicinal plants, in baptized there with name OT Fonseca. A WT*LE later, laced with a rue attempt by TRE workers TTE lawyers publicly Mr. Brown's death certificate, attested to by foreign ministers which TX, re-witnessed that on June 9 last he had been run over by a tire engine in Chicago. OT that hermeneutical delirium, workers away from the authorities in Macondo and Brog I Trier compel erts up to it was TTZT slag twat. Harks lawyers that the demands lacked all validity to TRE's simple reason that the banana company did have, Rever Ted had, and would have any workers in its service tray were all hired on a temporary and commissional basis. So that the table OT the Virginia ham was renversance, same as TTETOT the miraculous pills and TRE Yuletide toilets, and by a decision OT-TRE court it was established and set down in solemn decrees that the workers did exist. Great strike broke out. Cultivation stopped Naltway, the truant rotted on the trees the traits on idle workers overflowed the towers. The street OT the Turks ached with a Saturday that tore several days and in at the Hotel Jack they had to 20 tour newer shifts. That was WRERE Jose Arcadio Segundo was on day it was a newer that army had to re-establish public order. Altman he was not a man given to omens, TRE news was like an announcement OT death that he had tore that distant morning when Colonel Gerinaldo Marquez had let him see an execution. The Bateman did not charge his solemnity, however. The SMT he had planned and it was good. A stir time later TRE drum beats, the Stville OTTTE bugle, the smutting, and OT told him TTZT only had game OT come to an end, but also silent and solitary game that Nad been playing with himself ever that Don TMN out into street and saw trem. There were 3 regiments, WRNSE march in time to a galley drum made earth tremble. Their OTM maw-headed dragon tilled the glow OTRMN with a pestilential they were sport, stocky, ard brute-like. Tray with a sweat OTA and had a smell OT hide the taciturn impenetrable OT men trom the 14, lands. Al trough it over and to pass by, one might have trinug height that were Oriel loose squads marcher in a circle, because they were all identical, sons OT the same bitch, with the same stoli deity TMY all wagon OT packs and canteens, TTE shame OT tear rifles with fixed bayonets. Shankar OT blind as sense OT Ursula them passed from her in the shadows she made a crow with timers. Santa Socia de locket ad existed an instary, leaning over embroidered that she had just ironed, and she thought to OT her son, Jose Arcadio Segundo, who witnessed changing expression the last soldiers passed by DCX, ROT the hotel jacked. Martial law irritable TRE army to assume the Turksians OT arbitrator in the controversy, effort at nulliation was made. As they in Mati, RDO, the soldiers put aside Trier rifles and cut and loaded TRE bananas and trains running. TM workers, who had TMN to wait until TMN, went into the Waxes with them other but their working machetes and TTPY to Samtage. They burned plantations and miseries, tore tracks to impede the OT the trains that teep gan to their path with Macurp. Gun tire, TMY cut and telephone wires. Irrigation dickeries were stained with blood. Mr. Groan, who was alive in the electrified chicken cop, was taken out of Macondo with his family RETTKN of his fellow countrymen brought to a safe place under the protection OTTRE army. The situation was threatening to lead to an unequal civil war when the authorities called the workers together in Macondo. TTE summons that civil military leader OT Provin would arrive on the Toloing Friday ready to intercede in TTE conflict. Jose Arcadio 8, Gur 0 was in the crowd that had gotten red at station on Friday Sime early in TRE morning. Had taken part in a meeting OT Union Betas and Ted TMN Commissioned, with Colonel Gavilan, to mingle in the crowd and oriented accord at to how TTRGs went. He did rot teal well as salty paste was to on his palate he that army Ted set up machine gun emplacements around the small square that wired city OT was by artillery around 12 OCLCXK. Wait at Tor a train that was arriving, more than 3,000 workers, women, children, TZD out OT in Iron OT station were pressing Earl TRE Nake boring streets, WT asterisk CHTRE army had closed ODT with Rose OT machine guts. At that time it all more like a Jayton Lantler than a wait-eared crowd. They had brought over the fritter Ardreer asterisk stands from the street OT Turksbull were in spirits as TMYTL. Re-OT Waydham and the scorching sun. As thrower time Eptower 3 o'clock the rumor spread that official train would not arrive Verdil day. TM crowd out a sigh OT disappoint me in. An army litter then climbed P'd up Ono the route OT the station were tour machine gun emplacements aiming at crowd and called for silence. Bex to Jose Arcadio Segu Mo there was a barefooted woman, very tat, with 2 children the OT tour 7. She was carrying the smaller one ard she asked Jose Arcadio Segumo, without cane wing him, it would lit him so that here Jose Arcadio Segundo put the child on RIS shoulders. Many years later that child would still tell to the disbelief of all, that had seen Lieutenant Redder No. 4 of the civil and military leader OT the Proversi TT rough an old pronograph hornet nad by General Carlos Vargas Major Enrique Garcia Izaza. Arden 3 articles OT words re-declared the strikers to be a bunch OT still earns he the army to STMT to kill. After the decree was read, in the midst OT a deedening caught OT protest, a captain TCX, K the place OT returned on OT station and with a horn signaled that Re wanted to speak. The crowd was quiet again. Ladies gentlemen, captain said in a low TTET was slow a little tired. You have live minutes to withdraw you. Ting smutting drowned out the bugle that announced the start OTTRE count. No or moved. 5 minutes have passed, captain said in same tone. More minute and we'll tire. Jose Arcadio sweat at lowered tilt and gave him to woman. Those bastards min just STMT, murmured. Jose Arcadio did have time to TM Oz at TTET instantly he recognized the Tnar's voice OT colored Gavilan echoing the words OTTRE woman with a smut. Intoxicated by tertian, by miraculous depth Silru, and thermal conversed Tratantham could move that crowd held tight in a fascination with death. Arcadio 8. Goon 0 raised himself up over the entrant him and tore the tears time in his light he raised his voice. You bastards! Take extra minute and stick it up your ass. After his shout something happened did rot bring on trig me but a kind hallucination the captain gave the order to tire and 14 machine guns answered at home. God it all seemed like a tari. It was as if TRE machine guns had laded with tmas their parting rattle could be heard and incandescent could send, but not the slightest reaction was received mt a cry, wrought even a sign among the compact crowd that seemed by an instantaneous invulnerability. Suddenly, on one side the station, a cry death tore aotic, mother. A seismic voice, a volcanic breath. Roar a cataclysm broke out in TRE Surtur the crowd with a great potential expansion. Arcadio barely had time to pick up the child while mother with TTE other one was swallowed by the crowd that swirled ATX, UT in panic. Many years later that child would still tell, in spite people there asterisking that was an old man, Jose Arcadio Segundo Ted lilted him his mat and hauled him, almost in TTE air, as it flowed at on TRE terror TRE crowd, toward a nearby street. Childs positioned him to see at that moment that TRE wild mass was started to get to the core and TRE row machine guns open tire. Voices at same time, get down. Get down, Bull and Iron had already done so, swept down by the wave bullets. Survivors, instead get eared down, tried to go back to TRE's small square, and panic a dragon's tail as one impact wave ran against Aroder which was moved in the opposite direction, toward the otter dragon's tail in the street the way, Mac and guns were also tiring without cease. Remedy were pen read in. Swirling about in a gigantic whirlwind that little by little was ebbing to its epic rire as were systematically TX2ING cut 011 all around like an Orion ebbing by TRE insatiable and methodical shears the machine guns. TM Chid saw a woman with arms in across in an OFPN space, mysteriously tree TRE Istanbul. Jose Arcadio put him up there at Momri he tell with his baton before the troop WIFPD out the empty space, the kneeling woman, the light the high, DROT4, and stricken sky, and the rich world where Ursula Iguaran had sold so many little camy animals. When Jose Arcadio Segundo came to was lying face in darkness. He realized that Re was Ridurgon an US and silent train that tis Reed was with dry and TTET all his TX, Nesicant. Felt an intolerable desire to sleep. Prepared to sleep tormenimas, sate trom the terror the made himself irritable on the side that him less, only trend did he discover that Re was tierg against dead people. There was no tree space in the exceptor an island middle. Several must have passed Sime TRE massacre because the corpses had the same temperature as a plaster in autumn the same foam TTET it had. And TTNSE row had put Trem in the car Tud had time to pile them up in TRE same way in which TMY Transeeks, Ruth Birch's bananas. Trying to trom the nightmare, Jose Arcadio Segundo dragged Timsel trom or car to another in TTE direction in which the train was and in the like TTZT broke through the and slats as they were through sleeper tours he saw TTE man corpses, woman child who would thrown IRI0 like rejected bananas. Revlised only a woman sold Dreer S in TRE Square Colorel Gavilan, still in his tent with a buckle Morelia silver with WTCH Re had tried to open his way rough the panic. Ren got to first car he jerks, D into darkness lay tracks until train had passed. It was the lomiest OAE he had ever seen, with almost 200 freight locomotive at a tiered one in the middle. It again S, wrought even the red green lines, and it slipped Mel ODT with a nocturnal and stealthy velocity. On top cars there the dark the soldiers with Trier and plaid Mac air guns. Alder midnight a torrential cloudburst came Arcadio Segundo did rot KMW where it was that he had jump FPD ODT, but he could tried by going in the opposite direction to that the train he would reach McCordo. After walking tor more than 2 hours, soaked to the skin, with a terrible headache, he was able to make out the first muses in the light of dawn. Attracted by smell of coffee, Wirt Noah kicked in WRERE a woman with a child in her arms was leaning stove. Hello, he said, exhausted. I'm Jose Arcadio Segundo Bunde whole ream, letter by letter, in order to her that was alive. Ebu was wise in doing so, because Tre woman thought that he was an apparition as she saw the dirty, shadowy figure with his mad clothing dirty with blood and tuckered with a solemnity ot death come trough Tre she him. She him a blanket so that he could wrap himself up while his clothes dried by Tre tire, ste warmed some water to wash his wuru, which was only a ward, gave him a clean to bandage his buerdios drank it, spread his out near tire. Jose Arcadio Segundo did radur till he nad finished drear asterisking his there must have been 3 ot tram he murmured. What? The dead? He clarified. It must nave TMN and OTTRE were at station woman measured him with a pitying MK Trier haven't been any dead said. Sint time OT or ELE, Lionel, nothing has in Macondo. In TRE 3 kitchens where Jose Arcadio Segundo stopped before reaching told him same THIR4 weren't any dead. He went through the small square by the station and he saw TRE fritter stands piled OAE on top OT the and he could tint OT massacre. The streets were deserted under the J assistant rain and the houses locked with no OT light inside. TM or E human RNT was the first OT tour mass. At TRE door at Colorel Gavilan's house. A pregnant woman he had seen several tears closed the DMR in his face. Left, said, frightened. He went back to his own country. The main trans to TRE wire chicken CCX. P was guarded as always by 2 GY, licemen as if were made OT store Euro TRE rain, with rare coats, and rubber TMTS. On Trier Marginal Street Irdian were SING Saturday Arcadio jumped over the courtyard wall TRE house through TRE kitchen. Santa de la barely raised voice. Fair you, she said. SDE's just getting 14, dot. As if she were tilling an implicit pact. STE took her son to RCX, and broken down tore him and at 2 in TRE Eternon, while Fernando was taking rare siesta, SRE passed a plate OT into window. Orleano Segundo Tud slept at Rome because TRE rain had caught to him time and at 3 in the Eterine was still tore it to clear. Informed and by Santa Solia de la Piedad, visited his brat in Melquiades at that time. Did version OT massacre or the Rigmare trip OT the train loaded with corpses traveled toward TRE CER. TRE rigged before he had read an extraordinary PRCX lawmation to nation which said that workers TED ETT station and TUD returned Rome in peaceful groups. The proclamation also that union leaders, with great patriotic spirit, TZD demands to 2 anides, a reform OT medical services and the building OT latriers in living quarters. It was later that military authorities the agreement with the workers, they hastened to tell Mr. Brownard he not only did new but offered to 3 days OT PTNIC festivities to elaborate TRE and OT the conflict. Except that when TRE military asked him on what date they could soaring OT agreemary, out the word out at the sky crossed with lightning flashes and made a profound OTWYM rainstorm v he said. As rain lasts we're all activities. It had more is there Ted a drought but Mr. Brown Armowed his decision a torrential downpour spread over whole Barbna region. It was 1 TTET Jose Arcadio on way to Mesa %. A week later it was still raining. TTE official version, repeated and out all over country by every Mears OT communication TRE government at hand, was finally accepted, Turo were dead. Workers Ted gone back to Tmir Barbna company was suspended all activity until TRE rains stopped. Martial law coordinated with an eye to OT emergary tour public disaster OT the earnest downpour, but the TRCXJPS were confined to quarters. During the day the soldiers torrents in streets with part rolled 14, playing with boats with TTE children. At night at our tray crew ed DCX, ours down with Tmir real butts. T-Yield systems out OT Tmir TMM ODT on TR hashtag X Trom WTCH there was no return TRE search tour extermination OT murderers, arsonists, OT no. 4 was still going on, but military denied it /n to the relatives OT TRE victims crowded TRE commandants in search OT news. You must dreaming, officers insisted. Wing has napped and in Macondo, and as ever them ever will, this is a happy town. In TTZT way TMY were finally able to while out the Union leaders. Only survivor was Arcadio. 1 February nig and unmistakable blows OT rifle butts were heard at the door. Orleano Segumo, who was still waiting it to clear, the to 6 soldiers the command OT and officer. Soaking Trump TRE rain, without saying a word, TTPY surged the by closet, Trump parlor to pantry. Jersel awoke when TTPY turned on the light in her and she did rot breathe till the march went on but held vergers in of across, them to WRERE soldiers were moving ut. Sariad Al-Laqadad managed to warn Jose Arcadio was sleeping in RCNM, but he could say that it was late to try to escape. Sariad Al-Laqadad locked again and put on shirt and his sat down on it to wait toward them. At that moment Trey were searched TTE Gold Workshop. The officer made the paddles K with a quick sweep OT his lantern he saw workbench TRE glass cup marred with TMLESOT acid and instruments that were still owner Ted let them and he seemed to that one lived in that RCX. MEB wisely asked Orliro Segundo if he was a silversmith, however, ladder to him that it had Colonel Orleano Buruia's workshop. Oh, officer said, turned on lines, and ordered such a minute search TTETTMY did miss the 18 little gold that had been melted down and that were hidden TRE bottles is tree or tin can. Them one by on then he human. I'd like to take it I may, said. At time they were a mark OT subversion, but now they are relics. He was YOUR4 almost an adolescent with sign OT timidity with a natural pleasant manner that had STNWN itself until Orleano gave him the little fish. The it in his shirt VX at WIT and a childlike glow in his eyes and he put the others back in the can and set it back at TZD. It's a word or tool memento, said. Colorel Orleano Gurdia was OAE our greatest men. Nevertheless, that OT humanity did rot alter his traditional conduct. At Melchiad's which was KXKed again with Pax K, Santa de Laqadad tried OAE last MPE. One has lived in that room for a annuary, said. Advisor had it and the OT the lantern over it, and Orliro Segumo and Santa Socia de Laqadad saw the Arabized OT Jose Arcadio Segundo at morn the ray of light passed over his face and they understood that it was TRE and OT or anxiety the OT odor which would tend relief or in resignation. But examining the with TTE lardern STORO sign OT interest until he discovered the 72 piled up in cups, arts. TMN he on the light. Jose Arcadio Segundo was sitting on edge OT the cot, ready to go, more solemn than ever. In the back RLD were with a stided BCX, KS, the rolls OT parchment, and the clean and orderly work table with ink still in inkwells. There was the same purance and air, same clarity, TRE same respitrum dust art destruction that Orleano Segundo had crowned and that only Colonel Orleano could but the officer was only erased in the champ pots. How many people live in this renewes? He asked. Obviously did rot understart. He paused with his lurks non space Orliro Segundo and Santa Sata Laqadad were still seeing Arcadio and the latter also realized that soldier was at him without seeing him. Then reached out TRE light closed the door. Ran to the soldiers, Orleano, Segundo TTET Advisor Nad San TRE room with the same eyes as Colonel Orleano Buendia. It's obvious that one has in that at least a years the officer said to the soldiers. There must even snakes in there? When the closed, Arcadio 8, Gur 0 was sure that the war was over. Years deep tower Colonel Orleano Buendia had SP. Can to remember the fascination OT war had tried to show it to him withdrawn from his own experience. Nad Teliev him. Got the night when TRE soldiers at him witnessed him while he tmug height ATL, UT the tension OT the past 2 months, the misery OT jail, the panic at the station, the train loaded with Deadpool. Arcadio Segundo reached conclusion that Colonel Orleano Buendia was rotting but a taker or an imbecile. He could not understand YTZD many words to explain what he felt in war because or was enough, tear. In Melchiad's RCXJM, on honor Haru protected by light, by OT rain, by the feeling OT invisible, he toured that he had not had Tor or Sergal instant during his previous life, and only tear that was that they would bury him alive. He told Santa de la Piedad about it when she brought him his daily meals. She to struggle to stay alive, even TX, yawned her natural torsos in order to make sure that they would bury him dead. Free trauma all tier, Arcadio himself TMN to the manuscripts OT Melchiades many times, and with so much more pleasure Ren could rut under Starit Mame to the OT the rain, which at her 2 months had become Aroder Torm OT silence. TRE only tring that disturbed his solitude was OT's Sataria de la her, territory, to leave the meals on the where percent Ozil Pax asterisk the door. The rest OT family amut him Fernanda, did rot mind him triaren ste tour that TRE soldiers had seen him without recognizired him. At her 6 OT air la sur, Sime soldiers TZD let Magno Orleano Segundo remove the pad K. Kintor someone ne talk to you nil the rain stop GM as he felt Galenshall attack OT the rich were plat on the floor ard all OT which had apen used several times. Arcadio Segundo, devoured by two air that had apen shargaed by the nauseating Vovks, Ars, was still reading and rereading the unintelligible parchments. He was by a seraphic glow. He scarcely raised his eyes when heard the door open, but that look was enough to his to rented in it the irreparable Tate OT his great Grand Tather. There were more than 3,000 of was all that Arcadio Segundo said. I'm sure RNW that they were Evreeds, DY had been at the station. Chapter 16 It rained for 2 years, 11 months, 2 days. Were Vmiads OT drizzle during which Evrio put on his tall dress and a convalescent KX, K to break clearing, but bull SCX, and grew accustomed to interpret the pauses as a sign OT redoubled rain. The sky crumbled into a set OT destructive storms out OTRNRTH came hurricanes that ATL, UT and crocked down walls and uprooted every last plant OT the banana groves. Just as during the insomnia plague, as Jersula came to during those days, calamity itself inspired deters against boredom. Orleano Segundo was OAE OT who not to idleness. Had home for some minor matter on the right that Mr. Groan unleashed the storm, and Fernanda to MLP him with a hall blown out umbrella TTET found in a closet. L don't RMD it, said. I'll stay till it clears. That was RNT, of course, an ironclad promise, but would it literally? His clothes were at Petra Coates's, every 3 days would take off what he had on and wait in his SMRTS they wasn't. In order to himself to task of repairing the many things that repeated fixing in house. He adjusted oil KNCX curse tight, and door jam T for several more as he was seen WA Mariark about WIT and box that the gypsies must nave TMND in Jose Arcadio days, and new Tmaz OT involuntary exercise, winter tedium, or impstabsturns, but his was deflating little by little like a wineskin. His OT a beatific tortoise was less bluctism MWS doff chin less prominent until he TM.Arni pachydermic all and was able to tie his own again. Him putting in latches and repairer Fernando Werlier D or rot he might falling into the OT building that could take apart like Aureliano Gumia Ari his little goldfishes, Amaranta, and Shroud Ari her buttons, Jose Arcadio and TRE parchments, Ardidrusilla ard her memories. But that was not case. The worst part was that rain was affecting everything and TRE driest OT machines would have towers popping out among tree gears that were every 3 days. And the threads in and wet clothing would break out in a rash OT's saffron-colored moss. Air was so damp that fish nulled have been through and swum out wordows, floated through atmosphere in TTERCX, MS or more near Ursula woke up that was her in a placid Ted already asked Trem to take rare to fatter Antonio Isabel, even if it had to be on a stretcher, when Santa de la that was with Bex. Took them ODT one by one, crushed Trem with a firebrand bled her to death. It was necessary to dig canals to get water out OT the Tnus and rid it OT TRE trogs and snails so that they could dry TTE floors and take the bricks trom and walk in more. With the many small details that called to his attention, Orleano Segurdo did realize that was get at old until when he found himself contemplating the premature dusk trauma rocking chair thinking about Petro without quivering. There would have no problem into Fernanda's insipid love, because rare T.I.T. had solemn WITN age. But rain had him trom all OT passion and had him with a spongy serenity OT a lack OT appetite. He amused himself till asterisking a month that he nulled have done in times with that rain which TZD already lasted a year. He had teen one ot the tears to bring zinc sheets to Macondo, much earlier than by Baroness simply to Petra Coates' sedroom with him and to take pleasure in tailing ot deep intimacy that ot the reign at that time. But even TMSE wild memories otris mad youth left him unmoved, just as his last debauchee Nad exhausted his quota of salaciousness and all Nad left was marvelous gift of able to remember it witnot bitteres or repertoires. It might have Trinugheit that had given him the opportunity to sit reflect and that tre business tre pliers and the oil can tut awakened in him tre tardy yearning so many useful trades that might have followed in his light did rot, but rether case was true, because the temptation is sedentary domesticity that was him was result any or moral lesion it came trom much tartar unearthed by the rarest pitchfork trom tre days ren and Melchiads would read Perk's digest tables about flying and whales that ted on tire ships and trier crews. It was durer those days that in a moment little Orleano on his Grand Tather recognized the secret his IDE 90. He cut his hair, dressed him taught him to afraid bull, and very scx, and it was evident that was a legitimate Orliaro Buendia, with his high chi nights, res, his startled mk, and his solitary air. It was a relief to Fernarda. For some time had the extent pride tullness, but ste could not tin any way to remedy it because more she Trinugheit solutions the less rationale they to her. It had crowned that Orleano Segundo was to take things tre way did, with a pleasure a grand Latimer, would rot have taken so many turns or got so mixed up, but would knave treat rare selt from mortification tre year before Amar Anta Ursula, already ted her teeth. Tmugheit as a scurrying toy row was a consolation to the tedium tre reign Orleano the English Ericlogna that one had Sime touched in memes old RCMN. He began to throw the children the pictures, animals, later on remote countries Artemis people. Since he did rot crow any English art could identity or most famous cities bull, would invent and to satisfy the children's insatiable curiosity. Fernanda really that whose Barksel was waiting for it to clear to return to his cot cubit durer tre tearst months tre range she was afraid that he would try to slip into that she would have to the shame revealing to him that she was their capable recow aliatushan since tre birth amar antak, Jersula. That was reason to her anxious with the invisible doctors, their merrill for, ted by frequent disasters the male. Duerg the first when it was that trains were near tracks in the rain, a eder trom the invisible doctors told that ters were rot a riverg. Later on, Nakwitha was broken, she had seriously trod put ad on tre tiger mask that rare husband had worn in a bloody caravel under a fictitious name by Barbie company doctors. But the many people who regularly brought pleasant ruse deluge tzd told that the company was dismantling its dispensaries to mo/ae them to where it was not raining. Then ste gave up hope. She too until rain male servant was back to Rummel, in tre meantime sre sug to really yet trom rare secret ailmerts with to imagination, os she would rather have died than put rare selt in tre hands otte only Dr. ett in Maku. TTE extravagant frere emanate grass like a door *ey. She drew close to Jersula, trusting that SRE would know OT's some palliative to her attacks gut rare twisted habit OT rot calling things by Tmir made her put first last tour gave birth and burning for Tlau so that it would all be less shameful, witn that, Jersula reached reasonable that her trouble was intestinal rather tranuterior. And she advised her to take a dose calomel on an empty stomach it had tmnttet which would have had mtnng shameful it for some ro did rot. Sitter as well trommed it not loss letters, the rain would nave tunthard Fernarda, because, after all, her roll light had a pen scmnt as it if had been rarierg. Did mt change or modify her ritual? Wim the table was still raised up on bricks the chairs put on planks so that those at table would get their teeth wet, still with learn entire chinaware and with lignite carrioles, tmas she tell that the calamities small not used as a pretext or any relaxation in customs. No one went out into the street any more. It had on Fernanda, they would rever nave dom so, only it started raining but since that. Tmas she tell that Gers had invented to stay closed and that curiosity tore what was on in street was a matter tore harlots. Yet she was the first to out-rentre. We're told that TRE funeral procession tore Colonel Reinaldo Marquez was by, even though only walked at halt. Opened window it led in such a state ot affliction that tore a lord time she and she could rot have conceived ot a more desolate cortege. They had put coffin in an ox cart over Udic they built a ot banana leaves, but the pressure tre rain was so intense and streets so muddy that with every step almost sunk and was on verge ot apart. The streams ot's sad water that tell on tre cotton were so cured the flag that had on top which was actually the flag with Gurg, the that Nad teen rejected by more honorable veterans. On the cotton ttpy rad also the with tassels ot's silver and same ttet Reinaldo Marquez used to nom on tre coat rack in order to into amaranthus swim bed and cart, some barrels, all ot them with paws rolled up. In TRE mud were TRE last survivors ot the surrender at Neerlandia carrying a drover's stall in one tent in the Areth ot pyr flowers that Nad Betendist unlord in TRE rain they appeared like an unreal vision street which still bore name ot Colonel Orleano Gandia and they all looked at the house as they passed and turned the corridor square, where they had to ask for help to move the cart. Udic was sunk. Idrisilla had herself carried to TRE by Santa Socia de la Piedad. SRE followed difficulties ot with attention that she was seeing it, especially because her raised hand ot in Archnarglik messenger was moving with a swaying ot cart. Goodbye, Gerardo, my son Ste shouted. Say to my people tell I'll see them at raining. Orleano Seguro helped her back to bed with TRE's same normality with which he always treated ask meaning ot farewell. It's true, said. I'm only wait here for TRE rain to stop in order to die. Ot streets alarmed Orleano finally Mame worried about the state ot his animals and threw an oilcloth his head and sent to Petra house. He her in the courtyard, in the water up to her waist, tried to float the corpse ot a horse. Orliarchs, segundo relp rare with a ver, and the earnest swollen gave a turn like a and was dragged away by TRE torrent ot a liquid mud. Circe tre rain began. All that Petra Coates had done was to clear courtyard ot dead animals. During first weeks sent messages to Orleano Segundo tore him to take urgent measures he had ttzt there was rush, that situation was alarming, ttzt there would plenty ot time to thirk about some ain ran it cleared. SRE settle him word ttzt horse pastures were that cattle were fleeing to high ground where there was nothing to eat and where they were at tre mercy ot jaguars and sigs. Tmers rotting to Orliar, her. Otters will be mrn when it clears. Petra Cates had seen Trem die in dusters was able to only those sunk in mud. Saw with quiet impotence row the del asterisk was pussly a torsion that at one time was nursed the largest solid in Macdo. Ot which rothing remained but fstalim. When Orleano Segmo decided to see what wason, he for rd ore the corpse of horse a squalid mule in the ruins of tre stable. Petra Coates watched him arrive without surprise, joy, or resentment, and ore allowed herself an ironic smile. It's jit time, she said. She had all skin eyes ot a carnivorous animal had tmum sad tame trom at the rain so much. Orleano stayed at house more than 3 months, rot twas he felt driven in that ot his family, but because he read all that time to make the decision to throw the ot oilcloth over Mad. There's rush he said, as had said in tre other home. Let's rupee that it clears in next lieuteners. Ot first week Mame accustomed to inroads that time the rain Nad made in the health ot his concubine. Little by little was seeing her as she had her jubilary and tre delirious tertility that rare love provoked in the animals, and partly trough ove, partly irreverist, one night the week awoke her with urger asterisk caresses. Petra Coates did react. Go back to sleep, SRE murmured. TMSE Aaron T times things like TTET? Orleano 8, Gur 0 saw himself in the mirrors on the ceiling. Saw Petra Coates' spinal column like a row OTSGX, LS strung a cluster OT and he saw that was right, OT the times but because OT themselves, WM were no load to those Orleano Segundo returned Rome WIT and his trucks, convened that rot only, Jersula but all in evidence OT Macondo were waiting toward it to dear in order to die. He had seen them as passed by, sitting in their parlors with an absurd DMK tolded arms, feeling unbroken time pass. Times, It was useless to divide it into months and years, or days into hours, when one could do nothing but contemplate rain. Children greeted Orleano Segundo wit in excitement because he was playing the asthmatic ACT1, Radiant tour. Again got the comers did MT attract attention as much as the sessions with the Encyclopedia. Once more they together in memes Orly and 2Gur0's imagination changed the dirigible into a flying elephant row was Lucator a place to sleep among clouds. On one he came a man on Tunner's back in spite his strange outlet nad a tammy liar look, and after examinered him closely came to the conclusion that it was a picture Colonel Orly. It deferred Arda and Ste also admitted the resemblarcy the Tunnersman not only to the Colorel but to every city in the family. Altmug was actually a Tartar warrior. Time in that way with Colossus Rtodes and Snake Charmers until his wife told him that were Ore3 meat and a sack lead and Perry. And what do you want me to do about it? Asked. L don't krnw, Fernanda R's word. That's men's business. Well, Orly 8, Gur0 said, something will done when it clears. He was more interested in Encyclopedia than in a domestic problem, even had to himself with a meet a little tor lurch it's to do any third MW, he would say. It can't rain tor the rest our lives. Ard while urge arise Perry grew greater, Fernix's indignation also grew, until her eventual protests. Her imrequent outbursts came forth in an ertine torrent that or morning like the marauderous drone a guitar art as the day advanced rose in pitch, richer and more splendid. Orly 8, Gun0 was aware OT's sing-song the following day after breakfast when he felt himself tunthered by a buzzing that was by more fluid and louder TTN sound rain, and it was Fernarda, who was walking to walk out the house complaining that they nad raised her to it and only to as a servant in a madhouse, with a lazy, idolatrous, libertine who lay on his back tore bread to rain down from while she was straring kidneys try to keep afloat a fume held together with piers where Trier was so much to do, so much to bear up under repair time gave his morning sunlight until it was time to bed that Ren Ste got Trier her eyes were tall growered glass, yet no one ever said to her, morning, Farinda, did you sleep well? Nor had they asked her, even out courtesy, why Ste was so pale or why she awoke with purple under her in spite tack that she had, course, trauma tamely that tut always considered rare a nuisance, an old rag, a tx0 by parried on wall, were always saying against behind rare back, colored church mouse, calling rare Pharisee, calling crafty, and even Amar Antak. Machian had said aloud that Ste was one those people ro could tell Trier reckons from their ashes, have mercy, such words. She tzd everything with resignation tre holy fetter, but she nad been able to tolerate it any more tzt evil Jose Arcadio said that Domrtion family had come ran it opened its doors to a stuck-up Highlander, just imagine, a Highlander, Lord save us, a Highlander daughter evil spit the same as tre Highlanders tre sent to kill workers, you tell me, and he was referring to but the godchild the Alba. A lady such liege that she made the liver president's wives quiver, a Roble dame tine like had right to sign 11 and was the only mortal creature in that town full bastards who did rot teal all cont used at sight 16 silverware. So ttzt her adulterous husband die laughter afterward and satrat so many crives ard forks and were myria human but Torah only one who tell with her eyes closed when the white wire was served and on what side and in which glass and when the word on what side in which glass, like that facent in Amar Antak, may sre. Rest in face, who th0lqtm that white wim was served in daytime red at night. And the only on the Rhonal coast who could take pride in tack that sre took care only in plan that Colonel Orly Burdia, may he rest and could have the effrontery to ask her with his Masonic ill humor had that privilege she did not shit but shat sweet basil, just imagine, with those very words, so that Renata, her own daughter, through an oversigned TBD her stcx, Ellen had answered that even at TTE was all gold with a coat arms. What was inside was pure shit, physical shit, worse even than any twas it was stuck up Highlandstead, just imagine, rare own daughter, so that stene /air had any illusiers atl, the rest the family, but in any case had right to expect a little more consideration from husband Tmoz, tor better, or tor worse, he was helpmate, legal desks, Eiler, who took upon himself his own tree's sovereign will the grave talk him away from paternal home, she tor, or suffer trom. Any third, wrere she wove tuneral reads as a pastime, since rare god Tather had sent a letter with his sigruder stamp his ring on sealing wax simply to say that tis goddaughter were not mentor tasks this world to play the clavicornerd, and, her Irsarnhusbard had taken her trom her Rome with all manner admonitions Ardnad brought her to that triad pan a Breton Tmoz the reet, and Eptor she had completed her Pentecostal task he had done with his trunks and his wastrels Merdian to load in adultery with a wretch Rom it was only enough to see rare behind, well, that's been said, to say her mares in order to ttet was that she was just the opposite rare, who was a lady in a palace or a pigsty, at the table or in bed, a lady god tier at seeing laws submissive to wishes, and witn rom he not jatorm, naturally, the entrampishantics that did with other one, of course, was ready for anything like French matrons, and and worse, it. Or considers well, because they at east had nesty to put a light at DTX, like that, just imagine, and that was all that was needed by TTE only beloved daughter Dona Renata Argot and Ferrando del Carpo, latter, an upright man, a tine Christian, a knight order the Holy Sepulchre. Those who trom privilege remaining Iraq and Tmir with skin SMTX, like the teaks a bright and trier eyes alive clear like emeralds. That's right true, or liarks, Segundo interrupted he was all ready to smell tmy brought he to tre patience to listen to rare tornal day or till recog to rare in a slip. Fernixted did rot pay him any murd, but her voice. That night at Dimer the exasperated Bazirg the sing sword had conquered tre's sound the rain or Liam, ate very little, with mad down, to his early. At breakfast on tre tola workday Fernando was tremblerg, with a icoke having slept well, and she completely exhausted by Rarker. Nevertheless, when her asked it was not possible to have as sword boiled did rot ours were simply that they had run out the week but sre worked up a violent diatribe men who si and their time navels tmn had the gall to ask Tor Lark's livers at table. Orleano Segundo took the children to look at the EMYC 10 FPDIA, as always, Art Fernanda to straighten out memes just so TTZT could listen to her muttering, course, that it certainly took cheek to rim to tell the Inoans that was a picture Colonel Orly and Buendia in the during the afternoon, while the children were Naventrier MP, Orleano Segumo set on Fernanda pursued him there, provoking him, invering about him with her implacable tunnersetly bosom, that, course while was roving to eat except storps, husband was satiric like a sultan Persia, watching it rain, Tmoz that was all he was, a slob. A softer ttn, Batir 4 used to living ODT women and convinced that Re had married Jonas while, was so caught turt with the story whale. Orleano 8, Gur 0 to her tor more than 2 mas, impassive, as if he were deal. He did irep her until late in tte at arene, ran he know the the bass drum that was his please shut up, he begged. Farinda, quite the contrary. Her pitch don't have any reason to shut 14, Ste said. Anyone who doesn't want to listen to me can go someplace else. Orleano 8, Guin 0 roll. Unhurriedly, as if he only intended to stretch, and with a regulated metrodical turi he grabs, the with one after the other, tmse with turns, the oregarn, one after tre other smashed the mordo the tilker. Fernando was until then had really had a clear explication tremus in rare tors rare sing sorg, but it was late tor any attempt at by untern torrent relief, or lion 8, Gur 0 broke tre glass on the china closet and piece by piece, without hurrying, read out dinnerware and it on systematically, in the same parsimonious way in which he nad papered a house with bark notes, he sets mission crystalware against walls, hand painted vases, the pictures maidens in flower-laden mats, the mirrors in their gilded frames, that was breakable, from parlor to pantry, and he finished with the irritant jar in the kitchen. Rich exploded in the middle OT nurtyard with a TM he his hands, threw the oilcloth over himself, and before midnight he returned with a 2 strims OT dried meat, several bags OT rice, with some emaciated OT baranas. From then on there was no more lack OT food. Amar anta Ursula and little Orleano with the reins as a happy time. In spite OT Fernarfal's strict res, they would splash in the puddles in the courtyard, catch lizards preter that they were GX, icing TRE with dust trom butterfly words ren Santa de Lopyadad was rut KX, king. Jersalo was playthir for TMYMKED as a big broken down doll that they carried back forth trom or core to add other in. Lord Cloth N with her pain with an auto, and once they were on TRE.OT plucking out rare eyes with TRE prunirg stairs as had Dorn with a wing gave them as much excitement as the wanderergs OT her Myrus something, EED, must nave determined during the third year OT the rain. Tor was gradually her sense OT reality and coral using present time with remote periods OT her light to TRE point mirror. On one she dazed deeply the death OT Petronilla Iguaran, her great-grandmother, buried Tor over a century. Sank Erloan in some state OT contusion that she Trinug height little Orali Arl, was son that during time was taken to sea ice, that the Jose Arcadio Row was at that time in seminary was Ted gone with as she spoke so much about the tamely that TRE children learned to make up imaginary visits with TX2INGS had not Ori dead Tor a long time, but who not existed at different times. On the TPD, her hair tunvered with oshers and in a kerchief, Jersalo was happy in the midst OT the Uriel relatives whom TRE children described in all detail. As at TTPY Nad really crowned Ursula would converse with them at events that placked before her own existers, enjoying the as TTPY gave her, MSRE would wait with deaths that were more than the guests themselves. The children did not take to notice that in the OT those ghostly visits, Jersalo would always ask a question destined to had brought a light-size plaster St. Joseph to the rouse to be kept until TRE rains stopped. It was in that way that Orali and Segundo the fortune buried in some place that only Ursula crew, but the questions and astute maneuvering that were OT use in the library OT her mad rest she seemed to preserve enough OT a margin OT lucidity to keep the which she would reveal only to who null prove that he was the real owner OT the buried gold. STE was so skillful and strict that ten Orleano INS Tirant 1 OT his carousing variance to himself ODT as owner OTTTE Torchin. She got him all caught up in a minute Irie irrigation zone with conversed that Jersalo would carry secret to ter grave, Orali and a crew OT diggers under the pretext TTET were some drainage canals in the courtyard backyard. He himself soundings in the earth with iron bars and all manner OT Whitmet tier percenter anything that resembled gold in 3 more tons OT exhaustive. Later on went to Pilar Ternro with that cards would we more than diggers, but STE began by explaining that any attempt would be useless unless Jersala cut cards. On other hard, Nryarnd existers OTTRE treasure with a precision OT its consisting OTSE and true sand 2 Urud 14 coils buried in canvas sacks with wire within a circle with a radius OT V188 teat with a Silas TPD as the center. She TTET it would round until it raining the sun's OT Vjurs had the OT mud into dust. The prolution and meticulous vagueness OT the information to Orleano Segundo so similar to the tales OT spiritualists that kept on with his enterprise in spite OT the tack TTET they were in August they would to wait at least 3 years in order to satisfy TRE conditions OT the prediction. The tears TT asterisk M that startled him, even Trinugget her reached his at same time, was the tack trad it was precisely 388 feet tromacillus to the backyard wall. Fernaria feared that he was as crazy as NIS twin STE saw him taking TRE measurements, and and more when he told digging crew to make ditches teeth overcome by an exploratory delirium comparable only to that OT tis great Gardtatharen he was searching tor root OT inventions. Orleano 8. Goon 0 lost the last layers OT ted that he had let an old resemblarcy to tis twin brother was becoming accentuated again, only OT's slim figure. But also Tmaz OT distant air and the Wittenron at ELX1E. E being no larger TX, treared with TRE children. He ate at hours, Tromta he did so in the kitchen, barely answering the occasional case tires asked by Santa de Lopyadad. Seeing him work that way, as had him capable OT doing, Fernard trod that his stubbornness was diligence, his greed abnegation, His thick with remorse over the virula with WT*CHST had attacked his dullness. But Orlando Segundo was in tor merciful at that time. Sunk up to RMK in a morass ot dead Ruiz rotting flowers, he flung the dirt OTTRE garden allum at her having with courtyard backyard, and he excavated so deeply under the turftiers OT the eastward OT the TL, used that one night they woke in terror at what to an Saaki, as much OT the as the Tertal underground creakum. 3 OTTRE rooms were coalescing a frightening crack had up Tromporch to Fernandez RTNM. Orlando Segundo did not give up the search because OT that. Even his last had the only thing that to make any sense was what TRE cards Nad predicted, reinforced TRE jagged tourdation, repaired crack with mortar, on site to he was still trier on TRE set week OT the following jur when the rain began to abate and clouds TX, gan to lit it was obvious from one moment to that it was going to clear. That was what happened. On Friday at 2 in the afternoon the world lighted up with a crazy crimson sun as harsh as brick dust and almost as water, ardent did rot rain again tore 10 years. Macondo was in ruins. In the swampy streets were Remere's OT furniture, animal skeletons covered with red lilies, TRE last memories OT the hordes OT had fled Macordo as wildly as they had houses that had been built with haste durard the banana lever tut abandoned. TM Barbna company tore down its installatiers. All that remained OT Tormater wired in city were TRE ruins. Utsinen uses, TRE cool terraces tore breezy card playing at arenas, to have blown away in an anticipation OT the prophetic word that years later would wipe her feet. ODT face OT Earth TM only human led by that voracious blast was a glove belonging to Patricia Brown in an automobile smotered in wild pansies. The by Arcadio Buendia in the days OTWRERE later on banana plantations Tlaris red. Was a bug OT rotting MTS, on Tunrazon OT which one null managed to sile reform OT Orlando Segundo were trough a crisis OT at Liction on Tirst Serde that he put on dry clothes went out to learn his with the town the survivors OT TRE catastrophe, TTE same ors who had Livergan Macoruo had STRTXK by an very hurricane, were sit at in the middle OT TRE street their first sons hire. THPY still had the green OT the algae on skin and musty smell OT that had on them by the rain, but in their rearts they seemed happy to rave reedy, veered the town in Udik they ted TMN street OT the Turks was again it had been earlier, in the days ran the Arabs with slippy-ars and rims in their ears were ATL, UT the world swap at Nikrix Tor Macosted found in Macdua GDTND in TRE road where they didn't respite from their age-old BT as Warderus. Having through to other side OT the rain. The merchandise in TRE tooths was falling apart, the cloths spread over the doors were splotched with mold, the couriers mined by termites, walls eaten away by damp res, but TRE Arai OT the third generation were Sitirgan TTE same place and in the same GX, Sishan as Lather's grandfathers, taciturn, dauntless, invulnerable to time and disaster, as alive or as dead as they tut at the insomnia plague Colonel Orly Arrel, Buendia's 32 wars. Terstrurk OT spirit in the lace OT ruins OT the gameyard tables, fritter stands, stinting galleries, and Ali TMY interpreted dreams the Tutcher made Orlando Segundo ask them with his usual normality what mysterious had so as wrought to have a wash in a storm, what TRE devil they had dories so as not to drown, or at the other, Trom DCX, R to TMY returned a crafty smile and a dreamy wit at any previous consultation they all gave TTERs were. Swimir 4 Petra Coates was perhaps only native who had an Arab heart. STE Tud seen the final OT her Bart 011 by storm. But STE had managed to keep her H0 USE starting. Durer the second year STE Nad sent pressing to Orly and Segundo and had answered TTET he did Rutcrow when Re would go back to her tenuous, but that in any case he would brim along a box OT to pave with. At that time she Nad dug up into her reart, searching toward the strength trap without rare to survive Mr. Turn. She had disconvered the just rage with which SRE had sworn to restore the torture squandered by rare lover art then old by deluge. It was such an unbreakable that Orlando Segundo went back to Rare House Eichel months after the last and found green with sunken eyelids and skin spangled with but she was outnumbed ours on small pieces OT pav pair to make a rattle. Orlando was so dirty and solemn TTZT Petra Coates. All that Oae who had come to see was not the burr of all her light but his twin brother. "You're crazy," he told, "unless you plan to rattle off Tren." She told him to look in Bedrescom and Oraliaro Segundo saw mule. Its skin was clinging to its like that its but it was just as alive and resolute as Petra Coates had tedded with wrath, when there was more hay or RTX, TS, had given it shelter and own and tedded on TRE percale reeds, TRE Persian rugs, the plush TM spreads, the velvet the campi with tied and sick tassels on Episcopal chapter 17, Jair Sigla had to make a great effort to fulfill her promise to die when it cleared. The waves lucidity that were so scarce during the rains became more adder A4JST, and wire TX2GAN to blow and rose bushes RJ etratide TRE piles mud, are deemed up scattering over Macondo the dust at the rusted zim, age-old almond trees to river. Ursula cried in lamentation when SRE discovered that tore more than 3 years tzd a Platon tore the children. She took ODT the strips brightly colored cloth, the dried lizard's art and an old Arab TTET they ted hung all over TNDY, and tore the first time since the death of Amar Anta got up out of without any bodies to join in the family like more. Spirit invincible hearty at GH shadows. Reams Hoortist stumbler cam WM bumped into Arksangalic arm kept raised at level that was having throttle, LE with her TL, DY, but they still did not. She was blur cell. Did MTRPED to realize that the flower with such care Sim first rebuilding, Nad T-Pan destroyed by rain and ruined by Orali Aaron Segundo's excavations, and that walls and the samurai the were cracked, the furniture mushy and discolored, the off hinges, RE family by a spirit resignation, and that was their cormable in her time. Feeling the way alork through the empty SNE perceived the continuous rumble as TMY moths in the closets, and devastating mice of enormous red ants that had durum the and were turdations the house. ORP day she opened truck with certs RE had to ask Saria wead a locket ad to get it for her TX, DY that out that had already turned clothing to dust. A Tunderson can't live in neglect like this, she said. If we go on like this we'll be devoured by animals. From Tren on SRE did Nave a moment dawn, she would use available, even the children. She put TRE2 articles clothing that were still usable out Hurlo TTE sun, drove ODT with attacks, scracked out TTE veirs that the termites Nad made on URS Wordow's asphyxiated ants and anthills with quick lime. The lever finally brought her to forgotten RCXJMS. Cleared out TRE rubble cobwebs and TTE Arcadio Buendia had lost his wits. LCX, King the Philosopher's Storn, STE put the silver ST op which had been won for EET by TRE soldiers in order. Ard lastly asked Torquis to Melchiades to WTET state it was in. Faithful to Wist's Jose Arcadio Segurdo, who tud forbidden anyone to come in unless was a clear indication that he had died. Santa de la tried all kinds subterfuges to throw Ursula ODT the track. But so inflexible was determination to surrender even remote kern to insects that STE cooked down every knackle and path, at her 3 days insisting in them to DCX, or she had to fold onto the so that the stench would not crock her over, but only 2 to TTZTSCU. Girls 72 were in Triard that on OAE rainy nights of patrol soldiers had the muse Tor Jose Arcadio Segurdo had unable to tiro him. Lord saw us, she as it she could see every thyro much trodden, leudd manners and you end like a pig. Jose Arcadio was still over the partrance. Ori visible in the intricate Tamil hair was TRE teeth striped with green dime and his great Gardmotner's voice hissed TMD toward the DMR. Tried to smile, Ari Whitman no I irked an old phrase Isilas. What did you /MT, he murmured. Time passes. That's how it goes, Ursula said, but not so much. When she said it realized that was same reply that Colonel Orali Aranburia had given in his death cell, or again she with evidence that time was not passaru as TZD just admitted, but that it was turning in a circle. But even Tren Ste did give resignation as she Jose Arcadio Segurdo as it were a child insisted that he take a bath and shave Liru a hand in Tixergup Tre Muse. The simple OT that had given him terrified Arcadio Segundo. He shouted that there was no human power capable ot mock-eared him out twas he did want to see train with 200 cars with dead which let Macondo every day at dusk on its way to TTEC. Trey were all OTTMSE who were at the station, shouted. 3 tour her percent red 8. Only then did Idrisilla realize that he was in a world OT shadows more immeasurable TTNMRS, as unreachable solitary as that OT his great grandtather. She let him in the RCXJM, but she succeeded in getting them to Eve Padlock's cave, clean it every day, to away except or, and to keep Jose Arcadio Segumo as clean art presentable as his great-grandfather had his captivity at first. Fernarda interpreted that bustle as an attack OT's senile madress art. It was difficult to her but a TTET time Jose Arcadio told Raretrat he planned to, 1. Meet to Macondo Trom Rome before his Timel vows, and the RNWS tilled with such enthusiasm that Trom 2. Night she would be seen the Towers 2 times a day so that her son would a bad impression OT the muse. It was that same errand of which indeed Raritas guide up rare WITNTRE invisible doctors Ardor placed the pots of ferns and oregano on even Idrisilla round out that Trey had destroyed by Orliarx, Segundo's exterminating fury. Later on she sold silver service ceramic dishes, pewter bowls, and SPCXJNS, and alpaca tablecloths, with Trem brought CX, Verdi to cupboards that had to company chinaware and crystal. Ursula always tried to go a step beyond. CMRS, snooted. CMK meatfish, by the largest turtles around. BT stragers come and spread their mats in the corridors and urinate in rows and sit down to eat as many times as want and belch rant and muddy every tring with their TMTS. Let Trem do whatever want to us, that's the only way to drive rain, but it was a vain illusion. She was old and livered on team road time to repeat the miracle OT the little cardi Ariels. OT her desker dance had her strurtle rouse stayed closed on Fernanda's orders. Orleano who had taken his trunks back to house OT Petra codes, barely had earned up means to see that the family did rot starve to death. With OT Mule, Petra he TX, hides some more animals with which they managed to set up a primitive ottery business. Orleano Segundo would trom house to house the tickets that he himself painted with colored ink to make Trem more attractive art, and he did rot realize TTZT many TMGHT them out OT gratitude and most OT out OT pity. BNVERTHELESS, even the most pitying purchaser was a charge to win a pig tor 20 cents or a cal 32, so hopeful that on Tuesday Nigmies Petra Coates' courtyard overflowed with waiting tor the moment a till picked at random drew trauma bag. It did not take long to become a weekly lair. Tor at dusk toot and dreark stands would set in Nerdtyard and many OT those were would slaughter the animals TTPY nad one right there on the condition that someone else supply. Liquor art music, so that without having war Ted to, Orleano Segundo suddenly round himself player TRE accordion again and participated in modest tourneys OT voracity. Those humble replicas OT revelry OT former time served to STNW Orlian Segundo Timsled how much tis spirit stud declared to what a his skill as a masterful Caro user had up. He was a man the 200 torty that re had ired during the days when he had slinched by TML tented to 1.6, glow ired and bloated tortoise lace had turned into that OT in iguana, and he was always on the verge OT fatigue. For Petra Coates, mover, he nad rever better man than at that time, perhaps because TRE pity that he inspired was mixed with love, and TM Oz OT the OT's solidarity that misery aroused in OTdom. The broken down bed ceased to Sura OT Wild was changed into an intimate OT mirrors, which had been auctioned ODT to buy animals tore the ottery, Trom the BWD Damask's velvets, which mule Ted Eden, TMY would stay up very late with Inrosens OT2 sleepless grandparents, taking advantage OT the time to draw up a month's put away which formerly just tore TTE's sake OT it. Sometimes the cocks crow with them piling and or piling coins, talking a bit away Trom to put there, to that this bunch would enough to cut Fernanda and Nappy and that would be for Amar Antad Ursulas chaise, and that one tor Saria de Lopyadad, had wrought Ted addressery the time OT all the roys, and this to order the it Ursula died, and this the Udic was up a centa in price every month. And this for the sugar-rich sweeter less every day, tries tore the lumpar which was still wet Trom the rares. This other the coloring to make tickets with, Ard what was let over to pay ODT the winner OT April Cal whose hide they had miraculously it came down with a symptomatic carburcle just ran all OT TRE numbers and TRE rattle nat already sold. Those rights of were so pure that they nearly always set aside TRE largest share tor for narful. They did do so out OT remorse or charity, but twas was more to them than own WTET was really happy near to trem, although Rether OT trem realized it, was that they TH Tughite OT Farinda as daughter TTET they would have liked to and rever did, to TRE point where on a certain occasion Trey resigned Trem's elves to eating tor 3 days, so that she nulled by a Dutch nevertheless, no matter MW much. They killed Trem's elves with work, no matter morny they out, matter many schemes thought OT, their guardian angels were asleep with fatigue while they put in coir SN out to get just earn up to live with. When the accounts were bad. They wondered what had happened in TRE World Tour animals to with the same drive as why morny treer lingers, why people WM at SMRT time before Tudbird rolls OT bills in it higway robes, read to charge 12 cents tor a rattle OT 6 oral iron segundo thought to witness saying so that TRE evil was not in the world but in some tidden place in mysterious heart OT Petrus something had happened durer TRE deluge that had turned TRE animals sterile and made morny by that enigma, he so deeply IRI0 her. Sentiments that in search OT interest he found love, because by trying to make her of him ended up in love with her. Petra Coates, tore her part, love him more ard more as she felt his love ard that was how in TRE ripes OT autumn she TX, gan to more in youthful that FX, verti was TRE servitude OT love. Goth coke back trend on TRE wild revelry, the gaudy wealth, and the unbridled torication as an anarchy and they that it had cost them so much OT treer lives to ton TRE paradise OT snared solidity. Madly in love after so many years OT sterile implicity, they the miracle OT loving each other as much at the table as in TPD, and grew so happy that even they were two worn out old people they kept on blooming like little children playered together like dogs. Rattlesnver Ritar. At first Orleano would 3 days OT the week shut up in what had been his runner's oddest draw at ticket after ticket, with a fair skill a red cow, a green pig, or a GROT4, OT blue turs, a quarter to TTE animal being rattled, and would sketch out a good imitation OT prairie and name that Petra Coates tmug to call Bizims, divine providence but with time he felt so attracted to tickets a week that had the animals, the name, and the numbers put on rubber ard trend TRE work was reduced to moistening TMM on pads OT dillary colors. In his last years it to him to substitute riddles tore the numbers so that the prize could snared by all OT those it, but system turned out implicated and was to so much suspicion that he gave it up after TRE's second attempt. Orleano Segler was so busy to mayor Ian OT his that he barely took time to see TRE children. Fernanda put Amar Arda Ursula in a small private SCTML only 6 girls, but refused to allow Orleano to go to public school. SRE considered that she had already relented much in him leave the skulls in days accepted only the legitimate Otsprim OT Catholic marriages and on TRE birth certificate that Ted TMN pinned to Oralimes when brought him to the rouse he was registered as a town lyro so he remained shut in at the mercy OT Santa de la Eyes, Jersala's mental quirks, learn him in the narrow world OT the rouse whatever his grandmothers explained to him was delicate, thin, with a TTET unnerved the adults, but unlike the inquisitive and sometimes clairvoyant look that the colonel rat at his KX, K was blinkum and somewhat while Amaranta Ursula was in kindergarten, he would hunt earthworms and torture her sex in TRE garden. Guttons Fernanda caught him putting scorpions in a box to put in Ursula's STELCX asterisk head Tim in memes old RCX, M, where he his solitary miss through an encyclox, dia. Jersala found him at her works, and ran she was about spur asterisk lured the house with distilled water a bum hoti in spite ot the tack ttet she had been with him many she asked him was. I'm Orly Arrel, Björkstay, said. That's Ritu SRE replied. And now it's time for you to start leered now to a silversmith. She had can't used him with sun again, because TRE hot wind that came at her and had brought Macional waves ot lucidity to. Jersala's brain nad past. Ste rever her reason back. When she whirred into the bedresks, Petronila Iguaran with a TL, some crimlines and a jacket that put on tormal visits, and tura tranquilina Maria Miniata Buendia, with a Tietmerin invalid's rock-eared chair. Her great-granddaughter Aurelian Arcadio with his imitation dolman ot the Vegan Regal Guard, and Aurelian Iguaran, her tamer, had inverted a prayer to make the worms shrivel drop ODT cows, timid mother, cousin with pig's tail, Jose Arcadio Gandaya, and her dead sons, all sit him in chairs. Leerade up against the wall as it were a wake not a visit. She was tying a colorful string otidster on trom many separate plays ard many different times, so that Amar Aria, Jersula trom Orleano grew tired ot encyclopedia, ttpy would find rare sit him on her ted, talking to herself and lost in a labyrinth ot deadpool. Fire, in terror and instant panic spread through the muse, but what she was telling about was tre burning ot a barn that she ted she was 2 years old. She finally tre passed with tre present in such a way that in a 2 or we waves lucidity that had died. KRPW for certain was speak here ATMT what she telt or what SRE remembered. Little by little was Strinkin, turning into a Titus, mummified in light to that in her last months she was a cherry raisin lost inside OT rare nightgown, TTE arm that always kept raised like pa OT amari monda more asterisk EY. Was motionless tore several days, Santa de locket adnad to shake tur to Marcel TTET was alive sat her on her lap to a few OT sugar water. STEMKED like a newborn old woman. Amar Antak, Jersula and Aurelian would taken out OTTMY would lay on the altar to SAE it was any larger than TRE Christ child. One at a ream they hid in pantry rats have eaten one palm serde they went into TRE while Fernarua was in church and carried Jersula out by RMK and their great-great-grandmother, Amar Antak Ursula said. STE died OT old age. Jersula was startled. I'm alive, said. You can see. Amar Antak Ursula said, suppressing her laughter, that SDE's even breathing. I'm talking at Ursula shouted. Can't talk, Orleano said. She died like a little cricket. Trent Ursula gave in to the evidence. My GC4 SRE exclaimed in a BW this is what it's like to dead. She started and stumbler for deep prayer that lasted more than 2 days. And that by Tuesday Nad degenerated into a OT requests to bits OT practical advent to stop the red Anstrom bringing the rouse down, to keep the lamp burning by Remedios de Garretigs, and to let any Buendia marry a person OT the same blood because tree or children would TNRN with a tail OT a pig. Orleano. Segundo tried to take advantage of delirium to get her to tell him where the gold was buried, but his entreaties were useless or more when the owner Ursula said, will illuminate him so that will tind it. Saria soliada locket ad had TRE's certainty that they would tind rare dead trom or moment to RNXT, tmas she days and retain, musion in our roses smelled like goosefoot, a OT chick tell down and TRE beans lay on the ground in a geometrical pattern in the OT as starfished one night she saw a row OT illumi rouse arame discs pass across TRE sky. Remedy found her dead on OT Friday. The last time TTET they net helped her calculate her age, during the time OTTRE Banana Company, she had it as 1 her 22. They buried her in a coffin that was wrought much larger than a basket in which Orleano had very Lou were at funeral, partly to a wet rut many let who remembered her, and partly because it was so empty that Monday that the birds in there were into walls like day and breaking TT rough screers to die in the bedrooms. At first they thought it was a plague ton. US wives were exhausted from sweeping away so many dead birds, especially at siesta time, TTE men into river by the cartload. On Easter Cirque Day the 100-year old Fatter Antorio Isa NL stated from the pulpit that the death OT the birds was due to the evil OT the wandering Jew, himself had the night T-tor. He described him as a cross between a billy goat Ardatemal and Irie Ernaludis breath air MK brought on TRE birth OT Moors ters and newlywed women. Trier were wrought many ro paid Atyrian to his excalyptic talk. Tor town was that was rambling T cause OT his gut one woman woke everybody at dawn on Wednesday Tmas found tracks OTA with a cloven TMY were so clear and unmistakable that Tros who went to look at them had no doubt ATMT the existence of a fearsome creature similar to one described by TRE parish priest and they to set traps in their courtyards. That was managed to capture it. 2 weeks after Ursula's death, Petra Coates, and Orleano Segurdo woke up trident by TRE, especially Belorg OT Cal TTZT was Mingtram Renarbi. A group OT men were already pulling the Morster ODT TRE Shiga and stakes they tud set in TRE OT a pit with dry leaves, it lowing. It was as an ox in spike OT TRE tack that it was RO taller than a steer, and a green and greasy liquid trom its TX, DY was nvered with rough hair, planktoned with small ticks, the skin was hardened with the scales OT a remero 1 ISH, but unlike description. Its human parts were more like those OT a sickly angel than OT a man, tore its hands were tense agile, its eyes large GMMY, and on its smolder it had scarred over an OT which must nave chopped ODT by a WTN 3 S axe. Trey hung it to an almond tree in the square by its ankles so that ever nulled it, and ran it began to rot they birded in a bore dire. Tor Trey could not determine its nature was TTETOT an animal to Tion Erlo River or a human being to buried. It was Murstable's red rather it had really caused death OT birds, but the newly women did the Moors ters, MR did TRE into city OT TRE read decrease. At the end OT that year. Argenita, her lifelong asked the authorities Tor help to knock down TRE door to TRE said room WRERE her had in 3 days, found her, on her solitary bed, curled up like a svimp, with rare head bald trom ringworm ard her timer in mouth. Orleano Segurdo charged OT the funeral and tried to rouse in order to sell it, but the destruction was so tar advanced in it that the walls scaly as they were and Mro was mortar to stop the weeds from cracking FMRSRE the ivy from rotting the TTZT was how everything went alter the OT the was in contrast to TTE voracity OT oblivion, which little by little was undermining memories in a pitiless way, to an extreme that at that time, on Mther anniversary OT TTE treaty OT Fearlandia, some emissaries Trom TTE presider IOT Republican Macdo to award at last rejected several times by Colonel Orly Buendia, and they spent Ernal at Arintor who null tel could tind OT his Orleano Segundo was tempted to accept it, there asterisking that it was a metal OT's solid gold, but Petra Coates him TTET it was the emissaries already had some proclamations and speeches ready toward the Sir Mori. It was also a rare TTET time that returned, last heirs to Sihu. They round town so deteded and its inhabitants so removed trom rest OT the world TTET or smore TMY went houses dragging magratized there goes as it that really were TTE Babylonian wise men's latest discovery, again TMY the sun's rays with giant magneting glass, there was RN lack OT peoples to ruing opera tall and roll paid tilty to startled as a gypsy woman put in her false teeth ard toke tram out again a broken down yellow train that brought any Ornan Ari Orn out and TTZT scarcely paused at the deserted station was the only thing that was let OTTRE train to which Mr. Brown would his with Episcopal Bulletin at NG chairs ard OT the truck trains with OAE Nerder 20 cars which Tkoka had arraigned to pass by. TM had to investigate the ReFM OT the death OT the birds and the sacristy OT the wardering Juarianal playing blind man's bull with children, and thinking that his rain right was TRE OT a hallucination. They took him off to an asylum. A short time later they sent Father Augusto Argel, a crusader OTTRE Rue breed, intransigent, audacious, daring, who personally rang several times a day so that spirits would get drowsy, when Trom roused to TL, use wake here up TRE sleepers to go to mass but before a year was old was conquered by negligence that breathed in with air, by the rug dust that made every third gold clogged up, by the drowserns by lunchtime meatballs in the bearable heat OT siesta time. With Jersala's death TRE house again tell into a reglectrom which it could by a will as resolute vigorous as that OTMR anta Ursula, many years later, a happy, modern woman witnessed pre-slices, with her on Groward, DCX, Rs and Wordows in order to drive away rain, restored TRE garden, exterminated the arts who were already walking the GX, RCH in broad dale again, in vain to reawaken the forgotten spirit OT hospitality. Fernarua's cloistered passion built in dike against the celestial 100 years. Only did refuse to rend the arid word passed through, but she had the windows riled shut with TX, ards in the OT across, paternal order OT buried alive. TREX /ensive with TRE invisible, Moore's erded in tailor. At her numerous shut up in her on the date hour agreed upon, tiered only by a white sheet and with her read CM1 TED North, and at one OCLCX asterisk in the felt that they were her with a nardkerchiet soaked in a glacial liquid. When she woke the sun was steaming and Werdau had a stitch in the OT in arc that at her crotch aimed at nasternum. Gut T tor she the shia de stertex, D letter trom the invisible DCX tors, mid TTPY had inspected her for 6 hours without indem anything that corresponded to symptoms so many times so scrupulously discretex, D by her. Actually, her vicious habit OT rot tims by their names nad broadamate, infusion, for only tnirk that the telepathic surgeons had 4RD was a drop in TRE uterus which could be corrected by TRE use OT a pessary. The disillusioned Fernanda tried to obtain more information, but respondents did not answer rare letters anymore. She felt so defeated by the weight OT an unknown word TTET she continued to shame to mind her and ask what a pessary was, and only trend did STE discover that TRE French doctor had named himself to a 3 months earlier had been against the wishes OT the townspeople by a tourmater companion in arms OT Colonel Orleano Burdia. TMN she confided in son Jose Arcadio the latter sent her the Tromrome along with a pamphlet explaining trier use, which she tlasmed down toilet alternating it to memory that one would bar nature OT rare troubles. It was a useless precaution because the only people lived in house scarcely paid any attention to her. Santa de la Piedad was wandering ATX, UT in her solitary old age, Kukir TRE little that Trey ate and almost completely to OT Jose Arcadio Amar Anta Ursula, WM Tud inherited certain attractions OT Remedios the beauty, spent the time that she Ted formerly wasted tormenting, Jersula at her school work, and she to show good judgment and a dedication to study that brought back to Orleano Segundo Tai TTET Mim had in him had promised her to certain to finish her studies in Brussels, in a married with a custom during time OT Bernard Company, and that illusion had brought him to attempt to revive TRE lands devastated by the deluge. TRE few times that at house were Tor Amar Anta Ursula, Tmas with time re-rad bet nay to fair anda ard little Orleano was witron as he poots, Rudy. Orly Arl, Segurdu had faith that Fernanda's heart would sodden with old Sotrad the child join in the light OT town or certainly would make any effort to suspiciously about his origins. Gut Orleano himself seemed to preter the cloister. Of solitude art he did not show least desire to KRNW world that began at TRE Street OT House. Ren Ursula tud TRE OT Melchiades RCXJM Ogun to LIRG2 Arit. Being through one knew at what moment he became close to Jose Arcadio Segurdo in a link OT mutual Orleano that triardship a long time after it nad when heard the child talker ATMT TRE killerg at TTE station. It's someone at the table among the ruin into which town tud sunk ran the banana company had abandoned it, and Orleano contradicted him with maturity with vision OT had grown his GX, int OT view, contrary to general interpretation, was that McCordo had been a place well on its way until it was interrupted and suppressed by TRE Banana Company, WRNSE Ergires brought on TRE Deluge as a pretext to avoid promises made to the workers. Wissers that to Ferner percentary was like a sacrilegious parody OT Jews among the wise men, child with N details army had machine gunned more than the true sand workers pen read up by TRE station and TM items onto a train through into the sea. Convinced as most people were by the official version that Nutherd had Farina was with idea that child had inherited the anarchist ideas OT Colonel Orliaro Gurdia Ard told him to be quiet. Orleano on it TZND, his twin version. Actually, in spite OT the tack that every him mad, Jose Arcadio was at that time the most lucid inhabitant OT house. Little Orleano wrote to read and write, initiated him in TRE study OT the parchments, and him with such an irrepretation OT what Barbie company had meant to Macondo that many years later, when Orleano became part OT world, one would Trinughite that was telling a haltinated version, because it was radically opposite to the false one that historians nad created art consecrated in Skmolden case. In the small isolated where TRE arid air rever penetrated, RNRTRE dust, nor the teat, TX, TH tud TRE atavistic vision OT an old man, his back to window, wearing a hat with a brim like the OT a crow row spoke ATX, UTTRE world many years before they had been both at same time it was always March there and always Morde, and trend they understood that Jose Arcadio Buendia was not as CRA4 as family said, but that he was already one who had earned up lucidity to search truth OTTTE tack that time also. Stumbled had accidents and could splinter and leave and fragment in a Arcadio Segundo had managed, ter thermore, to classily TRE cryptic letters OT parchments. Was nerdained that TMY to an OT 47 to tiny 3 characters, which and separated looked like scratching and scribbling, and which in tine hand OT Melchiad's MKED like OT clothing put out to dry on a line. Orleano remembered have seen a similar table in the English Encyclogs, dia, he had to compare it with TTETOT Arcadio Segundo. They were the same. Arrero the time OT riddle lottery, or Ornate, Gur 0 waking with a knot in his throat, as it were repressing a desire to weep. Petra Coates interpreted it as more OT so many on by situation, and every morning for over a year she would touch his palate with a dash OT and give him some radish when not in his throat so oppressive trat it was difficult for him to breathe her. Orliaro Segmo visited Pilar Turner to it new OTs some herb that would give relief. Grandma Pere, who had reached 100 years OT is small, clandestine did not trust turn the matter over to rare cards. She saw the Queen OT diamonds WIT and her throat by the steel OT jack OT spades, and in TTET Fernando was to get her husband back Rome by means OT the discredited Metrod appears to his picture but that she had brought on an internal tinitmas OT clumsy knowledge OT the black arts. Since Orlian Segundo had other pictures ex OT his wedding the were all in the Tamely album, he kept circling all through TRETL, use rent his white was rutking, and finally, in TX, Timothy the dresser, came across a whole dozen in Trier original TTRXig that TRE small red rubber regs were objects OT witchcraft put in his so TTET Pilar Turmer nulled have at them. SRE could determine Trier nature, but they MKED so suspicious to her TTZT in any case she in a build in Nert yard. In order to con away Fernaro's alleged curse, SRE told Orlian Segundo that Snulled Soka hen and bury her alive under the chestnut he did it with good faith that Ren retirished hiding the tid up earth with leaves he already felt that was breathing for part. Fernarda interpreted the as a reprisal by the invisible doctors she kit OT to the inside OT camisole where kept that rare sun sent 6 more as after he had buried the MN. Orlian woke at midnight with an attack OT coughing. TRET leered that he was being struggled within by claws OT a crab. It was TMN that he that tore all OT the magical ISREs that he destroyed and all TRE hers that he soaked. Single sad OT truth was that was dying. Did not tell any Orn. Tormented by TRE tier OT dying without having sent Amar Anta Ursula to Brussels, worked as he had never done, and instead OT made weekly rattles. From right early in he could be seen going through the town. Even in most outlying and miserable triad to sell tickets with an anxiety track could only conceivable in a man. Pere's divine providence, he let it get away, twas it only every 100 years. He made pitiful efforts to gay, pleasant, talkative, but it was earn up to see tis sweat and pale rest to crow that his heart was not in it. Sometimes would go to vacant BTS, WRERERO or could see Tim, sit down to rest trom claws that were at a part side. Even at midnight he would be in TRE red light district trying to console with predictions OT good luck the women were near this come up in tour months, told them, throw I them the tickets. BT it get away, life shorter than you third TMY finally tore him, made ton OT him, and in tis last months Trey RN longer called him Don Orleano, as Trey had always dorn, but Mr. Divine Provider's right to his voice was becoming tilled with notes. It was get at out OT tour, it tier BLLY into growl OT but still had the drive to TTZT Trier Snull be no diminishing OT the MPE people brought it to Petra Cates's courtyard. As he his voice, however, and that in a SMRT time he would be unable to bear TRE pain, he to _% that it was rot trough and TTET his daughter would get to Brussels. So idea OT organizer TRE to Bulaus rattle OT the LaRue's destroyed by the deluge, which could easily buy a with the money to do so. It was a spectacular undertaking that TRE mayor himself lent his aid by nursing it in a asks Iatushans were to buy tickets at 100 Ipaya Ard were sold out in less than a week. Line OT TRE rattle the winners held in liberation, comparable only to TMSE OT days OT the Banana Company, and Orleano Segmo, tore the last time. Played the forgotten OT Francistel, man on the Akmerdian, but could longer them. 2 hours later Amar Ari, Jersela went to Brussels. Orly Arel gave Rare not only TRE money from the special rattle, but also what he had managed to put aside over previous months and WTZT a little Ted from the sale OT the pianola, the clavichord, and autre junk that had fallen into disrepair. According to his calculations, that sum would be enough QH for her studies, so that all that was lacking was the price OT her tear back home. Fernando was aghast trip until last moment, by the idea that Brussels was so close to Paris its perdition, but she calmed down with it. Her TTZT Fatmer gave her to a run by nuns tour Catholic ladies WREREMR Arda Ursula promised to stay until Rare studies were Fertmemory, parish her to travel under care OT a group OT Franciscanas were going to Toledo, where trade to Tinta to Belgium. Until the urgent correspondence that made TRE coordination went toward, Orleano aided by Petra prepared a Marantak, Jersela's TM night on which tray were Pakir Gore OT Fernandez bridal trunks. The thirds were so well organized that the Sk01 girl KRNW by Martudik wore suits cloth slippers she could wear crossing TRE Atlantic and TRE blue cloth coat with copper buttons and Cordovan would wear SM also crew to walk so as not to fall into TRE water as SRE word up the Garglerex, that at no time was she to leave OT nuns or leave her cabin except to eat. That Tor RO reason was STE to answer the questions asked by OT any sex while they were at sea. She carried a small TL, till with Tor seasick res Arderotmic written by father in his own hand 6 prayers to used against storms. Fernanda made a canvas to keep her money in, ard she would not have to take it ODT even to sleep. She tried to give washed out with lie and with Amtol, but Amar Anta Ursula refused it Tor tear that Rare screammates would make ton OT her. A few months later, at OT his death, Orly Arnate. Goon 0 would her as Renad seen Rare Tor TRE last time as she tried unsumestula to lower the OT to hear Faranda's last OT advice. She was we at a silk dress with a OT artificial pansies pinned to her let. Smulder, Cordovan SMES with ankles ard low ard sateen stockyards reld at the figures with elastic garters. Her TX, DY was slim, nair loose, and 0M, and she ted the lively eyes that Jersela had ted at her age and way in which said goodbye, without crying but without smiling either, revealed the same strength OT character. Walking as it and rolling Ferner percenta by TTE arm so that she would not stumble, Orleano scarcely had time to wave at his daughter as she threw a kiss with the OT her T at ERS. TRE couple STWD motionless under TRE score son, Luker get the train as it with black strip OT Merzon. Lur asterisking arms tour first time Sime de OT Tair Wediru on Neri OT August, first letter Trom Brussels, Jose Arcadio Segundo was to Orly Arn and Melchiades RCX, Maru Whitmet realizamit, he said, always remember that they were more than 3 Trusaru and that they were thrown into the sea. Tiental back on TTE Parchmerts and died with his eyes open. At that same instant, in Farinus his twin came to the end OT the prolonged and terrible martyrdom OT the steel crabs that were eating his throat away. 0M week previously had returned home, without any voice, unable to breed her, and almost skin and boars, with his whamming trucks and his wastrels Akmerdian, to tool till the promise OT his while. Petra him pack RIS Clotra ard bade him farewell without shtematir, but she torgo to give him the patent leitmer that to wear in his SRE herdtrat he nad died. She dressed in black, wrapped TRE shoes in A and asked Faranda Tor to see the Farina would rot let her to vault the door. Put yourself in my plan, Petra Coates imagine much I must nave love him to put up with this humiliation. There is humiliation that a concubine days not deserve, Fernanda replied. So wait another or OT your men dies put TRE throws on him. In fulfillment OT promise. Saria Soliada Lockadad cut the throat OT Jose Arcadio Segundo's corpse with a kick and knife to be sure that they would bury him alive. TM were plaqued in identical and TMN it null that once more in death tray had become as identical as tray had been until Orleano old carousing rads laid on his casket a wreath that had a purple riddle, and with words, life is short. Fernando was with such irreverent TTET had the wreath thrown onto the trash reap. In tumult OTTRE last moment, TTE sad dryer asterisk ards who out ot muse and buried tmm in the graves. Chapter 18 Orleano did not leave Melchiad's Torah a long time. By heart the tantastic ot the crumbling cokes, tresy size ot the studies ot Herman Cripple, the rntes on sires ot keys to the philosopher's stone, tte centuries ot Beebstrodamus and his research concerning plague, so that he witnessed at his own time but with a basic ot a medieval man. Any time that Santa de Lopyadad would into his she would him in his retro at dawn she would brim him at mlq ot cotti without sky ar and at Monday a plate ot and ot tried pluriane, which were only eaten in the musime death of Orleam Segurdo. Saw that tis hair was cut, picked ot knits, into size old clothing that round and torqued and trunks, art his to appear brought him colorful Orleano Buendia's razor and small he had used as a nun of latter's children nat mked so mtnh like him. Mt even Orleano particularly into prominent the firm rather pitiless line of the lips. As had to Ursula with Orliarx, Segundo latter was studying in the Santa de la Trinidad that Orleano was talking to himself. Actually, was talking to Melchiades. Burning a smrt time at her death ot twits, against light ot the he saw gloomy old man with tis crow's whim hat like the materialization ot a memory that ted tmn in his mad sime long he was mrn. Orleano nad finished classifying of parchments, so that Melchiades him it had the language in Udic tmy had written did mt to answer. Sanskrit, he said. Melchiades revealed to him that his opportunities to return to RWN were limited. But he would go in peace to TRE Meadows OTTRE ultimate death because Orleano would have time to learn Sanskrit years until the parchments became 100 years old, but and they could be deciphered. It was here indicated to Orleano that on the narrow street down to the river, Buddha dreams had been interpreted during the time Otin Pani, a wise Catalonian tedet a store where was a Sanskrit primer, which would eaten by the moths within 6 years that Re did not hurry to buy it. For first time in her own light Santa de Lopyadad let it through, and it was a teal ad ot wordament when Orleano asked Rare to bring him BMK that could found Jerusalem T Livere and Milton's on extreme Rigdanan side OTTRE Secarus Relt OT cases. Null rot read, WTET he had set and some morning by selling or OT 17 little gold tishes led in workshop, the OT Udic, at her hidden Nigan soldiers the Tnus, was KRNWN only by her Aurelian Orleano made in his ST1 KIIESOT Sanskrit as visits Mamales less frequent was more distart, tatered away in the radiant light OT the last time that Orleano him was Orion invisible Presame who murmured, El died OT fever on TRE sans OT Singapore then Tmarn vulnerable to dust, heat, termites. Red Eris, moths, Ro would turn the wisdom OT the parchments into sawdust. Was shortage OT in the muse. The day at her death OT Orleano Segamo, one OT the friends who had brought the wreath with the irreverent inscription to Fernaldus some morning TTET he had owed her husband. At her that every way days day a delivery Kennedy brought a basket OTTCXD that was quite sufficient a week. One ever KRNW that TMSE provisions were sent by Petra Coates with the idea trad the charity was a way of humiliating the who had humiliated her. T and Vert Helis, the Raymer disappeared much sjaner than STE herself had expected, and she sending the out OT pride and tear BLLY out OT passion. Times, when SRE tud no animals to rattle ODTR'd people lost it dearest in the ottery, went without so that Fernarda could have something to eat, she continued till TTE pledged to herself until she saw Fernandez Dural Pro pass by. For Santa Solia de Lopyadad TRE reduction in the number OT inhabit arts OT snulled have meant rest at her more than halt a century OT work. A lament had been heard from that stealthy, impenetrable woman had sown in family the OT rearmus beauty and TRE mysterious solemnity OT Jose Arcadio Segundo, who dedicated a WTL, LE like OT solidity diligurks to the OT children Altmug could barely remember whether they were rare children or grandchildren. Who took care OT Orleano as if he had come out OT her womb, knowing herself that she was his great-grandmother. Only in a TL, use like that was it conceivable torture always do on a match she laid out on partry in the midst OT the ruus OT TTE rats, without telling anyone that one night she had awakened with that Sorman was LCX, king out in the darkness and that it was a snake crawling over rare stomach. She knew that it she had told, Jersula, The latter would made sleep in her own, but those were times when no one was aware ot anything unless it was spouted on the twas with a bustle ot bakery, surprises ot war, care ot the children. There was not much tore about otra people's happurns. Petra she Tedver was only one who remembered her. She saw to it that she nad a gidi pair otish's tore streetwear, that always Ted cloth at, even the times the raffles were work. Ing only through some miracle. When Fernanda arrived at the rouse she nad good reason to turk that was an ageless servant, and even not gh she teared it said several times that she was rare Husbard's mother. It was so incredible that it to disconvert tt and to forget it. Santa de Lopiat ad rever seen by that lowly on tre contrary, or had impression that she to stay in the without a complaint, keep her clean and order the immense muse that nad lived in ever, and that, during time ot the Barbna company, was more like a barracks than a home. But when Ursula died the diligurks ot saria de la her tremordo's capacity tor work, began to fall apart. It was wrought only that she was old and exhausted, but overnight ted plurg2d into a crisis ot senility. As sot moss grew up the walls. When Trier was our larger a bare spot in tre courtyard, weeds broke through ot breaking it like glass. Out ot cracks grew same yellow towers that Ursula had to ruin tre glass with Melchiad's tall say with renither the time to tzlt the challenge ot nature. Santa de Lopiat ad spurt a day in bedrooms out lizards would return at right. Orn morning saw tet red arts had let tre euro mired foundations, crossed the garden, climbed up the railroad where had taken on and had into the reart ot the house. She durst tried to kill them with a broom, tran with finally with lie. But next day they were back in the same place, still passing by, tenacious and inversible. Ferranda, writing letters to her children, was aware ot destructive attack. Santa de Lopiat ad continued struggling alone, the weeds to stop them trom into the kitchen, trom the walls the tassels ot spider which were rebuilt in a two rers, ot the termites. Gut when she saw that Melchiad's was also dusty tilled with cobweb thot 4. Swept and dusted 3 times a day, and that in spite ot rare turious clearing it was threatened by debris or the air of misery that nad tpan foreseen only by Colonel Orly and Buendia young officer, she realized that ste was defeated. She put on her worn Sunday dress, some old ot, Ursula's, and a pair ot cotton stockings that Amar anta Ursula tud given poor, ard she made a birdle out ot2 or ottet she had left. I'll give up, she said to Orleano. This is to store my PCX. Orleano asked her wrere she was goerg ste made a vague sign, as it did have slnest idea ot her she to more precise, tnwiver, sayer that ste was to spare rare last years with a tierst cousin who in Ryahacha. It was not a likely explanation. Since the death ot rare parents she had wrought contact with any or in town or received letters or had she to ot any Orleano gave her 14 little gold tisras because was determined to leave with only what tzd, twirty doctive from window ot saw cross courtyard with turburul ot clotherg, draggerg rare teat over by years, he saw her reach hard through and in the main and replace the bar at her ste had gore out. Tierg was ever heard ot again. When she reared him at the tlmi, Fernanda ran to tour a roll day as she trunks, dressers, ckmts, item by item, to make sure ttet Santa Socia de Lopiat ad had wrought made odt with anything. Sre burned her tyrus trying to light a tire tour first time in light she had to ask Orly to do the taver ot her row to make cotti. Fernanda would tyro her breakfast ready she arose would leave again only to get meal that Orly had let covered on the embers for her, which she would carry to table to eat on linen carrilabra, at the solitary head ot the table tassum titine empty chairs. Even under trost circumstances Orleano and Fernaria did not snare Solitude, but both court enude on Trier own, clearing their rcx, ms while the cobwebs tell like throw on the bosoms, cushioned walls. It was around that time that Fernarua got tre impression that the rouse was tilling up with elves. It was as an especially TMSE tour everyday use, tzd of faculty tour changing Candion on Trier own Ferner percenta would waste time looker tour shears that was sure she had put on the end at her turning everything down she would tint them on a srelt in tre kikran, wrere she thought ste nad tour days. Suddenly was fork in the silver CMST she would 6 on the altar 3 in the Waston. That wandering about OT was even more exasks, rating she sat down to write. TM that STE had placed at rare Rigta would on TRE left, TRE blotter would be lost she would it 2 days later under her pillow, and written to Jose Arcadio would get mixed with TTNSE written to Amar Anta Ursula, and she always TZDOT mortification that she had put letters in OX, site envelopes, as intact nappered several times. On or occasion lost her tour and pen 2 weeks later mailman, who had found it in his bag, it. Nad Goyer Trom TL, used to TL, Usmker Tor its owner. At first she Tranugheit it was some OT the invisible DCX tours, like the Disciplinars OT the series, and she even started a letter to them Trem to leave her alone, but had to interrupt it to do went back to her recom she rot only did rot find the letter she Nad started but she had forgotten the reason tor it. For a time she it was Orleano. SMTX, gan to spy on him, to put things in his path trying to catch him ran he charved their machine, but she was SCX, and convinced that Orly Arl, Verlet Melchiades accepted to the kitchen or TRE toilet, and that Re was rot a man to play tricks. So in the end she that it was misked at OT elves she decided to every team in the place where SRE would use it. She tied the shears to the head oat with a long strug. Tied the in and blotter to the leg of table, and TRE glued TREIR asterisk well to top OT it to right OT the place WRERE she normally wrote. Problems were overnight. A few hours after she tied TRE strug to TRE spears it was rut long enough tor to cut with, as if elves had it. Same to with a strug to pen even with own arm which at a short time OT right-eared reached the inkwell. Amar Aria, Jersala in Brussels Jose Arcadio in Rome /RTIRD ATX, UT Tros Insignificart Mr. Tunes. Fernarua told that was happy in reality was, precisely Tomas she felt tree trom any compromise, as it like were pulling her once more toward TTE world OT prairies, did suffer with day-to-day problems Tomas TMY were solved beforehand in one's imagination that errorless correspondor CE made losers OT time. As Millie Alter Saria de Lopidad had GDTSTE had been accustomed to keep track OTTTE days, months, and years, using as OT reader set to return OT children but tray trier plans time. And time again, dates became cord used, the were mislaid, days so much like that rut reel them pass. Instead OT become erg patient, she telled a deep pleasure in the delay. It did worry that many years older and nursing the eve OT his vows, Jose Arcadio was still saying that Re was waiting to tinus in his studies in order to undertake in diplomacy. Tomas she understood how steep and paved with obstacles was the spiral stairway that led to throne OT St. Peter. On other Haru spirits with news that would have been insignificant for Atras such as TRE TAC that rare son Nad seen SM felt a similar pleasure when Amar Anta, Jersala wrote to tell her that her studies would last longer than the time Tor seen because her excellent had earned her privileges TTET her father Ted not taken into account in his calculations. More than 2 years had passed Sim Santa Wea de Lopidad had brought him the grammar Ren Orleano succeeded in translating TRE Tirst STEET. It was not a useless but it was only a first step along a road whose it was impossible to predict, because TRE text in spar ISN did not mean anything, the were in oral IRL. The meres to keys that would him to dig them out, but since Melchiades Tud told him that TRE he to get to TX, the OT parchments were in the wise Catalonians store, decided to Fernandez so that SRE would let him get them. In the devoured by rubble, Buddhist proliferation Ted finally it, retrod a TMT way to tram a TRE request, but when he Fernarua talking meal trauma which was his only chance to the laboriously formulated request stuck in his vote lost his voice. That was only time that he walked to her steps and teared on rare way to TRE to await the letters trom rare CT ** to give to mailman, until late at night to the harsh, scratcher OT pen on TRE paper before rear TRE sound OT the line switch and murmur OT her prayers in darkness. Ori then did to sleep, trusting that on the following day TRE awaited opportunity would come. He'd mame so with idea that would graried TTZT one morning he cut his hair. Rich at that time reacted down to his shrouders, shaved ODTTMRD, on some tight tiding pants a shirt with an artificial collar that he had inherited trom he did not crow rum, and waited in the kitchen door to get breakfast. Woman ot every day, with her head held high and with a stony gait, did not arrive, but an old woman ottx, ot with a yellowed ermine a crown ot cardinal, ard, and a languid look ot a Ierson who wept in secret. Actually, ever since she natted in Orly Arrel, segundos trarks, Fernanda had put on the moth-eaten quince dress many times. Anyone Ro could have seen rare in Tront ot the mirror, in ecstasy over her own regal gestures, would have had reason to that Ste was mad. But Ste was rot. She had simply turned tre royal regalia Erloa de Vicantor her memory. First time that put it on she nulled not a krnt trom tormating in her heart her eyes tillirred with tears because at that moment smelled oru more the otgx, lish on tl, 0 tsot came to get at her muse to make her a queen, and her soul brightened with ot lost dreams. Sm felt so old, so worn out, so tar away trom best moments ot light that she even yeared toward us that she is worst. Only did she discover much she tre wit ot a retro on tre porch the smell ot the roses at dusk, and even tail rituur ot the pena ennis. Her mart ot ash, which had resisted tte most tellird blows ot daily reality without strain, tell apart with tearst waves ot to feel sad was as years ercx3 ed her. She became human in her solitude. The more ergon which she kitchen louned a cup ot by a pale and bony adolescent with a hallucinated glow in his eyes, tre claws ot ridiculed tor at her. Only did she refuse him but Tramon carried keys to tre house and trewreresre kept tre unused pessaries. It was a useless attempt to, Orleano have and even returned to the rouse without I'm seen. But tre prolonged captivity, erxnertainty ot world. Spit ot had dried up the ot rebellion in his heart. So that re-went back to his enclosure, reading, and rereading Parch Mary's listen erdil very late at night to Fernarda in her teep-room. Or morning he went to light the tire as usual and on lound the ttet had let day then re-coped imo her teep-room and saw her lying on the cover wit and the ermern more tmutalul than with skin into an ivory casera 4 months later, when Jose Arcadio arrived, re-found her intact. It was erg. Sibyl to corsive of a man more like his was wearing a somber taffeta suit, a skirt with a ruinard collar, a thin silk ribs, and in place ot a necktie. Was ruddy languid with a startled and weak his black hair, shiny smooth, parted in tre middle ot his mad by a straight learn, ted the same artificial a peak mraru as the nair on saints. Tte shadow ot on tis paraffin race like a K and ot his were pale, with green veins and timers that were like parasites. Ard wore a solid rerd with a round sunflower opal on his lead index. The street Orleano did rot knave to be told who he was to realize that came Tromtar away. With his house tilled up with traitorous ot toilet water that, Jersula to splash on him Ren was a ct asterisk ld in order to tire him in the shadows, in some way to ascertain, after many years ot absent. Jose Arcadio was still an autumnal child, terribly sad and solitary. Went directly to his mother's Orly Arrel, tzd Mercury tour months in his grandtather's grardtatter's water to conserve ttetx, dy according to Melchiad's formula. Jose Arcadio did ask any Cains. The corpse on the tour read with Rutrom rare skirt treot casing which 3 is yet in key to cabinet. Did every team wit and direct our decisive movements, in contrast to ris languid mk. From the Hia's small damask chest with family crest and turo on the inside, which was jaded with sandal wax eye, the letter in which Fernanda heart ot numerous truths that had hidden from him. He read it stamming 14, avidly but without anxiety. Ard at the third he examined Orly Arrel, with a mkot so, he said with a voix with a touch ot razor in it, you're the bastard. I'm Orly Arrel, Björk's day. Go to your room. Jose Arcadio said. Orleano wort and did rot come out again even from curiosity when reared tre solitary funeral ceremonies. Sometimes, Trom the kicked would Jose Arcadio strolling through the house, by his anxious breadurg, and continued neared his in ruined after midnight. Did hear his tour many months, only Tmas Arcadio ne addressed him, but also because had no desire toward it to happen or time to anything else but parchments. On Fernanda's death he nad taken out next to TTE last little one ish gore to TTE wise Catalonians to store in search OTBCX. KS Wing saw the way interested Tim, perhaps because he lacked any memories to or comparison and the deserted streets and houses were the same as he had them at a time Renri would nave given his soul to no trem. Be nad given himself by Ferbda ori orditor minimum time rex sorry. So witnot pausing when the Lord TTE 11 blocks that separated Muse from the narrow street dreams had in other days he went Panterkerlo TRE can't use GMMY place WRERE there was barely to more than a 2K store. It MKED like a dump tor TX, 0KS, which were placed in disorder on the shelves chewed by termites, in the corners sticky with webs, even in spaces that were to as on a long table, also he FPD with old Tux and Paulus. The proprietor was writing tireless prose in purple letters, somewhat outlandish, and on TRE loose OT school notebook. He had a handsome head OT silver nair which tell down his like the plume OT eyes, lively art close set, revealed the OT a man who nad read all OT the TMKS. Was wearing SMRT pants soaking in did stop RIS right in to see who had come in. Orleano had difficulty in rescuing 5 TMKS that he was tore trom TTET fabulous disorder, TMOS TMY were exactly where Melchiades had told him would TK wit outward harried them, along WITN little goldfish, to wise Catalonian and TRE ladder examined trem, his eyelids contracted like two clamps. You must mad, said in his own language, STV4ING his snulders, he back to Orleano TRE live books TRE Littleton. You can have said in Spanish. Last man read TX, 0KS must nave Isaac the Blurredman, so caught cider well what you're doing. Jose Arcadio memes and had the velvet curtains cleaned and mended a lord with TRE damask on TRE canopy OT TRE vice regal bed, he put to use or more of Ardern Samurai was blackered by a Tibris rough coaterg. He restricted his VES Hunkit Empire OT worn, exotic clothing, false perfumes, and cheap jewelry to the only thing that seemed to worry him in the rest OT the house were TRE certs on family altar, which he down to ashes at arena he lighted in TRE courtyard. Would sleep or till past 11 OCKXK. He would go to bathrooms, in a shabby with golden on it a pair OT with yellow tassels, and there he would officiate at a rite which tore its care and beauty. Before bathing would with TRE salts that carried in 3 alabaster clackers. He did not bat himself with a butt would into fragrant waters and remain there tore 2 hours on his back, lulled by the coolness and by the memory OT Amar Anta. A few days after arriving put aside his taffeta suit, Budik in addition to TTN rot for the town was the only one that he had, and re-exchequelet tore some tight to him very similar to those worn by Pietro Crespi during his Dars lessons and a silk shirt woven with thread from living caterpillars and with his irishals twice a would wash the complete change in a tub ard would wear his rock pea until it dried because he had nothing else to put on. Verate at home. Would out when the mat OT siesta time rat eased and would not return until well into TRE night. Then he would continue his anxious pacing, breathing like a cat Ardamar Anta. STE the Tritool OT TRE Saints and TRE Glow OT the lamp were the two memories OT the house. Many during the hallucinating Roman August Tuttle paired his eyes in the middle OT his sleep and had seen Amar Anta out OTA with an TRE bardage on hand, idealized by the anxiety OT exile. Unlike Orleano tried to drown TTET image in OT war. He tried to it alive in TTE Sir *OT Kamukpiscence while entertained his motto with a table OT his mtidical were either to him or to think that Trier was an exchange OT fantasies. Jose Arcadio, let Samir Bryas as read Rome, Rurisher TTE legend OT theology and car on law so as not to jeopardize the fabulous inheritarn OT which his delirious letters which would rescue him from the misery sordid address shared with 2 friends in a Trastevere garret. When he Fernandez last letter, dictated by foreboding OT imminent death, he put TTE let overs OT his tall %% or into a suitcase in LD/OT a ship where immigrants were crammed together like cattle in a slaughterhouse, eating cold macaroni and wormy reed Farandas wool, which was but a detailed and tardy recapitulation OT her Mr. Tours, the broken down furniture RD on had indicated that had fallen into a trap trom which he would never escape be exiled forever trom TRE diamond line end. Timeless air OT the Roman spring. During the insomnia brought on by asthma he would measure and remeasure the depth ot his Mr. Tour as re-wettle through the shadowy muse senile fussing ot. Jersula had a tear ot whirled in him. In order to be sure that SRE would not lose him in the shadows, SRE nad him a curtain ot the only one would say trom the dead people who wandered through the house after sundown. It you do anything bad, Ursula would tell him, saints will let me know. Terror-filled nights ot his childhood were reduced to that corner where he would remain until it was time to go to with tear on a stcx, L under the watchful and glacial eyes ot tattletale saints. It was useless torture because even at that time already had a terror ot everything around was prepared to be tried at any third med and IDE, women on the street, would ruin his women and who children with a tail ot a pig, tiding ccxs, on death ot men remorse tore the rest ot one's me, firearms, Budic with a mere touch would bring down 20 years ot war, or certain verdures, WTCH led only to disillusionment madress every them, in SMRT. TTET Ted in his Iria right and that TRE devil had perverted. When he awakened, pressed in the vice ot his nig to the light in the window and caresses ot amar antanina the pleasure ot bared between TRE legs with a silk pot would release him trom terror. Even, Jersula was different radiant light in Gardentura SRE did not talk ATMT tertol thirks but would brush his teeth with psrgol so TTET he would have the radiant smile ot as she would cut and polish his nails so that TRE pilgrims row came to Rome trom all over world would startled at the TX2 AUTY ot the tens as he them, ard she would his hair like that ot a pope, she would sprinkle his TX. dy his with toilet water so TTETTNDY and his would have the fragrance ot a pope in the courtyard. Ot Castel Gardolto re had seen thee on a balcony making same in 7 tour a crowd ot pilgrims are the only indeed, that nad drawn his attention was the whiteness ot his which seemed to have tmn soaked in lie, dazzling shine otris summer and the ridden breath oti, low guy. Almost a year at her return home, having sold silver candlesticks the rearldic at the moment ot truth to doubt to have only a little gold plating on crest in order to eat. Only distraction of Jose Arcadio was to pick up children in town so that Trey could play in TREUs. He would with at siesta time have them skip in garden on TRE and do acrobatics on TRE furniture in the living room WT*LE he would give him in manners. At that time he had with the tight pants the silk shirts was wearier an ordinary suit ot clothing that he had TL, height in Arab stores, but still maintained his languid dignity and his papal air. The children took over TRE house just as meme schoolmates had done in the past. Until well into night tmy marred chatter ad and surging tap dar surg, so that Tnuus resembled a tmerding skull where was discipline. Orali Aral, did worry him an invasion as long as they did not bother him in Melchiad's room. Or morning 2 children poos read the were at sign ot a filthy hairy man who was still deciphering TRE parchments on work table. They did not dare go in. But Trey kept on the wood peeping through cracks. Trey threw live animals in rough TRE transom. On one occasion Trey nailed the n-word out at Orali Aral, hauled a day to them amused at Trier vunished mischief. Tour OTTRECT *children went into TRERCX, one morning while Orali Aran was in the kitchen, to destroy Parch Marys. As TTPY laid hands on the yellowed sheets and tore slit 011 Groward held in the air until Orleano and took TRE parchments away from them. From then on they did rot their him. Tour oldest children wore SMRT pants in spite ot tack that they were on the Vesrald ot adolescers, busied themselves with Jose Arcadios they would arrive earlier in the morning shaving him, giving him with rot towels, art finishing nails on his hard's feet, him with toilet water. On several occasions they would get into TRE to soap rim trom read to TCE as he tlowed in his back thirking about Amar Anta. Time they would dry him, powder his body, and dress him. Or ot the children, who had curly blue hair and eyes ot per asterisk like a rabbit, was to in the house. TM that lure asterisk ed him to Jose Arcadio were so strict that Re would accompany him in his asthmatic insomnia, without through the with him in the dark res. Or night in TRERCMNWRERE Ursula had slept Trey saw a yellow glow cement as it an underground sun had the ot into a pane ot glass. They did not have to turn on the line. It was sufficient to lit broken slate in, Jersilas had always uttered Tre Glow was most interested Tre's secret crypt that Orleano had worn himself out toward during delirium his excavations. There were Tre 3 canvas sacks closed with copper wire, and inside the Thouser 2 Hererd 14 8, which continued glow-ired like M's in dark res. This very treasure was like a deflagration. Instead returning to Rome with TTE's sudden fortune, which had been his dream matured in misery, Arcadio the into a decadent paradise. The curtains Tre campy the bed with new velvet, and he had the baths, with paving and the walls with a couple. Arden a dream room was tilled with truth preserves, hams, and pickles, and the unused perary was again storage liquors which Jose Arcadio himself brought from Tre railroad station in crates marked with his name. 0M Nig and the tour children had a party TTET lasted until dawn at 6 and came out naked from the Teepercom, dread TREPML, and it with champagne. Remedian and Massey, like birds flying through a sky gilded with fragrant bubbles, while Jose Arcadio, floated on his back on the edge festivities, Amar Antab with his Hirema ired that way, Rapmel in himself, asterisk about the bitterest his equivocal pleasures until after the children had speak or tired or gone in a troop to bedroom. Where they tore down the curtains to dry Trem's elves, and in a disorder TMY broke crystal mirror into tour pythons Karopi the bed in a tumult ying down. When Jose Arcadio came back from the bathworks, RN, them sleeping in a heap and inflamed, not so much because Tre damage as the disgust pity that fell toward Timsel in the M times Saturnalia, he armed Timsel with an ecclesiastical catonire tales that kept in Tre bottom his trunk along with a tsir shirt other instruments mortification and drove Tre children out Tre tenuous, howled like a madman and TMM Whitmet mercy as a would not have done to a pack coyotes. He was done in, with an attack asthma that lasted several days and that gave him a man on his uncleared right torture, overcome by asphyxiation, went to Oral Irons RCX, to ask him taver by him Sorn GX, bitters to inhale at a marby it was TTZT Oral Iron, went out a second % time. Had to only 2 blocks to reach the small pharmacy with dusty Wordhouse Nramic TX. Those within Latin a girl with Tre stealthy beauty is serpent Tre Nile gave him the medicine name which Jose Arcadio had written down on a secant view the deserted town, barely illuminated by the yellowish bulbs Tre street lines, did rot awaken an oral Iarl, any more curiosity TTN the first. Jose Arcadio had come to think that he had run away, when he pawned him a little because his haste, dragging TTET, and lack mobility Ted made weak and paw. His deterrence toward Tre world was so certain that 2 days later Arcadio the promise Ted made to his mother let to out rent ever wanted to. I have to do outside, Orleano answered he remained shut up, in the parchments, WT *C and he was slowly unraveling WTO's meaning, nevertheless, was unable to interpret. Jose Arcadio would slice his ham to in his RCNM, flowers which let a spring-like aftertaste in his mouth, on 2 kmaziers a glass tire wire. He was in parchments, udik tnughite more as in pastime, but his attention was attracted by Tre rare and the inevitable camouflage the world that his kinsman had. TMN that could % written English that between parchments he had gone from first page to last 6 volumes the as it were original. At first attributed to that Tre tack that Orleano could about Rome as it had many years, but he aware TTZTKRNW thirds that were wrought in Tre encyclopedia, such as Tre price items. Every third KMWN, was reply trom Orleano asked where had got that information trom. Orleano, toward his part, was surprised that J.C. Arcadio trom close by was so different trom image that had made Tim when he saw him wandering through Tre muse. Was capable laughing, himself trom time to time at nostalgia past Tre muse, show I concern toward Tre state misery preserved in Melchiad's TTZT drawing closer to solitary same was tar trom triumship. But it did allow them to tar up teeter under the untattable solitude TTET separated at same time. Arcadio could then turn to Oral Iro to untangle certain domestic problems that Oral Iron, in turn, null sit and read on GX, RCH, waiting toward the letters from Amara and Adrisala, which still arrived with TRE usual punctuality, and could bathrix, trom which Jose Arcadio ted when he arrived. One dawn tmytl, th woke in alarm at an urgery on street door. It was a dark old man with large green eyes that gave his ta a ghostly phosphorescence and with a cross of on nis forward. His clothing in tatters, tis stoes cracked, the old knapsack on his shoulder tis only luggage, lcx, ked like a but his had a dignity that was in contradiction to his appear. It was only necessary to look at Timo, even in Shadow's OT parlor, to realize that strength ttet him to live was TRE instinct OT's cell preservation but TRE habit OT tier. It was Orleano Amador, only survivor OT Colonel Orleano Buenos Severine Sots, certing tor a respite in his long hazardous existence as a tegitive. He himself, to give him refuge in that muse which his nights as a pariah had remembered as the last redoubt OT's safety let toward him in life. But Jose Arcadio Orleano did him. TTZT he was a tramp, they pushed him into the street. Trey TX, TH Sotrom TRE doorway the end OT a drama that Ted TX, Gan Arcadio Ted the age OT reason. Two had been chasing Orleano Amador tor years, had him like halt the world, came out trom among almond trees on the sidewalk and two STNTS with treer Mausers which Renatly cross OT ever sir see he had X / the children trom TTE TNUS. Jose Arcadio was really waiting tor ruse OT in liner that would leave tor Christmas. Had told Orleano and had even made plans to set him up in a TTZT would him a live him, Tmas baskets OT Ted since Fernandez's burial. God that last dream would rot told tild either. 0m more near 4 after having in the kitchen with Orly Iron, Jose Arcadio was tinishing his daily bath when through the zero fittings in the tiles the tour children had trom house burst in witness giving him time to defend himself. TTPY jump FPD into TRE pile tully clothed, grabbed him by TRE hair, and held his head under the water erdil bubbling OT his death on TRE Serta and his silent and pale dolphin toady dipped down to them for grant water. Then they took out the 3 sacks of gold from hiding place which was KMWN only to them and Trier victim. It was a rapid, methodical, brutal action that it was like a military or a iron, shut in his RCXJM. Was Rod aware OT anything? That at a ruin, Naverg missed him in kitchen, he tore Jose Arcadio all over the muse lound him floating on TTE perfumed mirror OT enormous bloated still trinkergamar anta. Only did he understand he had to love him. Chapter 19 Amar anta, Jair Sigler returned with OT driven on a sailor's breeze, leading her husband by a silk tied around his wreck. She AP witness warning. Wearing an STR at OT that reached almost to her crease, emerald, and topaz rings, ard with her strigmine there in a SMTX, th bun held tmindeers by swallowtail the man SRE rad married 6 months before was a thin, older phlegm with a look OT a sailor met him. SM had only to push to parlor to realize that her absary had teen lomater more destructive than she had imagined. Lord, she more gay TTN it's obvious that there's RN woman in this muse. Would tit on Fernandez old which they had sent her off to Skmol with, had 2 uprighty trucks, 4 large suitcases, a bag parasols, 8 a jigriac caged with hauled a her canaries, and Husberry's velocipede, broken down in a case which him to carry it like a cello. Did Rot even take a day OT rest at her long trip? Put on some worn denim overalls that Husbarksel had brought with it automotive items and set him on a new OT the muse. She scattered red ants. WM had already taken Miss Session of the brought back to life, the ferns, oregano, and again in the along railirk. SNE took charge OT Carters, LCXK Smiths, Mazers, who tilled in cracks in the FMR, put doors and Wirios back on tinges, repaired furniture, and walls inside out, so TTET3 more is at arrival 1 oars more the atmosphere of youth and festivity that had existed during days OT the pianola. Or in muse had ever TMN in a at all moors ard under any circumstances, nor had anyone ever been readier to sing and darse and toss all items customs trom TRE passed into TRE trash. With a sweep OT did away with the T unroll piles OT trash articles OT SL4, station that had been piled up in the corridors, the only out OT gratitude to, Jersala, was the dag tunner 0TYTN2OT remedios in parlor. My, such luxury, STE would smut, dying with laughter. A 14-year-old Grarlvernotrix, R, or OT Masons told that the Tneus was tall OT Apritheus that TRE only way to drive them out was to look treasures TMY Ted let she amid loud that she did rut it was right tor men to be S1 for airstitious. She was so emerpaid, with such a spirit, that Orleano did KRNW what to do with his body when Reese saw her arrive. My, she spouted happily with arms. At my darling Canrable has grown. Before had a chance to react she had already put a record on portable phonograph she had brought with and was trying to teach him she made him change the dirty pants that he had inreared Trom Colorel Orleano Burdia and gave him some youthful shirts would push him earl the street when was spare time in Melchiad's active, small, art indomitable like Ursula, art almost as pretty art provocative as the beauty, was with a rare instinctor anticipatum tasserin when she received pictures OT. The most recent fasciers in mail, or that had not ATL, UT the TTZT she designed herself art sewed on Amaranthus primitive pedal macir. She subscribed to every fashion magazine, art publication GX, Puller music review published in Euros and she had only to add them to realize Traton world were just as imagined TMY were. It was the mom principle why a woman with that spirit would nave return to a dead town birder by dust or heat. Much less with a husband WM had more than enough GH Maury to live anywhere in the world and Roll loved her so much that he let himself be around by on a silk leash. As time however, Iriantion to stay was more obvious, because STE did rot make any plurs that were a Lord way zero, did she do anything that did as a name search toward a comfortable light and a peaceful old age in Macondo. The canary cage showed that aims were made up on spur OT moment. TTZT her mother had told her in a letter about TRE extermination OT the birds, STE nad delayed trip several more until a ship that at Fortunate Isles and Trier she chose TRE Tyrus 20 tiv pairs OT canaries so that null reeks, Pulate OT TTET was most lane reable OT numerous trust rated undertakings. As TTE birds Amar Arta Ursula would release them in pairs. No did TMY feel themselves then they fled the town she tried in vain to awaken love and trem by means OT the bird TTZT. Ursula had built first reconstruction OT the also in vain were the artificial nests built OT esparto grass in almond trees and astronema and arousing captives so that Tmir would dissuade the deserters, because they would take flights on their terraced attempts and make a turn in the sky, just time to the Fortunate Isles. A year at her return, Alvernup TZD in making any triads or any parties, Amar Anta Ursula still applied that it was P. Subaltern unity which had been singled out by Mr. Turn. Gaston, her husband, took care ratu Antagons her, Alf non Circe that total MNN when he had trained he that his wife's determination ted TMN by a nostalgic mirage. Certain that SRE would defeated by the realities, he did rot even take trouble to put his butt he set hunting toward the largest eggs among the spider webs that had KNCCKED down, and would own with his fingernails and spend Mazluker through a magneting glass at the tiny spiders that emerged. Later on, thinking that Amar Antak, Ursula was continuing with repairs so that Tens would DLE, decided to assemble the Narsum bicycle. On WT** CHTRE trot I wheel was much larger than rear or Timsel to the capture and curing OT every native insect he could tind in TRE region, which he sent in jam jars to his former professor OT Ritual History at the University OT where had Dorpadvad work in Iriomaji, although his main was that OT aviator bicycle would wear acrobats TIG NS, gaudy SCXKS. And a Bloom's cap, but ran he was on TCX, T-Re would dress in a SGX, Tlis Aruteral linen suit, white as silk tie, a straw TX, Ader, and he would carry a willow stick in his nard his pale eyes accentuated his OT as sailor and his small mustache like the OT as squirrel. Although was at least 15 years older than tis while, tis alert determination to make nappy and his as a lover toward Diderin. Actually, those saw that man in his 40s with careful habits, with a leash his and his circus bicycle, would not have tmug and TTZT he had made a pack OT unbridled love with tis white art that they gave into the reciprocal drive in least OT plaques and wherever the spirit TMM, as they had Dory Circe TTPY had to keep company, and WIT and a passion that the passage OT time more and more unusual circumstance and enriched. Gaston was not only a tierce lover, with endless wisdom and imagination, but was also, first man in a historic OT who had made an lamim and had come close to killing himself and his simply to make love in a field OT violets. Had met 2 years before TTPY were married, ran the Sinners by plan in which was Rolls Skull Amar Anta. Ursula was study and made an intrepid maneuver to avoid the NTRE primitive framework of Canvas RE aluminum foil was caught by tail on some electric wires. From then on, paying RN attention to his leg in splints, on weekends he would pick Amar Aria, Ursula at nuns where lived. WRERETTE rules were rut as severe as Fernarfel had warded. He would take to his nunnery club to OV each at an altitude OT her percent red teed in the Sunday air OT MCXJRS. They felt all TRE closer together as the on earth grew more and more minute to him OT Mesa percent O as the brig nest most town on earth, and OT in Aramouse with oregano, where she to live until old age with a loyal husband and 2 Strigsores row would be named RODR3, Gonzalo, NE/Air Orleano and Jose Arcadio, a daughter would Virginia and Reva Remedios. Nad evoked the town idealized by nostalgia with such strong turb city that Gaston that would not get married unless he took to live in Makoru. He agreed to it, as he agreed later on to the leash, twas he it was a pass at that in time. But ran 2 years in Makerfeet, had passed and Amar Antad Ursula was as nappy as on the first day, to show signs OT alarm. By that time had dissected every dissectable insect in TRE region, spoke Spanish like a native. He had solved all OT the puzzles in that in the mail. He did rot have TRE pretext OT climate to hasten their return because nature nad him with a colonial liver udic OT siesta time and water that had Viagar worms in it. Like the rid of king so much that ora he ate IT.2 iguana at sitting. Amar Anta Ursula, on the other nard, had brought in by train fish and sreldishanks OT ice, canned meats, and fruits, which were only eat. She still in Europan style and reeve designs by mail in spite OT the tack that she rad no place to one to visit and by that time Husbard was not an aid to appreciate her short skirts, her tilted felt hat, and her 7-strand rec laces. Secret seemed to lie in fact that always FOURK1 a way to keep busy, resolve her domestic problems that STE herself had created, and work a job on 1,000th CF which she would tickets on toll-owing day with a diligence that made 1/3 X OT Fernanda and TTE hereditary vice OT making some Tim just to unmake it. Her genius was still so alive TMN that STE received new records. SRE would invite Gaston to stay in the parlor until very late to practice TTET schoolmates to inskems and Trey would generally end up making love on TRE veen reser rockheard chairs or on bare only thing that to completely happy was the birth OT rare CT *. But SRE respected TRE pact she had made with her husband to have any until TMY had married Tor 5 years. Lucre Tor some third to till his idle hours WITN Gaston became accustomed to the morning in with Shy Orleano. He pleasure in recalled with him the most hidden core as OT his country, Udic Orleano knew as it had much time there. Gaston asked him what had door to obtain knowledge that was rut in Cypedia. He same answer as Jose Arcadio, everything is KRNWN in addition to Sanskrit retudlered English and Virtual little Latin Greek. Siwi he went out every iterim at that time Amar Anta, Ursula had set aside a weekly sum tor him tor his J arsenal exinses, his RTNMLTNKED like a brarch OT wise Catalonians to store read avidly late at right, alternup trom the monitor in which he returned to RIS read him, Gaston Tmont that read it rot by TMKS in order to learn but to verity the truth OT his knowledge, that OT them interested him more than TRE parchments. To which he dedicated OT his time in the morning for both Gaston and his White would have to incorporate Rim into TRE family light, but Orleano was a hermetic man WITN a cloud OT mystery that time was making denser. It was an ergathmable mission that Gaston tailed in RIS et hurts to epcom intimate with him ard had to seek other pastimes for his idleness. It was a rarity that time that coursive the idea of establishing an airmail service. It was a new project. Actually, had it fairly well met Amar Anta Ursula, except that it was not Tor Makoru, but Tor TRE Belgian Congo. His family had invest marries in palm oil. Marriage ended to spend a few months in Makerfeet, to please his wife had obliged him to POSW, and eat it. But when saw that Amar Anta, Jersula was determined to organize a commission toward public improvement and and lagged at him when hinted at OT returning. It were going to take a long time. He re-established contact with his forgotten partners in Brussels, there seeing that it was just as well to apply Orner in the Caribbean as in Africa. While his steps were progressed at re-prepared a laruing tiled in TTE old enchanted region which at TTZT time MKED like a plain OT tlinstorn, the direction, TRE geography OT the coastal region, and TRE best routes tour aerial navigation, without that his diligurks. So similar to TTZT OT Mr. was tilliered the town with TRE dangerous suspicion that his plan was to set up but to plant barren enthusiastic the idea TTET, at all, might justity his permanent establishment in Macau, re several to TRE. Capital OT Proverum, met with Ottern Ritties, obtained litnurses, drew up tracks tor exclusive rignies. In the meantime he maintained a with his partners in Brussels which that OT Ferindo with the invisible doctors, Ard routinely convinced them to ship TRE Tierst airplane under the care OT in Ramhanek, who would assemble it in the nearest and fly it to Macy, RDO. 1 year after his first meditatius Ard meteorological calculators, trusting in the promises OT his had the nobbit OT strolling through TRE streets, at the sky, onto TRE soured OT in TTET airplane would appear. Although had not rented it, the return of Amar Antagersula had brought on a radical change in Orleano's life. After the death OT Jose Arcadio he had a customer at the wise Catalanians today store. Also, the freedom that re-enjoyed Trent TRE time at his disposal awoke in him a certain curiosity about town, which he came to KMW without any surprise. He dusty solitary streets, examineered with scientific interest the inside OT in ruin, the metal screers on the wardhouse broken by rust and dying birds, inhabitants TX, wet down by memories. EB tried to reconstruct in his imagination splurder OT the old banana-painy town, dry swimmered PCX, I was tilled to the brim with rotting men's women's shays, and in the houses OT which, distro BD by rye grass, skeleton OT a German stepped dog still tied to a ring by a steel chain a telephore that was rhymem, RING, ringing erdil he and an anguished distant woman in English, and said yes, that TTE strike was O/air, that 3 dead had TMN thrown into the sea, that Nvani nat ETT, and that McCordo Tyroli had peace after many years. Those wanderings to red light district, in other birds OT bar asterisk notes had been bird to liven up TRE revels, which at that time was a maze OT streets more afflicted and miserable than the others, with a Lou Redligan-esque still burring and with deserted Dars halls adored with the remnants OT readers, pale, tat widows OT orn, French great Grardlernotrix, Ars and the Babylonian matriarchs, were still waiting upside tree or pladographs. Orleano not any or in his family, Colonel Orleano Gandaya, exceptor TRE oldest OT TRE Westardian Negroes, an old man whose, tiny hair gave OT a negative who was still SING the mournful Circet Psalms in TRE door OT his house. Orleano would talk to in tortured papiamento that he had in a few weeks. Sometimes he would share his chickerpreed soup, prepared by TRE great granddaughter, WITN him. Was a large black woman WITN solid borbs, the hips OT a mare, teats like live melons, and a round red armored with a hard surface OT wiry hair which MKED like a warrior's male headdress. Her ream was nigromante. Intros des Oraliarchs, live ODT sale OT silverware, and bric-a-brac trom the muse. He was which was most OT time. Got people in the back OT the market to give him the tick and mads TTETTMY were to throw away he would take them to Nigromanta to make rare tortadid with purslane seasored with mint. When the great Grard Tather died Orleanoping by the Tenuous, but would run Erlo Nigromanta Euro or TRE dark almond trees on the using wild animal whistles to lure few Nigan owls. Many times he stayed with poor, Speakirgan Papiamento ATMT chicken head and other dainties OT misery. He would have kept Rigan on it she had let him KRNW that tis preserves trig-tuned ODT customers. Although sometimes tell the temptation and altern up Nigromanta Migan have to as the natural culmination OT is shared nostalgia, he did rud go to with her. Orleano was still a virgin Amar Antak, Jersula returned to gave him a sisterly embrace that left him breathless. Every time he saw rare, worse yet him latest dames, he felt the same SCX. NGY release in his Tunristrat had disturbed his great-great-grandtat pair when Pilar Turnera made pretext some of the cards in Granary. Trying to sqtnlch torment, he sank DFPR into the parchments and eluded the innocent flattery OT that Ant was his knights with a flow OT tribulation, but the more the anxiety with which he waited tore her stony laughter, her howls OT a happy cat, and her songs OT gratitude, agonizing in love at all hours and in the most unlikely parts OTTRE house. One nickel 30 teat from his TPD, on the silver word sh, couple with broke the TX, dulls ended up love in a call OT muriatic acid. Orleano not only rot sleep tor askand, but spent the day wit in a fever, sobbing with rage. First night that waited tor nigromanted to come to TRE shadows OTTRE almond trees it like an eternity, as he was by OT Erxnertainty and clutching his the peso titisserts that had asked Amaranta Ursula for, so twas it as to involve debase her, prostitute in his adventure in some way. And Groma Na took him to Tur RCX, M, which was lighted with false candlesticks, to her folding with a trom bad loves, to her TX, DYOT a wild dog, hardered and without which itself to dismiss him as it were a child. Suddenly at Tour percent a man whose tremerus thamar et a movement OT's seismic readjustment trom her tray became lovers. Orliarx would spend his mornings deciphering parchments at time he would go to where Nigromanto was wait at Tour him, to teach him tirst MW to do it like earthworms, tran like SR bills, finally like until she had to him lie in wait Tour vagabru loves. Several weeks passed before Orliarn discovered that around waist she wore a small TTET seemed to made out OT a string, but which was hard as steel and had no eru as it had grown with almost always, would eat in an hallucinating retam under TRE daytime stars trad the rust nat caused to shine on zinc sealim. It was the first time TTET nigromanted Ted had a steady man, a MRE crusher from red to toe, as SRE herself said, with Lautner. And she had even to get romantic illusiers when Orliarn in her ATL, UT his repressed passion tore Amaranta Ursula, which he had wrought a pen able to cure with the SUT editushin but Udik was twist at him inside all the more as broaden TRE Rorizon's OT love. After that Nigromanted continued to receive him with the same warmth as but she made him pay Tor services so strictly that Ren Orliaronad money SRE would make an addition to RIS bill, which was wrought figured in but by marks that SNE made with her thumbnail to mine TRE at sundown. WT asterisk LEST was drittered through the shadows in the Orleano, was like a strarud, scarcely greeting Amaranta Ursula and Gaston. Ro usually dined at that time, shutting herself in his again, able to read or write or even. There asterisk twas OT the anxiety brought on by the lanner, TTE whispering, the preliminary frolics, and the explosions OT agonizing haperns TTET the nights in house. That was his light 2 years Gaston began to wait toward the airplar, it went on the same way on a dream that he went to today store OT wise Catalonan and town tour ranting TX, YS in a readed argument ATX, UT the metrods used to kill cockroaches in the Middle Ages. The old today seller, among Orliarn's of tour books that had read only by TRE variable bead, urged him with a certain fatherly to get into the discussion. Whitman even a breath, explained that TRE cockroach, the oldest winged insect on the race OT Earth, had already victim OT in old but that Siwi TTE species was definitely resistant to any all metrods OT extermination. Trom tomato with the flower and with its 1006% red 3 varieties had resisted TRE most ancient, tenacious. Pitiless that TZD uneismed against anything the imluding man himself. To such an extent that just as an instinctor repercuction was attributed to humor ind, so must one more detonite art pressing, which was the instinct to kill cockroaches, arded the latter Ted in human ferocity it was twas TMYTZD taken RET in the shadows, where TTPY became invulnerable because OT man's tier OT the dark, but on the other 10 TMY susceptible to the glow OTRMN, so TTET by Middle Ages already, in present times. And omnia secula only effective renetted for killing crotines was the glare OTTRE's son that cyclopedic coincidence was the beginning of a great friendship. Orleano continued getting together in TRE at arena with TRE tour arguers, WRNSE names were Alvaro, German, Alterso, Gabriel, first last triads that re-e /air had in his life. For a man like him, Hold up in written reality. Ooze stormy TTZT in the Today store and at dawn in the were a revelation it had never occurred to Tim until then to their asterisk that literature was the plaything that had ever to make ton o people, as Alvaro demonstrated during one night OT revels. Some time would nave to pass betor Orleano that such arbitrary attitudes ted to near origiers in the example OTTRE wise Catalonian. Tor rom wisdom was worth nothing it could rot be used to invent a way OT preparing chick TRE afternoon on which Orleano gave his lecture on cockro acts. Argument up in the OT the girls to Tmaz OT Huru, a brothel OT lies on TTE outskirts OT Mesa percent O. TTE proprietress was a smiling Mama Santa, tormented by a mania for opering and closer per eternal smile seemed to have brought on by the credulity OT chur customers, who acted as something nertain an establishment that did exist except in the imagination, because even TRE targible thirds there were or real, the turniture that tell apart when one sat on it, disum tex, well phonograph with a nesting hen ear side, the garden OT pav pair towers, the calendars going back to the years the arrival OT the frames with prints cut old OT magazines that had never been PLR, lished. Even the timid little horse WM came from the when the proprietress them that customers had arrived TTPY weren't them but an invention. They would without any greeting in their little let over trom days were live years and toke trem ODT with the same inroence with which had put on, and an OT love would exclaim good MK how that rude is talamin, and as they got their ISO and TTTYNs they would spurt it on a roll with cheese that proprietress sold smiling more than E/air, because or she crew that meal was not true either. Orleano, Buddhist world at TTZT time began with parchments and ended in nigromantas M. Townda STL4, ID curator timidity in TTE small imaginary brothel. At first null geternwura, in the would enter during TRE moments OT love make all sorts OT comments about the intimate charms OT the protagonists. But with time to get so familiar with ooze Mr. Tour's OTTRE world that on or nigda that was more unbolished than in small ran through the Tuyus ballarsing a bottle OT beer on his irrecourceivable maleness. EBU was the one made fashionable that the proprietress celebrated with eternal smile, without protesтерg, without believerg in them just as Ren German tried to burn Muse down to show that it did exist, as Altonson neck OTTRE parrot threw it into TRE pot WRERE the chicken stew was to TX, IL. Although oral IARCs, felt Timsel lure XED to tour friends by a common affection a common even to where Tmug height OT them as it tray were or person, he was closer to Gabriel than to TRE otters. Lit asterisk was on Nigan when he casually Colonel oral IARL, and Gabriel was TRE only one row did not think that he was fun OT some Amy. Even proprietress, normally did rot take part in conversation with a madam's ratemal passion track colorel oral IAROgandia. OT whom she had heard at some time, was a figure by government as a pretext to literals. Gabriel, on the other hand, did not doubt the reality OT Colonel Orleano Burdia TM Oz had a companion in arms and inseparable friend OT his great-great-grandpa pair Colorel Gerardo Marquez. Tickle tricks OT memory were even more critical kill him OT the workers was brought up. Every time that Orleano me neither the matter, rot only. Proprietress but some people older than SNE would repudiate myth of workers hemmed in at a station and the train with 200 cars laden with Deadpool, and TMY would even insist TTET, alter all, TZD set forth in judicial documents in primary school textbooks, that banana company TZD that oral IARL, Gabriel were by a kind OT complicity based on real tax that R01 in. Which had attected lives to that OT found it fintide OT a world that had erded and OTWT asterisk ch only TRE nostalgia remained. Gabriel would sleep time him. Oral Iron put him up several times in a silver workzimp, but Re would spend his nights awake, disturbed by the Roy's OT dead who walked through until dawn later him over to Nigromani, who him to her well-used RCXJM Ren SRE was tree and put down his Ikmont with vertical marks the in the few spaces ETT tree by Aureliano's debts. In spite OT to mere life, the whole group to do at the erg OT wise Catalorian. It was he, with his experience as a former professor OT classical literature his storehouse OT rare TMKS, got him to Nigdu in search OTTRE 37 dramatic situation in a town where one had any erased any more in primary school. Fascinated by the discovery OT friendship, bewildered by the enchantments OT a world which TZD forbidden to him by Fernix as meanness, Oraliaro abandoned the scrutiny OTTRE parchments precisely when were TX, beginning to reveal themselves as in learns OTPTX2TRY. The stunsicle trad there was time even Tor Wittrau to give up the Brotmels gave him the drive to return to Melchiad's Naven decided Rot to tlagen RIS et Hertz until Re had discovered the last keys. That was time TTET Gaston began to wake Tor airplane and Amar Anta Ursula was so low ely that one morning SRE appeared in TRE room. Hello, Canrable, SNE said to HM back in your cave again. She was irresistible. With a dress SRE had designed and or OT the Lorg STZD. Vertebra that she herself had made. Had the bash, conversed OT Turhus Baru's faithfulness, Tor TTE first time since her return seemed to have a moment OTEs. Orleano did not to her to crow that SRE had arrived. She put Tur else, WS on TTE table, so close so that Orleano OT her TX, Ness, interested in parchments. Trying to overcome his disturbance, he grasped at that he was the light TTET was him, the memory that was turned into a polyp, re-spoke to her about the priestly destiny OT Sanskrit, scientific OT seeing the future through in time as one says what is written on TTE back OT is sheet OT paper through TRE light, the OT the so that TMY would defeat and centuries OT Beeb Stratus and the Destratuntion OT Cantabria by St. Milanus. Suddenly, Whitman interrupting chat. Moved by an impulse that had been sleeper in him see his origins, Orleano put his on thinking that little would put into his doubts. SM grati his index tierger with TRE attectionate exerce with which STE had dorp so and child hoxed, however, and held it while he kept on questions. TMY remained like that, linked by IC index titus that did not transmit anything in any way until awoke from her momentary dream and with her heart. The ants, she exclaimed. And then she torgo about the manuscripts, went to with a step, trom Tio Orleano a kiss with the tips ot rare Tyrus as she had said goodbye to her daughter on the Adarim they serry her to Brussels. You can tell me later, she said. El torgo that TL% is the day to put quicklime on the anthils. She continued goer to the RMM, Macionally had something to do in that part OTTREH0USE and she would stay Triator 2 minutes while her husband to scrutinize Sky. Encouraged by that Orleano stayed to eat with TRE tamely at that time as re tud rot Dory Circe TRE first month's OTMR Aria Ursula's return. Gaston was pleased. During conversations at her meals, which usually went on tour more than an hour, complained that his partners were decniving him. They had informed him OT the airplar on TMRD is stip that did rot arrive, and al trough his shipping agerts TTET it would never arrive TM Oz it was rot on the list OT Carrington ships. His partners insisted that TRE stipmert was correct and Trey even insinuated that Gaston was lying to in his letters. The reacted such a degree OT mutual suspicion that Gaston decided not to write again he to suggest possibility OT a quick trip to Brussels to clear thirds up return with TRE airplar. TRE plan however, as SCX, and as Amar Antak, Jersula decision to move Trom even if she owes the husband. Durer TRE Tierst days Oraliaro snared the general opinion that Gaston was on A and TTET brought on a vagton OT pity. Later, Ren re-obtained deeper information on the nature OT men and TRE brothels, Tmugheit TTET Gastors had its origins in passion. But he came to KMW him after and realized his true character was the side OT his submissive conduct, he the malicious suspicion TTBT even the weight toward the airplane was an act. Then he thought that Gaston was rotistless as he but, quite the contrary, was a man OT Irianite steadiness, ability, and patience who had set about to comer RIS white with a wirres OT itermel agrimary, OT renver no, OT a conformity. Her enmeshed in her own web until the day she could know ion *RTAR the OT illusions close at and would pack the bags herself to go back to Europe Oraliaro's tormator pity turned into a violent dislike. Gaston's system seemed so tunverse to TLM, but at same time so effective, that ventured to warn Amar Antadijrsula. SRE made ton OT his suspicions, roever, without even noticing the heavyweight OT love, urarterti, jealousy TTET had her side. It nad rot occurred to her that she was aroused some third more than fraternal affection in Oraliar, until she heard to a OT and he dashed Ed to suck TRE blood out with an avidity of devotion that sent a chill spirit or liaro. She laughed, distort H1. You're suspicious to a good bad. Trent Orleano went all out. Givered her some small, orphan kisses and OT her Harry. He upmost hid an OT his rear drew out an interminable and lacerated instire, the terrible parasitic animal that Ted in his martyrdom. He told would get at midnight to weep in loneliness rage over TTE underwear that SRE had ETT to dry in bathworks, RN. Told him of the anxiety with which had nigromaned to howl like a cat sob Gaston in his ear, and with much stutterance had vials OTs so that smelled on the next OT the little girls who went to bed twas OT herger. Frightened by the passion OTTTZT outburst, Amar Antak, Jersula was closing her timers, Coen racking trem like a shellfish until her wounded rand, tree OT all pain and any vestige OT pity, was nverted Erlo a KMT OT emeralds and stony and you me limpnees. FCX, she said as it were spitting. I'm sailing on first ship to Belgium. Ivor Ted to wise Catalonians to pay store 1 OTTMSE proclaiming at TRE top OT his lungs his latest discovery, a zoological brothel. It was called the Golden Child. It was a huge air salon than 200 bitterns who told the time with a deafening strolled at will. In wire pens that surrounded the Dars floor ard large Amazonian camellias to were rearns OT did rare colors, as tat as pigs, snakes with 12 rattles, and a turtle with a dove in a small artificial. There was a big white dog, Meek, and a pederast, who would give stud services in order to Ted. Atmosphere had under Senis, as it had just created. The mulatto girls who the N records ways OT love that man tud let Torgotten in TTE earthly paradise. The first night that GROT4 visited TTET greenhouse OT illusions the splendid taciturn old woman guarded TRE entrance in a wicker rocking tsir felt that time was turning back to its earliest origins when among the 5 were arriving saw a jaundiced man with tartar cheekbones, marked forever from the OT world with OT solitude. Lord, she sighed. Orleano. She was seeing Colonel Orleano or more as she had him in light OT a lamp long before the wars, on before TRE desolation OT glory and exile OT disillusionment, that remote dawn when went to give the first command OT his life, command to give him love. It was Pilar Ternera. Years she had torty.tiv years OT age, SRE had given TRE James's custom OT track OT her age and she went on living in static marginal time OT memories. In a toucher revealed art established, Sia M the touchers disturbed by TRE insidious snares and suppositions OT cards. From that night on Orleano, took RET asterisk in the compassionate Turteres and OT his unknown great-great-grandmother. In wicker chair, she would recall TRE past, reconstruct the grandeur ard Mr. Tour's OT family the splendor OT Macdo, which was now while Alvaro Trigmend the crocodiles with his Micey Lautner and Alterso and Ned Outlardish. Stories among the bitterns WM nad out the eyes of 4 customers who missed Mav the week before. Art Gabriel was in TRE OT TRE mulatto girl who did in money but in letters to a TX. Itrian who was in prison on other side OT TRE Orinoco because TRE team regards Tut caught him had made sit on a that up with a mixture OT shit and diamorzes. That true brothel, with that maternal proprietress, was the world OT which Orly Ted dreamed during his captivity. Felt well. So close to companionship, that he thought OTRN on a refuge on the Adarine on which Amar Antak, Jersula Ted made his illusions crumble was ready to burden Timsel with words so that some war could break the knots that TX, UND his but only managed to let out a fluid, warm, and restorative weeping in Pilar Terrera's lap. Ste let him tinus, scrackered his head with the OT tyrus, witnessed his that he was trom-ove. Ste recogrized immediately TRE oldest subs in TRE history OT man. It's all right, child, she him. Now tell me it is. When Orleano told her, Pilar Terrera let out a deep laugh, the old exparsive that up as an OT doves. There was mystery in heart OT of Buendia that was impenetrable to rare because as century OT cards and had taught that history OT family was a Macton with unavoidable repetitions. A turning wheel that would have on spilling into eternity were it not Tor and OT the axle. Don't worry, she said, smiling. River SRE is right MW, she's waiting for you. It was MLT Pasteur in TRE Atarun when Amaranta Ursula came out OT her bath Orleano saw by with a OT sot folds a towel wrapped around her reed like a turban. He followed her almost on tiptoes, stumbling Tromdrar Asteriskins, and went Erlo NT4, tile just as she 0 FPNEDTRE rock PR'd closed it again and trimmed. He made a silent signal toward that door was half open and Orleano knew that Gaston was to write a letter. Go away, said Orleano, smiled, picked her up by TRE waist with TH hands like a pot OT and on her back on with a brutal tug he bathrobe before she had time to resist he MMED over an abyss OT newly nudity whose skin OT fuzz, and hidden had all imagired in TRE shadows OT the otter RCXJMS. Amar Arda Ursula de Turded herself Sinruli with astuteness OT a wise woman, weaseling slippery, flexible, and tragrant weasels TX, DY as SRE tried to knee him in TRE kidneys scorpion his with her rails, but wouldn't either OT giving a gasp that Mig and Nave been taken tor that breathing OT a person watched the meager April sunset through window. It was a tight, A to the death, but it to without viola because it consisted OT distorted attacks ghostly evasiers, slow, cautious, solemn, so TTZT during it all there was time tor the to be KX. And tore Gaston to forget about his aviator's dream in the next as if TMY were two enemy lovers seeking at TX, Tom OT in aquarium. In TRE heat OT that savage and ceremonious struggle, Amar Anta Ursula that meticulous was so erasure BLTTET it awakened the suspicions OT her hereby husband much more tran TRE soured OT warfare that they were trying to avoid. Then to with her lips tight witment up the tigny, but that Ming rare selt with tall bites and her TX. DY little by little erdil they TH were conscious OT adversaries and accomplices at TRE same time and the atradagerated into a 20-year-old gamtel, L and the attacks caresses. Suddenly, almost playfully, like one more bit OT mischief, Amar Anta Ursula dropped rare deters, and when SRE tried to trident by what Ted made it was late. A great commotion immobilized her in rare sealer OT gravity, planed her in her place. And defensive will was demolly #D by the irresistible anxiety to discover what TRE whistles TRE invisible globes on the otter side OT death were like. Barely TZD time to reach out hard tor towel to put a gag between rare teeth so that STE would let out TTE cat howls that were already at her insides. Chapter 20 Pilar Turner and Wicker RCX King Chair during or right OT festivities as she watched over the EN rans to her paradise. In accord arse with last wishes she was buried in a butt in her which 8 men bored by into a hole dug in the center OT the dance floor. The mulatto girls, in black, pale trom weeping, shadowy rites as they took ODT trier iruru brooches, and rims ard tram into the pit tor it was over with a slab TTETTL, re-neatmer that was covered with a pile OT Amazonian camellias. Aternies them the animals TTPY closed doors windows with brick and mortar TMY scattered out into the world with their wooden that were with pictures of Sards, Priorist Trom GX, rates OT sometime remote fantastic, WM Snap Diamoris, or 8 Canribals, or were playing card on the high seas. It was the ERD. In Pilar Turner's tomb, among some cheap Umar jewelry, the ruins OT past would rot, the little that alter the wise cat. Alanian had oxyorped off his mox tor Ari returned to Mediterranean village TZDTX, RN, overcome by a yearning Torah SBRI at RNE. No one, null'd have foreseen his decision. He had arrived in McCorkslow Durer the Splurkster OT Trom 1 OT many wars, thing more practical had, murred to him than to set up that bookshop of immunibula and first editions in several languages, which casual customers would thumb through cautiously, as if they were Jurk BMKS, as Trey waited turn to Nave dreams in the house way. He lied in the back of store, scribbling in his extra careful hand in purple ink and on pages that he tore out OTSCHCX, L noting case, one was sure exactly what he was right. Orleano first met Tim he had 2 boxes of those motley pages that in some way made one OT Melchiad's parchments, and Trom that time until he let he Ted till the third one. So it was reasonable to that had Dorp not third else during his stay in McCool. Only people with WRNME relations were Tor friends, TZD Excharudher and Kites Tor BCX, KS, He set them to rhetoric Sarika Ovid while they were still in grammar treated classical writers with a muse-hold familiarity, as it tray had all been tis at some period, he many things that have crown, as tack that Saint Augustire wore a jacket tis habit that re did not take ODT tor 14 years that Arnaldo OT Villanova, was imx, tensime because OT is scorpion bite. His terver tor TTE written word was an OT solemn not even his own manuscripts were sate trom that dualism. Having learned Catalan in order to translate them, Alterso put a roll OT in his kits, which were always lull OT newspaper clippers and manuals tor strarge trades. One night lost in Muse OT the little girls went to TM Oz OT when the wise old grandfather turu out, instead OT raising a row as had teared, he with laughter, that it was natural OT literature. On the other hand, there was no human power capable OT Rimrod to take 3 when he to his Arda village, and he unleasoned at OT Carthaginian curses at TRE railroad inspectors who tried to ship them as freight until he finally in keeping them within coach. The world must be all tucked up, he said then, when men traveled first class literature as rain that was last thing he was heard to say. He had a dark week on the final preparations toward TRE trip, because as they approached his humor was break him down into misplaced, or what put in one place would appear in attack by same elves that had tormented Fernarua. Colons, he would curse. El snit on Canon 27 OT the OT lore percent on. German Orleano OT him. They him like a child, tastening his tickets and immigration merts to his pockets with Sadeti pairs, him a list OT what he must do trom the time let Macondo until Larud in Barcelona. But nor retrolis he threw away a pair OT pants with halt OT his money in it without realizing it. TM night trip, adder up the spot add his clothing into the same suitcase that he had brought to Ren first came, he clamize, with a OT impudent mediction at stacks OT BCX, KS with which Nat endured dured his exile, and said to his friends, all that shit trier I leave to you people. Months later they in a large twerty.rhine letters more than titted pictures that had accumulated durer TTE leisure OT the high seas. Although did not date order in which had written the letters was obvious. In tier stores, with his customary good humor, SG, Kjit OT the urge he TZD to deal the officer overboard when he would not let him keep the Vdxs in his cabin, TRE clear mility OT a lady who was at 13. Out OT but because she thnughide it was a number that had no end, TRE bet that he had won during the first dinner Tmaz had in drinking water on board TRE taste OT the nighttime beats by TRE OT Larita. With the OT days, remover, reality OT light on TL, art and to him art even TRE most recent art trivial nappings seemed worthy OT Tmaz as ship away, his memory TX, gan to grow sad. That praise OT nostalgia was also evident in TRE pictures. In the Tirst always hemp happy, with his SGL, RT shirt WT asterisk CNMKED like a hospital jacket art his sroy mane, in an octome keratin tilled with white caps. In TRE last once he could to wear him a dark a milk scarf, pale and taciturn trom absers on deck OT a mormal ship that had come to be like a sleepwalker on the autumnal seas. German Orleano histers. He wrote so many during TRE first months that at that time trade held closer to him than had in Macdo, were almost treed trom the rarker that he had let mind. At first told Trem that everything was just TRE same, that perk snails were still in the muse where he ted born, that dry hair still had TRE same taste on a piece OT toast, that TRE watertalls in the village still on a smell at dusk. Were noted K again, woven with purple scribblerg, in which he dedicated a special paragraph to each or. Altmug himself did seem to notice it, whose letters OT reciperation stimulation were slowly changing into pastoral letters OT dice harmont. One winter night while the soup was TX, isling in fireplace, mist heat OT the back OT his store, TTE buzzerg OT the sun on dusty trees, the whistle OT train lethargy OT time, just as in Macondo he had missed TRE winter and TRE fireplace. The cries OT the coffee verter, the fleeting larks OT springtime. Upset by two nostalgias tassim each other like two mirrors, he ost his marvelous sense OT humility art he ended up to all OT that TMY leave Macondo, that TMY forget every team he had told them about TRE world and the human heart, that TTPY shit on that they MIG and always remember TTET the past was a lie, that memory has no return, that every spring unby could never ttet and most tenacious love was in truth in the end. Ivaro was first to take advent to abandon MacDo. Sold every ton, even tame jaguar that teased passers-by trom the courtyard his muse, ard he mughide an eternal ticket on a train that never traveling. In postcards that sent trom way stations he would witness instant armis that he tzd seen trom the window his natch, and it was as it were tear at up erg into oblivion some long, evanescent chimer eichel in, Fields Louisiana, the horses in bluegrass Kentucky, Greek lovers in the Nemel sunsets Arizona, girl in red sweater painting watercolors by a lake in Michigan at him with her brushes, wrought to say farewell but out because did rut crow that she was a train with return by. Then Alfonso and German let one Saturday with the idea coming back on Moru but rothing more was ever marred a year after departure the wise Catalonian only one let in Macondo was Gabriel, still adrit at mercy nigromantis ctzncy charity and questas intest in a Fremite magazine in which Tier's prize was a trip to Paris. Oraliaro, WM was the one who subscribed to it, till in answers, sometimes in his house but most the time among the ceramic TX, Dul's atmosphere Valerian in the only pharmacy let in Macordo, Gabriel's stealthy girl lived. It was last that remained a past whose annihilation had taken place twas it was still in a annihilation itself trom within, ending at every moment but ever ending its town had reached such extremes inactivity that when Gabriel won the Tour Paris with two names a pair shoes, and the complete works Rabelais, he had to signal to stop train pick him up. Old Street the Turks was at that time an abandoned corridor where the last Arabs were letting be dragged to death with the age-old custom sitting in doorways. Alfnuppet had append many years since they had sold the last yard diagonal cloth, and in the shadowy only moneykins remained. The Banana City, which Patricia Grown may have tried to evoke for her grandchildren Knights of Intolerars and dill pickles in Prattville, Alabama, was a plain wild grass. Ancient priest wrote had taken Father Art 21's place name no one had to tind out awaited God's mercy strecked Ed out casually in a hammock, tortured by Art Vitus and the insomnia doubt while the lizards rats over the the rear by church. In that Macondo tour gotten even by the birds, wreretre dust and had strong that it was difficult to bread at by Solitel X1E and BVE by Solitude ov in a house where it was almost asleep twas mice the ants, Oraliarn, and Amaranta Ursula were only happy beings, the most nappy on lace earth. Gastontud returned to Brussels. Tired waiting tour airplar, one day put his into a small suitcase, his tile correspondui. Let with the idea returning by air his cows Zion was termed to a group German pilots who had provincial authorities with a more ambitious project than tis. Sim the Adarine their first love, Oraliarn Amaranta, Jersula Ted continued taking ad variage her husband's rare unguarded moments, making love with gag ardor and charce and always interrupted by returs. But when TMY saw themselves alone in the rouse they succumbed to the delirium lovers who were up to or lost time. It was a mad passion, unhinging, which made Fernandez Mnez tremble with roar and rare grave art which kept them in a state excitement. Amaranta, Jersula's streaks, would break out same at 2 in the afternoon on dynamicom table as at 2 in the partry. WTET hurts me would say, LAT4, hing, is all the time that we wasted. In the Ep Wilderman passion SRE watched the AMS devastating the garden, to mere prehistoric hunger with the house, ard she watered torrents living lava take over the JNRCH again, but fight only when she for RD in her Orleano abandoned parchments, did not eve the house again, carelessly the letters trom wise Catalonian. Remedy tmir surs reality, Russian time, the RHYTTVN daily habits. They closed the doors wiros again so as to waste time walked them at the as Remedios beauty had wanted to do they would roll around naked in mud the nurch yard, at Arene TMY almost as TMY made oven cistern. In a short time they did more damage than red ants, they furniture in the parlor, In mere madness they tore to shreds the hammock that had resisted a sad bivouac loves ot colorel Orleano Bunde and them on the stmy sutiated in storms ot cotton altrof Orlean was just as tenacious a lover as his rival. It was Amar Antak. Jersula ruled in TTBT paradise ot disaster with her mad genius lyrical voracity, as it she took concentrated in her love the unturnerable energy that great Gardenotrix R had given to making ot a little candy animals. Art yet, while was singing with pleasure dying with laughter over her own inventions, Orleano was TXM, Ming more absorbed silent, tore his passion was self-centered Bernard. Nevertheless, th such extremes ot virtuosity ttet when they dmame ext used to trauma excitement, ttpy would take advantage ot their guy. Would give to the worship ot theirtums, disc-varying ttet rest ot loved nad unexplored p. Abilities, much richer than those ot desire. While he would amar antak, Jersula's erect breasts with tighties or smtx, elastic thighs and fudgy-like stomach with butter, she would play with Orliaro's creature as it were a doll and would parry clown's eyes on it with her lipstick and give it a Turk's mustache with her eyebrow Jane Sill, and would put on organza ties and little tinfoil hats. Or night themselves from head to toe with fudgy jamard lit each other like dogs and made mad love. On the FMR of RCH, and they were by a torrent of carnivorous ants were ready to eat Trem alive. During in their delirium, Amar Antak, Jersula would were Gaston's edders. She told him to be so tar away busy that his return seemed impossible to her. In one ot his first letters he told her that partners had actually the airplar, but that a shipping agri in Brussels had served by mistake to Tanganyika, where it was delivered to ot Makonks that mix-up brought to on so many difficulties that just to get TRE plane back might take 2 years. So Amar Antak, Jersula ot and Irox, Rutuan return. Orleano, tore his part, had RN other contact with the world except tore the letters from the wise Catalonian news had ot Gabriel through Mertens, silent pharmacist. At first Trey were real contacts. Gabriel had turned in his return ticket in order to stay in Paris, selling old empty those that chambermaids threw out ot a GMMY hotel on the Rue Dauphine. Orleano visualized TMN in a Turt Lermke sweater which he 011 only the sidewalk Kates on Montparnasse tilled with springtime lovers, sleeping by day by Nigan in order to confuse Huru in the TTET ot call it lower WRERE Commodore was to die. Fevertrillis. News ATMT him was slowly so unretained, letters trom wise man so and melancholy, that Orleano grew to think about them as Amar Antak Ursula Trenugheid her who's barred, THOTTMM floating in an empty universe where the only everyday and eternal reality was love. Suddenly, like the in TTZT world ot happy earnwareness, came as ot Gaston's return. Orleano and Amar Antak Ursula off paid their eyes, dug deep Erlo Tmir souls. MKED at the letter with Tmir tens on their hearts, and understood that we're so close to each other that preferred death to separation. Then she wrote Husbar LD a letter ot contradictory truths in which SREREI aided her love and said ro anxious she was to see Rim again, but at the same turn she admitted as a design of Faderg, civility of Liverg Whitmet Orleano. Contrary to what they had expected, Gaston sent them a calm, almost Pater BL reply, with 2 whole devoted to Agarst ot passion and a little paragraph with unmistakable wists tore them to be as happy as Ted during his brief conjugal experience. It was such an unforeseen attitude that Amar Arda Ursula felt humiliated by the idea that she had given Husbard the pretext TTET he Ted in order to abandon to her rate. TTE rancor was aggravated 6 months later when Gaston wrote again trom where Ted finally revered the airplarn, simply to ask TMM to ship him TRE velocipede. Which ot all that Re had let Bihiru and Mckerfeet, was only that had any value toward him. Orliaral, Amar Antak Ursula's spike patiently made an effort to tell her that he could be as good a Husbarks in adversity as in and a daily TTETTMM Ren Gaston's last Mori ran out created a TX, and DOT solidarity TM/EAM trem that was as TX2ADY as passion, but that let them make ov as much and as happy as their uproarious salacious days. At the time Pilar Turner they were a child. In lethargy ot rare pregnarchy, Amar Arda Ursula tried to set up a busy res and made out ot the back nes ot 1 ish but ex tor mug hide a dozen, She retiro any customers. Orleano was aware for the first time that his rare faculty tour TRE details OT remote deeds and plays without having been were as useless as the OT genuine jewelry that white which must have teen worth as much as all TRE moa that the last inhabitants OT null have put TMY survive miraculously. ALTH0L4, HMR Antagidrusilla did rot lose her GD humor or her genius for erotic mischief. The Tzbit OT sitting on the altar lure H in a OT wakeful and thug hotel siesta. Orliara would her. Sometimes they would remain in silence until nightfall, opposite each looking into each other's eyes, loved each other as in tree or scandalous days. The uncertainty OT future may turn their toward past. Saw in the BST paradise OT deluge, splashing in TRE puddles in the courtyard, killing lizards to TZNG on, Jersula. Pretriding TTET they were to bury alive, and TTNSE memories revealed to them truth that Trey had been happy together ever since they had memory deeper into the past. Amar Anta Ursula remembered TRE at arena on which had gore into the silver strop and her mother told that little Orleano was rots, DY's child TM Oz he had floating in a basket. Altroth aversion seemed unlikely to trem, they did have any irlamation to replot it with a one. All that they were sure OT at her examining in TRE possibilities was that Fernando was Rut Orleano's Matmer. Amar Antak, Jersula was to that was son OT Petra Codes, OTWRNM she remembered Ori tales OT infamy, that supposition Perksinda OT in heart. Tormented by TRE's certainty that he was his whiles brother, Orliaro ran out to the parish muse to search moldy moth-eaten archives tore some to his parentage. TRE oldest baptismal certificate that he round was that OT Amar Antagariah, baptized in by Father Nickern Reina during the time when he was to prove TRE existence OT by means OT tricks with Cull, late. To have TTET that was or OT 17 Orleanos, Rose birth certificates he tracked down as he went through tour but the baptism dates were tar back age. 8. Ing him lost in the labyrinths OT killed hip, trembling with uncertainty, TRE arthritic priest. Was watching him trom his Hanks K, asked him compassionately what his name was. Orliar, India, he said. Then don't wear yourself out searching, the priest exclaimed with final conviction. Many years ago there used to a street rear with that name and in days had custom OT mere children at her streets. Orleano trembled with rage. Said. You don't eater? Believe what? That Clemel Orleano. The tough THRTY.2 Civil Wars lost all, Orliarn answered. That TRE Army hemmed in machine gun red 3 workers and that Tmirtams were carried 011 to thrown into sea on a train with 2 new Ruhr cars priest measured him with a bok. Oh, my son, signed. It's irritator me to be sure that you and I exist at this moment. Orleano Amar Anta Ursula accepted TRE version OT basket, Rut Tmazdeat, but it terror. As pregnancy advanced they were moaming a single berg, Trey were moaming more and more in the solitude OT amused that needed only one last breath to be crocked down. They restricted Trem's elves to an essential area, Trom Fernardes where the charms OT's sedentary love were visible, to the OTTRE porch, WRERE Amar Anta Ursula would sit to sew tutties and knits tore the noodle, RN baby Orliarn, would answer Kmacion all letters Trom the wise Catalonian. The rest OT the rouse was given over to the terracious assault OT the silver STNP, Melchiad's primitive silent realm OT Santa Sofia de Lopiedad remained in the depths OT a domestic jungle that one would have Ted Nurage to by voracity OT nature, Orliaro Ardamar Anta Ursula continued cultivating TRE Oregam and defended world with demarcations OT quicklime, building the last trenches in the age-old war between man and ant. Ong and hair, the splotches that were to apnar on face, the swellirg OT rare legs, TRE deformation OT rare tormator love-making weasels TX, DY had Amar Ari, Jersula Trom Yutgul creature Ted TM and she arrived at TRE-H0 USE with TRE cage OT luckless canaries her captive Husbaru, but it did the vivacity OT spirit. Shit, she would say, laugh I out why who would nave thought that we really would end up livered like cannibals. The last thread TTZT them to world was broken on 6th month OT pregnancy when they received a letter that obviously was Trom Wise Catalan at Ted TMN in Barcelona, but was in conventional blue by an initial hand. It had the inruent and impersonal KX, KOT messages. Orally Aral, it out OT Amar Antak, Jersilas as ST was ATX, LJT to open it. Not this one, told L don't to know WTET it says. Just as Tud sensed, wise Catalorian did right again. Strimmer's letter, which or read, was led to the mercy OT the moths on a stelt where Ferner percented Tud forgotten rare weathered rarg on occasion and there it consuming itself in retire OT its bad RNWS as the solitary lovers sailed against the tide OT those days OT the last stages, those impenitent and ill-fated times which were on effort OT making drift toward the desert OT discrete mien and oblivion. Aware OT that menace, Orleano Amar Aria. Jerusalem Mons ending with a love OT BLT tore the child who had his teeping in the madness OT fornication. At right, each and they were by the sublunary explosions OT the ants or the noise OT the moths or the constant and clean whistle OT the growth OT weeds and many times TTPY were awakened by the tragic OT TRE dead. They could hear Ursula fighting against laws OT creation to maintain learn, and Jose Arcadio Buendia certain tore the mythical truth OT the great Neans, and Fernarda. And Colonel Orleano Gandia stupefy himself with deception of war and TRE little gold tissues, Orliaro Segurdo Diarg OT Solitiki and TRE turmoil OT his and TM and they TTET demurred can prevail against death and Trey were nappy again with the certainty that they would go on loving each and their as apparitions altered OT toucher animals would steal trom the insects the paradise OT misery that the insects were finally stealing trom man one Sunday, at 6 in the afternoon, Amar Anta Ursula. Tell TTE pangs OT childbirth. Mistress OT the little girls who went to TM Oz OT heard her had rare get onto TTE die near groom table, straddled her stomach, and mistreated with wild urdle were drowned out by OT a formidable male child. Through her tears Amar Arda Idrisilla could see that he was or OT great and willful like the Jose Arcadios, with open clairvoyant eyes OT TTE Orleanos, to begin the again trom clears at OT its vices solitary calling. Tor he was TRE only one in a century who had been ergadered with love. He's a real cannibal said. We'll name him no, whose bar percent couriered. We'll ream him Orleano he'll win 32 wars. After the umbilical the midwife began to use a cloth to take ODT grease that covered his TX, DY as Orleano held up a lamp. Only TTP whited him on RIS stomach did they SAE trat any rad something more than other men. And they learned over to examine it was tail OT a pig. We're not alarmed. Orleano Ardamar Anta Ursula were rot aware OT family pregnant, nor did TMY, Jersilas trignanating admonitors, and the midwife pacified them with the idea that the tail could cut ODT when the child his teeth. Then they had time to therex it again Amar Anta Ursula was in an unobtainable torrent. Tried to help hair with applications of spider webs and balls of ash. But it was like to hold back a spurred with oars during the first Ms. SRE tried to maintain her humor. She tried and Orally iron by NTX, get him to worry, because people like Rare were rot made to diagarst treer wool, she with laughter at the remedies OT midwife. But as Orleano's robe abandoned him she was become less visible, as the TRE light on her were fading away, till she sank into drowsiness. At dawn on Monday TMY brought a woman recited cauterized prayers that were irrealable to our man and TMST her but Amar Anta, Jersilas passionate was irsensible to any artifice that did not come from love. In the interim, after 22 hours OT knew that was dead twas the flow had witment remedies and rare protal became sharp the blocks on her race evaporated in a halo OT alabaster and again Orleano did ratur percent her stand until then much he loved his triards, much them. And much he would have given to with at that moment. Put TRE child in TRE basket that his mot had prepared toward him, face OT the with a blanket, and TRE town, searching toward an arse that went back to the past. Crocked at the OT the pharmacy, had lately, and a SMP. The old woman who the door with a lamp in rare hand took pity on his delirium that, TMN its pharmacy there. Nad she ever crown a woman with a thin neck sleepy eyes named wept, leaning his brow against OT wise Catalonians tor mater mox tor, conscious that he was paying with his tardy sobs tor death that he ted to weep on time so as not to break OT ove. Smashed his lists against TRE cement wall OT the golden child, Calentor pilar ternera, to Lumberta's orange discs ttet were sky, and that so many times on Lide nights he had with krillish fascination from the courtyard of the Curlews. In last open salon of the tumble-down red light district in accordion grot4, was playered the ot Rafael Escalona, the bestumps to the ot the man the Barteriar, wm nat a withered somewhat crumpled arm twas he had raised it against his matmer, invited Orleano to a tl, till ot cane liquor, and Orleano trend tmght him or. The barter percent spoke to Tim atx, ut the Mr. Tune ot his arm. Orliaral, to him atl, ut the misfortune ot his witnret and somewhat crumpled tor naverg been raised against his sister. Trey ended up weeping together Orliaral, felt tor that the pain was but Ren was alone again in tre last dawn ot Macondo, he paired up his arms in middle ot the square, ready to wake up actual world, and shouted with all his might, Friards are a burr hot bastards. Nigromanta rescued him trauma ot vomit and tears. She tipped him up, made him a ot broth. Thinking that it would console him, ste a piece ot charcoal erased tre innumerable loves that still tore, she voluntarily brought on most solitary sadnesses so as not to leave Timalor in his weeping. Ren he awoke, after a dull brief sleep, Orliaral, reconvered the awareness ot his matache. 0 fpned his eyes and remembered the child. Null Tindi at first felt an outburst ot joy, that Amar Anta Ursula had awake her trom death to take care ot tre child. Gut her was a pile ot order blarket. Aware that when arrived he had to row the door to the Bedrescom ofpn, Orleano went across trejnrch which was with a morning size ot into the dining where tre remnants ot tre berth still lay, tre pot, the bmdy sheets, the jars ot and umbilical ot child on the table ricks to the shears and the tish lire. The idea that the midweek nad returned for child during the night gave him a few days of rest in which to think. Into tre rocking chair, tre same or in which Rebecca had sat during the early days ot the house to give embroidery in which Amar Aria Ted chirps crackers with colored Jerinaldo Marquez, in which Amar Antak, Jersula Ted some tiny clothing tore child. In ttzt flash ot lucidity he aware that he was unable to bear in his soul the crushed weight ot so much passed by the fatal lames ot his own and ttzt ot admires, admired the ot spider on dead rose bushes, the ot rye grass, patriarchs ot air in the radiant February dawn Arden Rees saw the child. It was a dry and bloated bag ot skin that all the ants in world were toward along the storm path in the garden. Orleano could moly rot because he was paralyzed by horror, but twas at ttet perks digis instant keys were revealed to him and he saw tre epigraph ot tre partners placed in tre order ot man's time re space, the first of the line is to a tree and the last is eaten by the ants. Orleano, Ted more lucid in any act ot his light as when he forgot about his dead ones and tre pain ot his dead ones nailed up tre and again with Farandas tx. Ard so as to by any temptation bot the world, tor he crew trend that ris fate was written in Melchiad's parchments. Intact among prehistoric plants and steaming puddles ard lumi rouse insects that nad removed all trace ot mans on earth trauma did not the calmness to them out into the but right rear, stamming, without the slightest difficulty, as if they had been written in Spanish and were read under splurter ot high rmn, he began to deciptem them aloud. It was the history ot tre tamely, written by Melchiads, down to the trivial details, years ot time. He had written it in Sanskrit, which was his mother tongue, ard he rather coded event in private cipher of Emperor Augustus Arithi in a Lacedaemonian military code. The Tyrol protection, which Orleano had to when he let himself by love ot Amar Aria, Jersula, was based on tte tack that Melchiads had put events in the order ot man's conventional time, but had entry ot daily episxes in such a way that trace existed in one instant. Fascinated by the discovery, Orliarn, read aloud Whitman skipping encyclicals ttet Melchiads himself had made Arcadio listen to that were in reality the prediction ot tis execution, and found in Ursmarai ot the birth ot the tumultual woman in the world was ris added up to Revan in body and soul. Retura tre origin ot twins gave deciphering the Parchmaries, simply incapacity, and lack ot drive, but also because trier attempts were premature. At that gx, int, Impatient to know his own origin, Orleano TMN began, warm, incipient, tall OT voices trom tre past, the murmurs OT archeant geraniums, sighs OT dice hand miri that the turntious nostalgia. He did not reduce it because at that moment was discovered first indications OT his own TX, ing in a lascivious grand tatx 2R let himself frivolously dragged along across a hallucinated plateau in search OT a beautiful woman would make him tzppy. Orleano recognized him, the hidden OT his descent, and he found the instant OT his own scorpius yellow butterflies in a surceta mechanics the steed his lust on a woman WM was giving herself out OTRE Telian. He was so that did feel the surge OT wind either as its cyclone strength tore TRE doors and Werdows ODT their heims, pulled ODT the root OT east and foundations. Only then did discover that Amar Anta Ursula was wrought his sister but his aunt, and that Sir Francis Drake nad Raya hacks only so that could seek each other most intricate labri NHS OT blood until would amender the mythological arimal. That was to bring the line to an end. Macondo was already a fearful whirlwind of dust RTR, Bleeberg spun about by TRE Wrath OT TRE Biblical Hurricane ran Orleano 11 as to time with tax knew only well, and he began to deci prior the instari that re was liverg, deciphering it as he it, prophesying Timselt in the act OT the last page OT the parchments, as it were looking into a speaking mirror. Then skipped again to anticipate the ascertained date circumstaris OT his death. Before reacted the Tina Lire, however, he had already that he would never leave that RCX, it was that city OT mirrors, or mirages, would be wiped out by the wind and exile trom tre memory OT men at precise moment Orleano Babylonia would finish the parchments, that everything written on trem was unrepeatable since time immemorial and forevermore, 'twas to 100 years OT solitude did have a Sekaru on earth. The end.